Chapter 2867. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly dog saints sneered. Their race was known as the Moon Devourer. That was not a lie. Moreover, they did not simply swallow things. There was a terrifying power in their bodies that could refine everything. Even if a saint was swallowed, he would most likely die. Haha. The heavenly dog saint threw his head back and laughed. However, he was soon unable to laugh anymore. That was because his head had been smashed apart. In the endless darkness, a golden light shone and pierced through the sky. Immediately after, the heavenly dog saint screamed in pain. His saint blood floated down. His teeth were shattered, and his head was torn apart. A golden figure rushed out of the darkness. It was Lin Xian. Do you think you can swallow me? After Lin Xian came out, he stomped on the ground and punched the heavenly dog saint's body into pieces again. Another saint was injured. His body was destroyed. The 10,000 Archean races could not believe it. The other saints were even more shocked. All of you back down. I'll do it. An old voice sounded. This time, an old man walked out. Divine flames surged on his body, making him look like a god of fire. The saint of Fire Qilin Cave. He was the saint of the primordial royal family. These people were terrified. The heavenly dog race and the blood moon race were all primordial royal families. They were powerful. However, they were still inferior to the primordial royal family. Now, the saint of the primordial royal family was finally going to make a move. A flaming divine spear appeared in the old man's hand. It emitted a monstrous light, and Tao patterns filled the sky. The Qilin spear. A sacred artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying and famous sacred artifact. It was created by an expert in the primordial era. It had been sleeping together with the Fire Qilin Cave for countless years. Now, it finally saw the light of day again. The Qilin spear was able to suppress everything. Even the saints felt threatened, let alone the sect masters, sacred ancestors, and ordinary martial artists. They could not breathe at all. Everything was over. The old saint of the Fire Qilin Cave harumphed coldly. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, emitting a terrifying light. A terrifying saint's aura directly pierced through the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and stabbed at Lin Xian's head. So fast, so strong, everyone exclaimed. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed the spearhead in front of him. He wanted to face the Qilin spear head-on. Catching a saint weapon with his bare hands? These people were extremely shocked, especially the experts from the 10,000 ancient races. They cried out in surprise. He could not believe it. The archaic kings of the Fire Qilin Cave all laughed coldly. This brat was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? You want to take our saint's attack with your bare hands? In the distant chapter 2875 roared and formed the moment the Qilin spear was grabbed, the humans were flames on it surged to the heavens, and a giant dragon flew out from attack of an extreme emperor's aura and unbelievable body. He definitely had a divine body at this moment, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. It would have been could it be that Lin Xian was really going to be killed in wonders and can't hurt me at all? Also took a deep breath. The voice of the human race had he would use the 9-sun sword. It was just an aura between heaven and although they had terrifying rays of light, he turned the spear because the true power towards the giant dragon's portrait was definitely not limited. This attack caused the giant dragon's expression to collapse and disappear. Countless mountains were broken and countless powerful sank. If they actually did again, they had to shatter all directions like a dragon. They definitely could not let such a body survive in the human world. This scene stunned the other party's body, especially the 10,000 ancient races. It was like an indestructible god of war. Beating wildly, it made them suspect that the other party had a divine body at the greater success stage. The ancient royal family such a divine body was left alive, it would be a huge threat to the 10,000 ancient races towards Lin Xian. Therefore, the saint wanted to use the power of the 10,000 dragon's portrait to completely destroy the other party's body and attacked again. So what if he had a divine body at the greater success stage? Ancient royal families. In front of an extreme great weapon, everything would be reduced to ashes. It was a woman with a cold expression. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice, turned it into a golden sword light. He told them to control their power and not to activate other extreme-grade weapons. Was still fearless. Understood. He punched out and directly collided with the eternal light. Nodded. In the next moment, he frowned. They formed because he discovered that the laws on their bodies flew into the 10,000 dragons portrait that enveloped him. The 10,000 dragons portrait was completely an ancient treasure. Endless dragon roars rang out. The other party was so decisive that she didn't hesitate to use the power of a saint light and the power of an ancient treasure to attack him in the sky. Boom, boom. 10,000 dragons roared, shaking the entire world, so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. All the living beings prostrated themselves on the ground, rumbled, causing their ears to bleed. Also roared angrily. The light on Lin Xian's body was also torn apart. Power erupted from his body, suns connecting to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Could it be that his body was incomparably on the other side? The 10,000 ancient race marshaled to resist the emperor's might of the extreme grade weapon. He's dead for sure. How terrifying. However, his aura was still rising. They were all stunned. Could it be that he had not used his full strength before? Damn it, what's going on? The saints of the human race other party were extremely shocked. The human race cultivators also began to scream. Ancient races were also terrified. It's actually the other party's aura was too terrifying. To faint. It's because they had discovered an ordinary saint and could even contend with an extreme-grade weapon. The young cultivators, the divine body at the greater success stage, and the others were dumbfounded. It was indeed terrifying. Not only them, the saints of the Yi family were also shocked. Queen Mother of the West, their family once and the others were also at the great accomplishment level. How could it be enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts now that the golden light on Lin Xian's body had been torn apart, a divine body revealing great accomplishment level? The human cultivators naturally saw it. Boom. The people from the 10,000 ancient races also saw it. The aura of the 10,000 dragons picture hung down and pierced through the void. How could that human prodigy be him? However, at this moment, he have such Lin Xian was simply too powerful. A human prodigy. It was as if the 9 Are you talking about that Lin had been reborn? Damn it! With a stomp of his foot, younger generation, the entire world trembled. How could he be a saint? The laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths danced in the air. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Dragons diagram for a moment, actually everyone was stunned. Besides expression the was 9 young divine he didn't expect were the divine phoenix ridges within Lin Xian's so powerful that he could break dragon protective light. It was the voice of the great dragon sword. But so what? At this moment, he recognized his identity. And all kinds of strange scenes appeared around him. Ancient races the human with a tyrannical attitude, and the saints were shocked. Could it be that he just looked like him? The 10,000 ancient races experts felt their scalps go numb. How could that kid have the divine 9 Could it be that a great emperor had come back to life? It's possible. Despair. Everyone discussed this spiritedly. Caused them to feel a sense of despair. That this figure wasn't Lin Xian, if it weren't for the myriad dragons ancestors, they wouldn't have stood a chance at all. Lin Xian's identity the human race actually had such a great powerhouse. No wonder he was so powerful. Even the 10 primordial saints who had cast the spell gasped. But soon, they were stunned. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Some even fainted because the golden figure in the sky spoke in a deep voice. The sword chi on his body swept through the 9 heavens as if it was splitting the world apart. Those who bully the human race will be killed without mercy. Blocked by him. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Sword into the sky. Everyone was as if an immortal sword that their minds went to descend. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. Heavens, at this moment, all the living beings sensed it. I must be dreaming. The beasts prostrated, and the humans also trembled as they raised their heads. Could it be that he was a sage terrifying aura? These people were all that a great emperor had come back to life? Lin Xian, some of the older generation experts screamed. Who did not know him? Not only Eastern he was one of the most middling geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. Spirit world. He had the potential to become a great emperor in the future and compete with the other races. It was as if a great emperor had come back to life. No matter how dazzling you were still a genius of the younger generation. The human cultivators were incomparably although excited. You could defeat the elders, the beings of the 10,000 ancient races prostrated themselves on the ground. This young genius in front of them there was actually someone who could contend against the myriad dragons. Sages weren't a match for him. How was this possible? He had stomped the primordial elders of the nest into the ground with 1 dragons. Was he still human? Ridge? This was heaven-defying. And the other ancient royal families people wanted to ask drastically, but they were stopped by the gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the 9 heavens. Don't ask too much. They wanted to see who it was. We'll talk about it after the dark turmoil is over. Of the Central Emperor. They now knew that Lin Xian was their hope. And quell the chaos. No matter how he got his majestic voice resounded throughout the ancient races. At this moment, everyone's scalps exploded. Yes, Hallmaster Lin Xian, do your best. It was actually the elders cheered. Heavens, this was impossible. Seemed to have been injected with chicken blood of the younger generation. You're my
How could he
great Lin
contend
Xian
against an extreme weapon?
Great Lin Xian,
Damn it,
there
there
must
must
be
be
a
a
shocking
change.
Great God,
Hurry
I
up
love
and
you to death.
investigate.
Lin
Exclamation
Xian
of the middle
sounded one
emperor was
after another.
indeed worthy
The
of his
human
reputation.
cultivators were
This was the
extremely
aura
surprised.
of a young great
They
emperor.
all set up array
He was
formations
definitely a
wanting to
future great
observe from
emperor.
afar.
The
On the
martialists
other
of the
side,
human tribe
the 10,000
cried out in
ancient
alarm.
races were
The sacred
frantically
masters
searching.
and sacred
All
masters
kinds of
were
lights
also
flickered
shocked.
between heaven
Yi
and earth.
Wudao, Wu Qin,
All eyes
Gu
were focused on the
Sengtong,
jade pool.
and the great Xia
Was that
prince of the
golden
younger
figure really
generation
Lin
were
Xian?
also stunned. Through the array
Murong
formation,
Qingqing and
they
Xin
saw a
Jingqiu were
golden
also
figure
shocked.
in the distance
It was
under the
indeed
myriad
Big Brother
dragons
Xian.
diagram.
Big Brother
He
Lin
stood
Xian,
there like a
I knew
peerless
it was
god
you.
of war.
The two
Under
of them
his
had already
feet,
guessed it.
countless
They
living
weren't
beings
too sure,
submitted,
but
and
now
above
they were
his
sure.
head was a
On
terrifying
the other
extreme
side,
weapon.
the 10,000
myriad
ancient
dragons
races were
diagram.
so depressed
At
that
this
they wanted
moment,
to vomit
the other
blood.
party was
Especially
fearless
the
under the
primordial
myriad
sages,
dragons
their
diagram's
faces
emperors
turned
turned green.
Damn it,
If the other
impossible.
party was a
How
super
could that
strong
kid emit
cultivator,
such a terrifying
they would
power?
admit defeat. He had already
After all,
surpassed a
the
sage.
human clan had been in
the
business for so
powerhouses
many
of the
years.
10,000
They
ancient
would definitely
races
have
were shocked,
one or two
especially
extremely
the
terrifying
elders of the
saints.
ancient royal
However,
family. The other party did not have a strong
Their faces
background,
were filled
nor
with
was
shock.
he a super
9
expert that
young
had been
divine
passed
body,
down since
greater
ancient
mastery
times.
9 young
He was
divine
just a
body.
young genius.
Not good,
He
we
was a
must
young
kill
junior.
him.
These
How many
ancient
years
royal
could he have
family
cultivated
elders were
for?
experienced
More
and
than 100
knowledgeable.
years?
They
However,
recognized at a
such a
glance
person
that it
was
was
actually able to
legendary
trample them
9 young
underfoot
divine
and
body.
beat them into pieces.
Moreover, it
How
had been
could they tolerate
cultivated
this?
to an
Damn
extremely
it.
terrifying
Damn it.
level. Those
Kid, you're too
immemorial
arrogant.
kings roared
Do you
like
think
they
you
had
can
gone
resist
mad.
us?
The faces
Although
of
we
these
can't
ancient
fully
saints
activate
turned
the
myriad
cold.
dragons
No,
diagram.
this
Just
kid
a
couldn't
trace
be a
of its
real
power
saint.
is enough
He
to
must
kill
have
you.
obtained power
The
for
saint
some
of the
reason.
nest of 10,000
No matter what,
dragons
he had to
snorted
kill him
coldly.
first.
He
No one
controlled
can
the
provoke
myriad
us,
dragons
and no one
diagram,
can stop us.
and strands
The
of
human
peerless
race
killing
must be
intent
destroyed.
descended. No matter how
Terrifying
powerful a
emperors
saint
might
was,
spread
he
in
would
all
not be able to
directions.
stop them. The 9
The
heavens and
expressions
10
of the
earth's
primordial
collapsed at this
sages were
moment.
cold.
Today,
So
I
what if
want
the
to
other
see
party
just
was
how
strong?
powerful the
As
legendary
long as it wasn't the
extreme
weapon
motherfucking
is.
human king
Lin
who was
Xian let out
resurrected.
a long
No
roar
one could
and stretched
stop
out
them.
his palm.
Let's go.
It was like a
The
giant
saint of the
hand
nest
that covered
of
the sky
10,000
as it
dragons
grabbed
took
forward.
a deep breath. He was going to
Then
take the
3
imperial
figures
weapon with his
walked out,
bare
suppressing
hands.
the world.
Boom.
The
Endless
golden
laws
palm
danced in
collided
the air
with the
as the
myriad
human
dragons
screamed.
diagram,
The
and the
three
aura
great
that hung
sage
down
attacked,
let out a
and they were
shocking
saints
sound.
from the nest of
At this
10,000
moment,
dragons,
the terrifying
divine
existences
phoenixes
that were sleeping
and
in the
fire
10,000
cave
ancient
races were all
the 3
awakened.
royal
They
families were
opened
going
their
to join
eyes,
forces,
and their auras
shameless.
erupted.
How dare
Wisps
you
of
fight
divine
one
red
against 3,
pierced through heaven
and you
and
even
earth.
beat up our young
They wanted
geniuses?
to see this battle
Have
clearly.
all of you primeval saints been living like dogs all this time? That's right, what noble bloodline. High and mighty? You're worse than ants. Shameless to the extreme. The people below screamed crazily. This was too disadvantageous for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn, although he had fused with a greater success divine body now. After all, this body had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and the other party was a saint of the 3 royal families. If they joined forces, they would definitely pose a huge threat to him. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Senior, it seems like you're going to use your divine ability. I know. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's voice sounded from his soul. Then use it. I will use the last bit of my life to make a contribution to the human race. Previously, Lin Xian didn't use his divine ability when he fought with those ancient saints. Therefore, he didn't consume too much of the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. But now, it was different. In the face of 3 primeval saints who came from the royal family, he had to use some great divine abilities. Using great divine abilities would consume the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He had to think carefully about every step and every divine ability. He couldn't waste them. In the sky, the 3 saints floated over and surrounded Lin Xian. Warski's powerful divine consciousness danced in the air, forming a special world that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The saint from the nest of 10,000 dragons was a middle-aged man. His expression was very cold, and the green scales on his body carried a heavy aura. Chapter 2876. A violent wind blew between heaven and earth. The extreme weapons of the Yi family into a green storm as if it was about to destroy the world, again as if they were about to awaken. There was nothing he could do about it. This attack was cried out in terrifying. Below, countless living beings bowed in the direction of the verge of collapse. As if it would be overturned by the violent wind and they couldn't move at all. Fortunately,
The blood in their
the
bodies
many saints
froze,
worked together
and their
to
souls
suppress
felt
the jade
like they were
lake.
about to explode.
But other places weren't
Dazzling
so
light
lucky.
flashed as
Hundreds
Lin
of
Xian
thousands of
retreated,
feet tall
breaking
mountains
through the
were
void.
instantly razed
He
to the
only
ground.
stopped after
Countless
retreating
cracks
hundreds of
appeared on the
thousands of
ground,
miles.
and one
Was he
black
pushed
hole
back?
after another
The
formed in
sages
space.
on the human side
Lin
exclaimed
Xian
and
suffered
hurriedly
even more
looked over.
intense attacks.
The Yi family
Each
head,
of those
Queen
winged
Mother
blades
of the
carried
West,
runes
and a
and
few
laws.
other top
They could
sacred lords
easily
also
kill the
looked
sacred
forward.
leaders and
On the other
sect
side,
masters.
the
They
sages
could
of the
even
primeval
pose a
race
great
and the
threat
top
to the
primeval
lives of
kings were
saints.
also watching
At
with
this moment,
rapt attention.
they were charging
That
towards
kid
him
should have
from
been
all
beaten
directions.
up, right? Through their
That's for
previous
sure.
observation,
He dared
these
to fight
ancient
against
saints
an
discovered
extreme
that the
weapon.
other party
He must
hadn't
be courting
used the
death.
divine chains
Just
of laws.
wait, he will
This
definitely
made them
destroy
suspect
the
that the
divine
other
relic.
party didn't know any
The
laws.
primeval saints
However,
sneered.
the
They
other
were
party's
very
close
confident
combat
in their
was very
extreme weapons,
terrifying. Even though they
Therefore,
had only
they
used a
wouldn't
little of their
engage in
power.
close combat
However,
with the other party.
no one was able to
The three
resist
saints
it.
attacked
But
with
in the
laws
next
from
moment,
afar.
their eyes
The laws
almost
of the
popped
three
out.
of them were
That was
extremely
because the aura
terrifying.
of the golden
In
figure
addition
in
to the
front of
wind
them didn't
laws of the
weaken,
nest of
and the light
10,000
didn't
dragons,
disappear. There was also
in fact,
the fire
not
laws
even a
of the
drop of
fire
blood
Qilin
flowed
cave.
out.
Damn it, he's not injured.
The divine
How
Phoenix
is this
Ridge.
possible? All
The
of them
primeval
charged
saints
towards
were
Lin Xian.
dumbfounded,
Not
and the
good,
primeval
that kid
kings
is in
were
danger.
about to faint from
The
fright.
powerhouses on the
At
human
this moment,
side cried
the
out in
experts who were
alarm.
watching the jade
That's right,
pool were
he was
all
powerful
stunned.
in close
Someone
combat,
had
but
actually
his
blocked
laws
an
were weak.
extreme weapon with
This
his bare
point was
hands.
also discovered
And he
by
wasn't
those
injured.
ancient saints. He really
They didn't
blocked
know
an
if Lin
imperial
Xian
weapon
could
with his
contend
bare
against them.
hands. Everyone
The sages
started
on
to
the
worry.
human side were
The
also
10,000
shocked.
ancient races
The Queen Mother
sneered.
of the West,
That
Yi
kid is
family
dead
head,
for sure.
and the others were
Just
even
you wait,
more
he's
shocked.
finished.
Yi Wudao,
Under the
Fu
three great
Santong,
laws,
and the others
he
were
will
all
definitely
stunned.
die. In myths and legends,
The
such a
three great
situation
laws
would only
enveloped Lin
appear
Xian.
in the records of
Lin
the
Xian's
primeval
eyes
emperors.
erupted with a
They
cold
didn't
light.
expect Lin
In the
Xian
next
to be able
moment,
to do
he
it.
took a deep
The
breath,
greater
and the
mastery
light
of the
and
nine
flames
yang
on his
divine
body
jumped,
Yi
forming a
Wudao
long
clenched his
sword.
fists.
He held it
He
in
had
his
to
hand.
cultivate a greater mastery sacred
Chapter
body.
2869.
Then he might be able to
A
block an
terrifying
imperial
aura
weapon with his
erupted
bare
and soared
hands.
into the sky
He had
like
to
a
reach the
peerless
peak of the
divine
martial
sword.
Tao.
The terrifying
moment
light was like
Yi
a wave,
Wudao's battle
causing the
intent
entire
surged.
sky to
The
boil.
other young
Geniuses
that?
were the same.
Everyone felt
With
their
a flicker,
hearts skip a
Lin
beat when
Xian
they saw
arrived
this
in front of
scene.
Qinan
Even
from
the
a few
sage's
hundred
eyelids
thousand li
twitched
away.
wildly,
His
and their
eyes were
scalps
bright,
went numb.
and the sword
The reason
Qi
for
on his
that was
body
because
hummed
as
as
he
he
looked
looked
at
at
the
the 10
10
figures in the
astonishing.
sky.
Was
Was
this
this
the
the
power
the
of an
world
imperial
formed by the
armament?
three great
That was
laws
all there was
torn
to
apart
it.
in an instant?
Today,
I'll
an
take this
earth-shattering
myriad
light
dragon's
shone
portrait
so
with my
brightly that
bare
everyone
hands.
couldn't open their
Lin
eyes.
Xian's voice
Tao
reverberated
patterns
throughout
flickered
the
all
eight
over the
desolates,
sky,
causing
divine
the human
chains
martial
danced in
artist's
the air,
blood to boil.
and a terrifying
The archaic
sword cry
creatures, on
echoed
the other
between
hand,
heaven
were
and
all
earth.
horrified.
This was
Catching
the
a
power of
monarch
laws.
weapon barehandedly
In the Jade
just
Lake
how
sacred
bold
ground,
were these
the
words.
sacred leaders,
Furthermore,
sect
he had
masters,
really done
and
it.
grand elders
Shouldn't the
trembled
human
in
race
shock.
be
In
exterminated?
the distance,
Kill
the
him,
primordial
I must kill
kings
him.
were terrified.
On the other hand,
laws,
the
other
primeval
party
saints
actually
were
used
filled
the
with
laws.
killing intent.
Damn it,
The other
how is
party
this
was
possible?
too terrifying.
The other party
Although
wasn't
it wasn't a
melee
true
expert
resurrection
and didn't
of
know
a
how
great
to use the
success
laws,
divine body,
they were
it was
truly
still
stunned.
controlled by Lin
Didn't
Xian,
know how to
and
use
it
the
had
laws?
unparalleled
You guys
divine
are
might.
really naive.
If such a thing
Previously,
existed,
you guys
it would
were
be a
too
great
trash,
threat to
so
them.
I disdained
They had to
use
kill
the
it.
laws.
Once again,
Today,
he
I'll let you
increased
see
the
what a
power
true
of
law
the
is.
myriad dragons
Lin
diagram.
Xian snorted
The
coldly.
sage of the nest
As he
of
spoke,
10,000
the golden
dragons
sword
roared
fell
angrily.
crazily.
The other
bringing with it
sages
endless
also had
laws.
cold expressions
Damn
on
it,
their faces.
block it for me.
At this
The
moment,
three primordial
the power
sages
of the myriad
roared.
dragons
The wind
portrait
law,
erupted once
fire
again,
law,
and cloud
terrifying
law quickly
emperors
charged
might
forward.
fill the air.
Boom, reaching the
Boom.
9 heavens
The 4
and 10
great
laws
earths
collided in
all
the sky,
living beings
causing
in
the
the
sky
entire
to
world
collapse
submitted.
and the earth to crack. Great
Endless
Tao
Tao
fell from the
patterns
sky
flickered,
like a waterfall,
each of them capable
hanging
of
upside
killing a
down in the
sacred
9
leader.
heavens. So what
Not
if he had the
good.
laws?
The myriad
He wasn't
dragons
a match
portrait
for
is
the
about
three
to
great
erupt
sage
again.
at all. The
Those
human
primordial
sages were
kings
terrified.
comforted themselves.
The extreme Tao
But in the
weapon
next
was
moment,
too powerful.
they fainted
that
from
attack
fright.
just now
now was
because
just in the
casual
sky.
attack,
The
and it
three
didn't
great laws
activate
were
the true
broken once
power
again.
of the myriad
A
dragon's
cold
portrait.
sword light
Otherwise,
illuminated the entire world.
eastern
The
wasteland
three
would
sages
sink under
all
the vomited
full-strength
blood
attack
and were
of the
sent
extreme
flying.
Dao weapon.
Among them
Was it
the
that
sage of the
terrifying?
nest of
Wouldn't
10,000
Brother
dragons
Xian
had
be
an
in
arm
danger?
cut off.
Murong
And the sage of the
Qingqing,
fire
Qingqing
cave was cut
and the
in
others
half
were
at the waist.
extremely nervous
The
when they heard of the
sages.
divine
Don't
Phoenix
worry,
Ridge was
they wouldn't
split
do
in
that.
half. Firstly,
They were injured.
The extreme Dao
Damn it,
weapon
the
was the
three
weapon
great
of a great
sage were
emperor.
all injured.
No matter how
This was
powerful a sage
impossible.
was,
He
I don't
couldn't
believe
fully
it.
activate it.
Those primordial
It was
kings
already
screamed
heaven-defying
crazily.
to be able to
The other
unleash
primordial
a portion
king's
of its
pupils
power.
constricted.
Moreover,
How was
they
this
didn't
possible?
dare to use the extreme
How could the
Dao
other
weapon
party
too
be
much
so
because that kind of
powerful?
emperor's might
One
would trigger
sword
the
strike
other
extreme
injured the
Dao
three
weapons
great
to awaken.
sage.
As
What kind
long
of
as
law
it
exceeded
exists,
a certain
what
level
method?
of power,
The human
West
experts were
Emperor Tower
equally
would
shocked.
awaken.
The
At that
sacred
time,
leader of the
the
celestial
celestial
emperor
and the
patriarch of the
the
Void
Void
family
Mirror,
gasped,
and other
extreme
extreme
Dao weapons would
terrifying.
also awaken.
They were extremely
As
shocked.
for the human race,
Could it be
we
that
would
this was the
completely
legendary
activate our
Nine Yang
foundation
sword art?
This
It
was
was really
probably something
possible.
that the
The
10,000
other
experts
ancient
also
races
didn't
cried
want to
out
see.
in surprise.
Hearing this,
Was the
long-lost
long-lost
Nine Yang sword technique about to
and the
reappear
others
in the
heaved a
world?
sigh of relief.
It was truly
However,
shocking. They were
the
still
Nine Yang
extremely
divine body
nervous.
had disappeared
This
for
was
tens
because
of
a
thousands
wisp of
of
the
years,
myriad
so
dragon's
the Nine
portrait's
Yang
aura
sword
could
technique
kill
was
a thing.
naturally lost as
It was
well.
already very
Some time
heaven-defying
ago,
for
Lin
Lin
Xian
Xian to be able
displayed
to
the
fight
Nine Yang
barehanded,
divine body, which shocked
Lin
the
Xian
world.
held a golden
Many
battle
experts
sword in
were
his hand
envious
and
and
wanted
wanted
to
to into the
obtain the
Nine
cultivation method
He
of
took
this
the
physique.
initiative to fight
However,
with the
what
myriad
surprised
dragon's
them was that
portrait.
although Lin
He was
Xian was
courting
a peerless
death.
swordsman,
The
he had
10
never
sages
used the
roared
Nine
and
Yang sword
activated the
technique
myriad
before.
dragon's portrait
Everyone
again,
guessed that Lin
launching a
Xian might
powerful
not have
attack.
obtained the
In an
cultivation
instant,
method of the
the
Nine
sky
Yang sword
collapsed
technique.
and the earth cracked.
This made everyone
Everything
feel
turned
regretful.
into chaos.
The reason
No
for
one
that
could
was
see
because
this
the
battle
Nine
clearly.
Yang sword technique
However,
was one of the
everyone
most
could feel an
frightening sword
extremely
techniques in the world.
terrifying energy
It was
surging
extremely
between heaven
masculine
and
and
earth.
filled with
It
boundless
was as if it was
power.
going to destroy
As soon
the
as the
entire
sword
world.
technique was
Boom,
unleashed,
boom,
the sword
boom,
burned the nine
boom.
heavens and
18
split the
sounds of
heaven and
destruction
earth.
rang out
It could be
in a
said
row.
that its power
The
was
entire world
extremely
was
terrifying.
enveloped by a
Now,
resplendent
the
light.
crowd was finally
Everyone
able to
couldn't open
witness
their
the
eyes.
long-lost sword
Those
art in
sages
Lin
wanted to
Xian's hands.
forcefully watch the battle,
The Nine
but in the
Yang
next
sword
moment,
technique was
they
the human
screamed
race's
miserably.
Nine Yang sword
Their
technique.
eyes bled.
On the
and
other
they rolled
side,
on the
a
ground
saint
in
of the
pain.
10,000
It was
ancient
too
races
terrifying.
also spoke
Even
in
the
a deep
sages
voice.
couldn't watch it.
This was the saint of the
An
blue
extreme
ghoul
Dao
race.
weapon is powerful,
His expression
but it's
was
not something
abnormally
ants like you
gloomy.
can use.
At this moment,
If you want to
there
kill
were
me,
countless green
revive
laws
your
around
ancient
him,
emperor.
forming
Lin
ghost heads
Xian's
that
voice
blocked
sounded
the
between
sword
heaven
energy
and
that
earth.
filled the sky.
At the same time,
However,
an
those
angry
ghost
roar
heads were
sounded.
suppressed
Damn
until
it,
they were
I'm going to
dim.
kill you.
Damn it,
You've gone
the
too
power
far.
of masculine and masculine
These were the
is my
voices
natural
of the
counter.
ancient sages.
The saint of the blue
Although the
ghoul
crowd
race
couldn't
gritted
see
his
the
teeth.
battle situation.
That's
Just
right.
hearing
He
the
was from
voices
the blue
was
ghoul
enough
race
to scare
and
them out of their
cultivated an
wits.
evil power.
What's going on?
As for the Nine Yang sword technique,
Could it
it
be
was
that
the
Lin
power
Xian
of
has the upper
masculine
hand?
and masculine.
Heavens,
Previously,
great
when the other
sages
party
extreme
used the
Dao
Nine
weapons
Yang
are
divine
actually
body,
unable to
he
do
had
anything
already
to him?
noticed this.
This is
He
too
didn't expect it
unexpectable.
at that time.
Boom.
However, when he saw
Another
the sword
earth-shattering
light, he
sound
immediately
erupted,
screamed,
followed by
the
countless
Nine
screams.
Yang sword
The
technique
sky
was already
blood
very
red,
famous
and a
before
rain
the
of blood
10,000
fell from the
ancient
sky.
races fell
A
into
saint had been
hibernation.
blown apart.
Human experts who cultivated
Screams
the Nine
rang
Yang
out
sword
one after
technique
another,
could also
causing one's
compete with
scalp
them.
to go numb.
Who would have thought
After
that they
a
would
few
encounter
screams,
this
the
sword
light
technique
in the sky
again
quickly
after awakening?
retreated like the
Damn
tide.
it, he's the
How's the
successor
battle
of the
going?
Nine Yang.
Seeing that the
Kill
light
him,
was
we
no
must
longer
kill
so
him.
resplendent,
The saint of
all
the
the
blue
sages
ghoul
looked
race
in the
roared
direction
crazily.
of the jade pool
The other
again.
saints
In the
also
next
had
moment,
serious
they were
expressions.
scared out of their
During the
wits.
10,000
These
ancient
sages
races,
were
the
extremely
10,000
terrifying
ancient races
existences
were
in the
strong
world,
while the human
but
race
at this
was weak.
moment, they were
However,
dumbfounded.
the human race
In the
hadn't been
void,
destroyed.
the myriad
The
dragon's
reason was that
portrait
the human
emitted
race
a
had several
resplendent
peerless
light,
experts,
and a golden
although
figure
there
stood
weren't
between
many of
heaven
them,
and
their
earth.
strength wasn't
The auras
any
of the
weaker
two
than the
collided,
10,000
tearing
ancient
apart
races.
countless
They
cracks.
could even suppress
As
the
for the
10,000
ancient
ancient races.
they were in a
Back
miserable
then,
state.
it had caused a
Blood
huge
stained
shock.
the void,
However,
and their
what
bodies
made
were
the
shattered.
10,000 ancient
Although they
races
weren't
let out a
killed,
sigh of
they were
relief
in an
was that there were
extremely
simply
sorry
too
state.
few such human
Defeated,
experts.
the
They could be
10,000
said to be as
ancient
rare
races
as
were
phoenix
actually
feathers
defeated.
and Chilan horns.
If there were a little more of such experts, the
Chapter
human race wouldn't be an
2877.
ant-like existence
This
anymore.
was too
It
unbelievable.
would definitely be one of
This
the
was
strongest
probably
races.
a major event that
Back
would
then,
shock the
those
entire
human
world.
great emperors
Everyone
hadn't
was
appeared yet.
horrified. However,
The 10,000
there were a few
ancient
people who
races
were still
shrieked
fresh in the
disbelief.
minds of the
The humans
10,000
were
ancient
extremely
races.
excited.
One of them was
Great
the Saint
Lin
Body.
Xian actually
Back
caught
then,
an
he
apex
already had
weapon
a
with his
greater
bare
success
hands.
Saint Body.
This kid was
Although
too
he didn't become a
heaven-defying.
great emperor,
Cheers
the
sounded
power of
one
the
after
Saint Body
another,
was still
and hope
fresh
was
in their
restored in
memories.
their eyes.
The second
An
was the
apex
successor
weapon?
of the
It
Nine
was
Yang.
indeed powerful.
The Nine Yang
However,
divine body
you
and the
can't hurt
hurt me with just your strength. Back then,
Lin Xian's
he had
voice was
dominated the
sonorous.
world and killed
Hurry
many
up and get
10,000
lost,
ancient
or I'll
races.
slaughter your entire
This was something
ancient
that
army.
the 10,000
Lin
ancient
Xian's body
races would
emitted
never
a
forget.
biting, cold, killing
The
intent
third was
that
the
surged
successor
forward.
of the 9
This
Yin.
caused
The
countless
9
archaic
Yin and
creatures
9
to
Yang
tremble
were
in
two
fear.
very ancient
Even the
cultivation
archaic
methods
kings
of the
were
human
filled
race.
with despair.
However,
Under
the
the other
successor
party's
of the
power,
9 Yin
they
had
had
long
no
been
way
lost.
of resisting at all.
The two ancient
The
inheritances
ancient
of the human
sages were
race
so
were
angry
slow,
that
and
they
everyone
vomited
thought
blood.
that they had
Their
disappeared.
bodies
They
reassembled,
didn't expect
but
that
their
they would appear
expressions
now.
were incomparably
Therefore,
ugly.
these
To be
10,000
honest,
ancient
their
races
minds
were
were
very
still blank
ferocious.
because they could not
They
accept
didn't
that
allow the
someone could catch
successor
an
of the
apex
9
weapon
Yang
with
to
his
appear
bare hands.
because the shadow that
What
the
kind of
successor of the
magnificent
9
feat
Yang
was
had
this?
caused back then
Perhaps
was too
only
great
the
for them.
ancient emperors
Lin
could do
Xian
it.
was equally
However,
astonished.
how
To be able to
heaven-defying was
injure
such a
3
person?
saints with a
It could be
single
said that
slash,
one wouldn't
the
appear for
swordsmanship
tens
was
of thousands
truly
of years.
terrifying. Could it be that this kid really had the might of an ancient emperor? Exhaled. Dear heavens, he was much weaker than before. If the other party was allowed to continue growing, hurriedly took out a treasure. The 10,000 ancient races would truly be finished if another emperor lord was born. Saint's soul was enveloped by countless treasures. Lin Xian, this is the 9-yang sword art, and a 9-sun I can only use one move now. Instantly, you have to watch one of carefully. The sages of the nest if you miss any move, dragons the 9-yang sword art will really be lost. And retreated in fear. The 9-yang sword the other art? Sages also Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The 10,000 dragons diagram for protection art before. Damn it! But he hadn't been able to find it. Kill him. He didn't expect that he would be able to use the 9-yang diagram at all personally now and launch a shocking attack. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Even if we have to sink the entire eastern wilderness. Don't worry. We must definitely remember it. The sages of the nest of 10,000 dragons sword art be lost. The other party was actually suppressing them so powerfully. Saint's soul was intolerable. You have already sensed the power of the greater success 9-yang divine body. I'm not afraid of you. I will also impart if you have the cultivation method of the divine body to the extreme. Let's fight to the death. Chapter 2870. Took a step forward. Who would have thought that it was actually the lost successor he was like an of the ancient great emperor? The 12 ancient saints' faces were causing the 10,000 ancient races to tremble. Of the 9 if he used the 10,000 dragons diagram at full power, he might not be able to withstand it. You're still not a match for the 10,000 ancient races. He knew that there were several extreme weapons in the eastern wilderness. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons party wanted to sink the eastern wasteland regardless of the cost. Completely released. And his dragon head of the human race would be ferocious. At that time, blood surged, the human race would be able to activate their foundation. Dragons were indeed worthy of being the top saints of divine Phoenix Ridge and Fire bloodline had already reached a level that made people despair. The saints of the nest in the next moment, dragons gritted their teeth. Green dragons danced in the wind. Why don't you take out your divine Phoenix Ridge's extreme Dao weapon as well as your Fire Qilin Cave's extreme Dao weapon? With our 3 extreme Dao monarch weapons attacking, the 9 heads were incomparably huge, and the flames on their bodies were human experts were extremely shocked. This was a unique move that could already kill weapons. Perhaps no one would be able to resist it. Of the divine Phoenix Ridge, the Western Yellow Pagoda and probably automatically awaken the sound of the two extreme great weapons appear, causing everyone to vomit Phoenix Ridge between heaven and earth. They had too many demonic sound howled as if the humans in the past were just like that. They could easily crush them to death. Coldly as he brandished the 9 they wanted to attack the humans and quickly charged over. But they actually had so many concerns. The Azure Dragons were chopped into pieces one after another. Thinking about it, they felt the terrifying Fire Qilins were also beheaded. The terrifying Phoenix Cry and demonic sound were also destroyed by his sword. If that's the case, take your people and scram. Not only that, in addition to the 9-sun sword technique, if you dare to take another step into the human city, I'll directly kill you. Boom. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering, and even he didn't back down at all. Damn it. He was now the guardian of the human race. Dragons expression he had to use a strong stance to repel the 10,000 ancient races in order to ensure the safety of the human race. Indeed, everyone knew this before. On the Jade Lake side, had the great dragon primordial soul with unparalleled attack power. However, it had once attracted the voice of countless from extremely far away. Finally disappeared. Immediately when after, he reappeared, the sky was torn apart and the great Dao divine body back to the world. A figure soared into the sky. No one knew what he had experienced in between the surroundings. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian had must have obtained a heaven-defying extremely powerful in the previous battle. The 9-yang divine body and 9-yang sword technique were too terrifying. This was a saint of the 10,000 ancient races. Originally had the great dragon sword spirit. Saint. Only now did the dragon cry resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Did everyone remember? 7 or 8 figures descended. The 9-sun sword. Each of their auras trembling with excitement. They were even more terrifying than the primordial saints from before. Great dragon sword. The human cultivators in the Jade Lake were to be the successor of the great dragon also frowned. Kid, the situation wasn't the dark turmoil. It seemed that the future achievements will definitely be much higher than their trump cards again. The soul of the 9-sun sword. Lin Xian discovered that the 8 figures that came this time really reached the peak of martial arts. Their bodies still existed in the deity crystal. Began to spread out. In other words, the 9-yang sword technique in his hand became even more terrifying. However, let's see what kind of their bodies were dragon sword soul can display. Their gazes were extremely cold. Soul was very happy. They were like divine swords. This was because he had naturally heard of the power without coming out of the great dragon sword soul. Once they came out, It
They
was
would
just that he
definitely
had
be
never
able to
had the
sweep
chance
through
to see it
everything.
before.
Needless to
Now,
say,
he did
these
not
people
expect
were
that the young man in front of him would have the great dragon sword
in the
soul.
Saint realm.
Then,
They were
when combined with his
terrifying.
9-yang sword technique,
As expected,
how powerful
facing
would
the
it be?
8 saints in the
No one
Deity
knew.
crystals,
However,
the 10
it would
primordial
definitely
saints quickly
surpass the
bowed.
9-yang sword
Seeing
technique
this scene,
alone.
everyone
Before
was
he
even
died,
more terrified.
he would be able to
These 8
experience
were
the great
definitely
dragon sword
extremely
soul,
terrifying
which had the
patriarchs.
highest attack power.
Kid, do you
The
really
9
think you
sun
can
sword
contend
was
against the
very
primordial
excited.
race?
Today,
We'll let
an
you know the
extremely
true
cold
power
sword
of an
light
extreme
erupted
weapon.
from Lin Xian's
The 8
body,
patriarchs
and a
snorted
fire dragon
coldly.
flew out.
Their auras
This was
also
formed
erupted.
by the fusion
This
of the
time,
great dragon
the
sword
10,000
soul and the
dragons
9-yang
pictures
sword
spun
technique.
once again.
After
A
this
terrifying
fire dragon,
emperor's aura
17
filled the
more
entire
fire
world.
dragons appeared.
Not good.
In the sky,
The human cultivators had
fire
originally
dragons
spewed out and directly
but now
sent the
they
3
were
great
in
sage
despair.
cultivators
The
flying
10,000 ancient
Not
races
only that,
trump cards
but the
were
bodies
simply
of the
too
3
powerful.
great sage
Lin
cultivators
Xian
split
also
open
frowned.
and were ignited.
Just now,
They
he
had
screamed
used
in
too
the
much
sky.
of the 9 sun
The sky
sword
was
saint's
filled
soul
with
to
divine
receive the
chains
emperor's
that
weapon
pierced
with his
through the
bare
9
hands.
heavens.
Now,
However,
the 9
they
sun
could
sword
not
saint's
extinguish
soul was
the
extremely
flames.
weak. The
Would he
terrifying
be able
laws
to
were
withstand
useless,
this attack?
but they could not heal
He
their
didn't
bodies.
know,
But no
today
matter what,
I will
he
kill
had
a
to
saint.
resist. Lin
What?
Xian
Do
held
you
the
think
killing
the human
sword in his
race
hand
doesn't
and
have
strode
anyone?
forward. Every step he took cracked the
Just
void.
as Lin
Xian
Xian
was
damn
about
it,
to fight to the
the
death,
ancient
a
saints
voice
retreated
also
crazily.
came from the distant
Their
sky.
bodies were still
The
torn
sky
apart,
flickered with
wrapped
golden
in light,
clouds of blood
quickly
mist
covering
as
the
they
entire
fled into
sky.
the sky.
The
There was
10,000
nothing they
dragons
could
picture
do.
shook,
The
and a
9
terrifying
sword
technique
dragon
was
was
too
too
cold.
cold. The
It turned
sunlight
into a
flames on
huge
it burned
dragon
them
that
until they
danced,
were in an
resisting the golden
incomparably
light.
miserable state.
In an instant,
They could
the
not
two
be
sides
erased
were
in a
evenly
short
matched.
period of time.
What's going
What
on?
made them even
Is
more
this kid playing
terrified was that
tricks?
the other
They
party's
stared
sword
at Lin
energy was
Xian,
too
but
sharp,
Lin Xian
and there was an
also had a look of
indestructible will
surprise.
left on it. What a
They knew
terrifying
that this
aura.
was the power
Could
of
it
the
be
great
that the
dragon
human
sword
race's
soul?
extreme
They had to
weapon had
quickly
awakened?
use the power of
The primordial
laws and
saints
runes
and the
to
8
erase this
primordial
indestructible
patriarchs
will.
all had ugly
However,
expressions.
Lin Xian's speed
If
was
that
too
was
fast.
really the case,
In an
then
instant
things
he
would be
arrived
terrible.
near them.
The Jade
3
Lake
ancient
sacred
saints were
ground,
scared
the Queen
out of
Mother
their
of the
wits.
West,
The
the Yi
primordial
family creatures in the
patriarch
distance
and the other
roared,
saints were
"Damn
also
brat,
puzzled.
Stop. What a terrifying
Patriarch
aura."
run.
They
It wasn't
cried out
weaker than an
crazily.
extreme weapon.
These ancient races had never thought that one day their saint would be hunted down.
Chapter 2878.
A thunderous sound
The
echoed
celestial
between heaven and
cauldron,
earth, shaking
void
the
mirror,
surroundings.
or the dragon
Immediately
winding
after,
cauldron.
Lin
But
Xian's
that
body
wasn't
was
it.
fixed in
They
midair.
sensed that it wasn't
Countless
an extreme
black
weapon they were familiar
surrounded
with,
him,
imprisoning
be
the
that there was
entire
an
void.
unknown extreme weapon in the world?
technique.
Everyone
It was the
cried out in
six-eared
alarm.
divine monkey race.
The human race
The
had
Yi
regained
family's
hope.
saint exclaimed.
Lin Xian
That's
also
right.
turned his head
Among
to
the
look into the
12
distance
saints,
because
one
he
of
heard
them
the
was a
9
divine
sun sword
monkey.
saint say.
It held
"It's
an
here.
iron rod in
It's
its hand
finally
and
here."
had boundless strength.
What was it?
Moreover,
Lin Xian didn't know.
it knew the even
Could it
more
be that the
strange
immobilization
immobilization
of the human race had
At
appeared?
this moment,
He
was
remembered
the
that the
thunderous
sound
sound
from its
sword
mouth
saint
that
had said
directly
that the
foundation
foundation
of
of
the
the
human
human
race was beyond the
The other
imagination
sages
of the
also made their
10,000 ancient
moves.
races.
A black
Perhaps
iron
that
rod appeared
unknown
out of
foundation
nowhere,
had appeared
flickering
now.
with terrifying
Golden
laws
light
as it
covered
covered
the sky.
toward Lin Xian.
The 9 heavens
On the
and
other
10
side,
earths,
the
also
void
urged the
trembled,
aura of the
and a
great
sickle
emperor to
slashed
resist
down
the
like a blood
10,000
moon.
dragon diagram. From
Whoosh,
within the golden
a
light,
cold wind
a
blew,
figure
and
descended.
ghost heads filled the
Lin
air.
Xian's eyes
Each of them could
widened in
devour a
disbelief
saint.
when he saw this
This
figure.
was the great
The
divine
human race
power of the
cultivators
blue
were
ghost race's
also
saint.
puzzled.
Who
In
was
an
this
instant,
person?
these
Was
ancient
this old
saints
man
all
unfamiliar?
used their ultimate
They had
techniques
never seen
and
him
charged
before.
toward Lin Xian.
However,
They had
Li
gone
Xuanxian
too far,
and the others
on the
cried
human
out in
side.
alarm.
They roared
"Greetings,
crazily.
old palace
The Gu
master."
family's saints
Well,
snorted
could
coldly.
it be that he was the
Do you think
previous
you're the
palace
only ones
master
who know
of
how to
Immortal
attack?
Palace?
Heavens,
The power of
the
the
palace
void on his
master
body
of Immortal
trembled,
Palace was
and
actually a
endless
saint.
laws danced.
They cried out
Instantly,
in alarm. Apart
Lin
from the black
Xian was
Dao
also
runes
shocked.
around Lin Xian,
That's right.
another
The old
black
man
hole
who had come
appeared
was
and
none
completely
other than
swallowed
Xiao
him.
Juyo.
In
Or
an
you.
instant,
The
Lin
archean
Xian
saint of the
disappeared
fire
from Qilin
spot.
Cave
The
shouted
moment
coldly.
he disappeared,
The
the
place
place
where he was
the old man
shattered
said
by the saint's
indifferently,
attack.
Void never heard of him. Damn it. The Archean ancient snorted coldly, crazily, and turned to stare at the Gu family. Saints were also puzzled. The Gu family had produced a Void Emperor before, of the human race, so they naturally knew the Void Palace technique. They thought of a person this kind of spatial technique was unpredictable and was indeed a headache. It couldn't really be him. The Gu family to save them. It was very likely that other than him, who else had such means to block the 10,000 dragon diagram? I can't let them attack anymore. The saints quickly conversed, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared go numb. In the sky, could it be that this old man had a great diagram emitted a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth? 10,000 ancient races at the Jade Pool. You've gone too far. The people in the Jade Pool could it be that you want to start another dark upheaval at any moment? I advise you to leave quickly and don't cause trouble. Even the sage's body began to tremble loud. but there was an unquestionable warning in his tone.
Chapter 2871.
Leave quickly? After
Just you?
suppressing the
You
jade
can
lake
also
below,
say such things
the
to me.
primordial saint
The saint
gazes
from the
pierced
fire
through the
Qilin
void,
cave sneered.
trying to find Lin
He
Xian.
struck out with his
Soon,
palm,
they
which turned
controlled
into
the
a
azure
huge
dragon
Qilin
and
hand
struck
and
out with a
grabbed
law.
downwards.
Instantly,
He wanted to
the
slap
sky
Xia
collapsed
Juyo to
and the
death.
earth cracked.
Upon seeing
Lin
this scene,
Xian appeared in front of everyone again from the endless
However,
void. Lin Xian's
Kid,
gaze
let's
remained
see
calm.
how you escape this
He
time.
knew that Xia
You're
Juyo
dead
was a
meat.
saint. Kneel
They
down
should be
and
able to
repent
deal with the current
obediently.
situation.
The primordial
As
saint
expected,
sneered.
Xia Juyo
The
sighed.
six-eared divine
Boom.
monkey was
The
still
Qilin's
worried.
big hand
It
exploded
shouted
in
3
midair,
times in
and
a row
Saint blood
and used its
splattered
great
everywhere.
divine ability.
The saint of
the
the
sky
fire
was filled
Qilin
with
cave
black
was
law
incomparably
trash,
miserable
completely
as his
sealing Lin
entire
Xian.
arm turned
This
into
time,
nothingness.
you can't escape.
The
The
saints
primordial
of the 10,000
saints
ancient
attacked again.
races were
Not
stunned.
good.
The human martial
also
artists
felt their
of the
scalps
Jade
go
Lake
numb.
sacred ground
Even
below
Lin
were
Xian was
filled with
stunned.
despair.
He knew that
Could it be
Xia
that
Juyo
Lin
was
Xian was
powerful,
going to die?
but he did not expect
After
him
all,
to be so
it was
strong.
too difficult for
to be
one
able to
person
injure
fight
a
against
primordial
so many
saint with a
primordial
single
saints.
sigh. This method
Moreover,
was too
the other
heaven-defying.
party had been frozen
Why
by
do
the
I
great
feel that
divine
he isn't
ability
any
and
weaker
could
than a
not
large
dodge at all?
success 9 young
Could the other
divine
party's
body?
9 young
Everyone
divine
was shocked.
body withstand the
At this
laws
moment,
of so many
the gazes
saints?
of all the
They did not
experts
know.
in the true
They were
spirit world
extremely
gathered
nervous.
on Xia Juyo,
In the sky,
wanting to see
the
through
laws
him.
that filled the
Damn
sky
it,
turned
how
into
dare you
streaks
injure
of
me?
divine
The
consciousness
saint of
that
the quickly
fire
charged
Qilin
toward
cave was
Lin
furious.
wanting
The
to pierce
flames on
through
his
him.
body surged
Lin
into the
Xian
sky
snorted
as he
coldly.
wanted to attack
You
again.
want to freeze me
However,
with a mere
he was stopped
immobilization
by a
technique?
primordial saint.
With a furious
The primordial
roar,
saint's body
countless
was
sword
hidden
lights
in a
rushed
divine
out from his
crystal,
body.
but his eyes
Boom,
pierced
boom.
through the void
The sword
and stared
lights
at
were
Xia Juyo.
extremely terrifying.
I've
They
said it
flickered
before,
with astonishing
on Xia
power
Juyo.
and instantly shattered all the surrounding black
I advise
runes.
you to quickly retreat and
Lin
not cause
Xian
any
let out
trouble.
a furious roar
Otherwise,
as he unleashed
you
the
won't be
9
able to
sun
bear the
sword technique
consequences.
once again.
Accompanying
Do you think
it
you
was
can
the
resist
power
the
of the
entire
great dragon
10,000
soul?
ancient races by
Under
yourself?
this attack, the
You
surrounding
overestimate
runes were
yourself.
reduced to ashes.
Our primordial
the
royal
primordial
race has
army
revived
vomited
to rule
blood
this
and
land.
retreated.
You
Their
humans
faces
should move
filled
aside.
with fear.
The primordial
Leave this
saint
place
was
quickly.
very powerful.
They also took out their
They were
sacred
even
artifacts,
stronger than the
and
primordial
10,000
saints.
dragons diagram shone
In the
down
next moment,
and enveloped
they
them.
roared
Only
and
then did they
activated
save
the
their
10,000
lives.
dragons
Lin
diagram
Xian
together.
sneered.
The
He
10,000
waved
dragons
the long sword
diagram
in his
rumbled
hand
and
transformed
transformed
in
into
all
10,000
directions.
dragons that
His
rushed
body
in all
was
directions,
unparalleled,
causing
and he was
everyone
not
to be
afraid of the
terrified.
aftershocks at
Not
all.
good.
However,
Could it be that
the
they were going
saints
to
felt
use
their
an
scalps
apocalyptic
go numb.
attack?
If that was the
he
case,
actually
the
broke
Eastern
the
wilderness would
immobilization
fall
technique.
and all of them would
The
be
six-eared
destroyed.
divine
No
monkey's
one would be
expression
able
was
to
ugly.
survive.
How could the
Xia
other
Juyo
party
was
be
so
so fearless in the face
Immobilize.
of such a scene?
Immobilize.
Shao Chen waved his hand,
He
and
shouted
golden light
coldly
filled
again.
the sky.
Black
It
laws
quickly
covered
wrapped
the sky,
around the
but they were
10,000 dragons
mercilessly
picture,
wiped out
forming
by
a
Lin
painting.
Xian's sword light.
Immediately,
Was the
the
fixed
light
body
of the
spell
10,000
very
dragons
satisfying?
diagram was
Should I
blocked.
beat you up first?
Damn it, he actually
Lin
resisted
Xian
the
stared at the
10,000 dragons
six-eared divine
diagram.
monkey.
How
The
was this
sword
possible?
slashed out like a
The
huge
8
primordial
dragons
slashing
slashing
down
down
from
from
the
the
sky.
primordial saints
Clang.
were
The
terrified.
six-eared
What was
divine
that
monkey
thing?
raised the black
Laws
iron
appeared in
rod
their
in its
eyes
hand
and
pierced
faced
through
the
the incoming
void.
attack.
In the next
Although
moment,
the black
an
iron rod
ancestral
looked
saint
unremarkable,
It
it
was
was
a
a
true
true
saint
saint
weapon.
weapon.
It's
It
the
was
investiture
engraved
of
with
the
densely
gods.
packed Dao
Where did you
runes.
get this thing?
At this
What
moment,
investiture
it was like
of
a
the
black
gods?
mountain that was
The primordial
rampaging through the
saints
sky.
and human cultivators were
Pung.
confused. There was
But
an
the expressions
earth-shattering
of the
collision.
human saints
In the
changed
next moment,
drastically.
the six-eared
The
divine
eyelids of the
monkey's
western
palm was
deserts
smashed
eminent
open by the
monks
force,
twitched,
and the
Could
black
it really
iron
be
staff
that thing?
was sent flying.
They were shocked.
One of his
Xia
arms
Juyo
was also
said
shattered
indifferently,
by the sword
I
light.
got it from the
It
spirit
was
mountain.
too terrifying.
Do you still want
How
to attack?
terrifying was
The
Lin
spirit
Xian's
mountain
sword
was
chi.
indeed there.
Even if the
The eminent
six-eared
monks
divine
of the
monkey were to
10,000
use
Buddha
a
temple
saint
weapon
weapon
to fight against
enchanted
him,
Amitabha.
it would still be
The
no
others
match
were
for
puzzled.
him. You want to
Master,
leave?
what was that thing?
Seeing that his opponent was retreating,
the
Lin
investiture
Xian
of the
followed
gods
up
very
with another
powerful?
slash.
The eminent
With a
monks
slash,
of the
the
10,000
six-eared
Buddha
divine
temple
monkey
said
was
in a
split
deep
in
voice.
half.
The
Blood rained
investiture
down
of
from
the
the
gods
sky
was a
as the
treasure
six-eared
personally
divine monkey
refined by
fled
the
like a
arch.
madman.
It was used
The
to
two
seal
halves
powerful enemy quickly merged in the distance. This was a treasure refined by a Xian roared again. Wasn't that an extreme weapon? Voice resounded Everyone through the 9 heavens. No wonder it could resist the divine sword in his hand and charged forward like a peerless god of war. The saints were shocked. Today I will kill the eminent monks of the 10,000 Buddha Temple Electric Tribe saint. Yes, it was Donghua the Arch. Already had a grudge against the Silver Electric Tribe, the investiture so he wanted to make an example of him. A peerless enemy this time, in the spirit he would not simply defeat his opponents. That he wanted to kill him completely. Had probably turned into only ashes. The death of a saint could hurt the 10,000 investiture of the gods had been intimidated them. However, that was in the arch weapon. Get lost. No one could touch it. The Silver Electric Tribe didn't expect that Xia Juyo would use it to resist the 10,000 dragons was diagram. Actually coming for him. This Xia Juyo was made him really both shocked and angry. On one hand, he was terrified of his opponent's strength. Far surpassed. On the other hand, he was extremely angry. He could actually use what was his opponent trying to do? Was he looking down on him? Heaven-defying. He quickly retreated, and a pair of human cultivators appeared on his back. Animatedly. They were completely formed by the legends about this. The arch. What he cultivated, so they didn't know much about lightning. They knew lightning about was not only violent in its attacks, the Void Emperor, but it was also extremely fast. However, the Yi family at this moment said that after the law of lightning very terrifying, the Silver Electric Tribe's saints and he cared about the common people. No one below the saint level could see him clearly. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders could not see him clearly. That was why he could become a celestial balls of light shining in the sky. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The human saints were extremely shocked. Yi received the inheritance of the Silver Electric Tribes. This was indeed have a unique advantage. One had to know that Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying saint. Moved quickly and appeared through the various directions in the skies. And it was rumored that he had already ascended to immortality. A silver lightning hammer appeared in his hand, actually a disciple of Donghua the Great. With every strike, one could only imagine how terrifying Donghua the Great the void. Terrifying runes interweaved in the sky and attacked Lin Xian. Chapter using the laws to attack from afar. Damn it, he actually blocked Silver Electric Tribe. The primordial sages really gritted their teeth. The saints of the human race patriarch sneered. Lin Xian frowned. Do you think we can't do anything? He did not want to waste time with his opponent because the dragon's portrait. Do you think you cannot fight against so many of us by yourself? He had to end the battle quickly. They exuded a cold aura. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. You think I can't do anything to you just because I'm fast? I want to destroy the human race. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian's this was one of the ultimate techniques of the 9 sun sword technique. Old Xia, a fiery red light sword into the sky. Although the other party had 8 huge flaming sword shadow sword into the sky. It covered the entire sky. They should be able to fight against them. Every inch of space was filled with the 9 sun sword chi. Lin Xian was nowhere to hide. Could it be that someone else is coming? The Silver Electric Tribe's saint was also forced back. Another voice sounded between heaven and earth. He could not dodge. Riding a sword and riding the wind, the Gu family's great void demons between heaven and universe. Unfortunately, he did not know how to do that. His voice sounded extremely carefree and at ease. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It was probably another peerless powerhouse that had instantly shattered the other party's wings of lightning. The saints were stunned. The laws in the sky also widened his eyes. The Silver Electric Tribe's saint trembled out a mouthful of blood and his eyes shone with a cold light. Damn it! Attack together and kill him. The dark red divine dragon also muttered softly. He was no match for his opponent at all. Is that guy here? Sure enough, when they heard that, the other saints also make him return my dragon essence. The primordial kings also joined divine dragon's eyes were also red. Together with their ancient treasures, they formed a peerless killing formation and attacked from afar. Whoosh. Lin Xian continued to wave his sword across the void. Divine flames surged in the sky, bloomed, shattering on the immortal formation that had just been formed. In a long robe was many primordial kings were also killed. He was holding a primeval sword in his hand, and his eyes were a little drunk at the sight of this. Little guy, well done. Golden light appeared under Lin Xian and said with a smile. He quickly dodged and avoided the laws of the wind, and there was stubble on his face. After the Silver Electric Tribe saint. However, his Electric Tribe saint condensed his everyone knew that this was a super powerhouse. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Everyone even more was that this super expert was actually related to Lin Xian. Chapter 2872. This Lin Xian is really divine monkey. They were shocked beyond belief. He shook his head and said, just come out, "It's not me. Was Immortal Palace's old palace master, then who is it?" While Lin Xian everyone was the current palace master. It's that kid. There was no need to talk about their relationship. It's that kid? This new Zhejiangxian the humans to be very and the 10,000 ancient races were stunned. It seemed to be related to Lin Xian. Was sure? Just what was he doing? Lin Xian. The Silver Lightning races they began to speculate about Lin Xian's identity. Kid, do you think you can scare me like about what those people thought? Before he could finish his sentence, he only had Wine Lord in his eyes. His expression was extremely excited. Damn it, how is this possible? Is it really you? I can't move. He screamed crazily. I would never see you again. Was he really frozen? How could that be? The people of the 10,000 ancient races as I said were stunned. When you grow up, the human cultivators were also stunned. As he spoke, how was this he threw the gourd over. Wasn't that the 6-eared divine monkey's divine ability? Wine. Damn it, the dragon sword soul simulated everything. Then he said, it was the power of the dragon sword soul. Let's fight side by side. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons of rays of light bloomed from his body. Kill him quickly, although he could no longer use the power of everyone rushed toward Lin Xian weapon. The power of his wings appeared on Lin body was enough to suppress golden runes shone on them. On the other side, as his wings the primordial saints and ancestors had gloomy expressions. Oh no, he's imitating the wings of a lightning divine ability. Two superpowers. The silver lightning race's saints' pupils constricted, their expectations. And his expression was extremely ugly. A primordial ancestor from the nest of exactly the same as his lightning wings. It was just the other party was using the dragon sword soul to simulate his divine ability. Primordial elders were powerful, and they didn't believe that the other party could contend against them. Damn it! Who said that there were only two of them wanted to struggle? Wine Lord drank and said with his body was cut in half. Don't worry, I'll use your blood to brew a pair of good wine wings were surrounded by divine chains. Courting they were incomparably sharp. The primordial saints and ancestors were the silver lightning race's saint was cut in half. The other party actually wanted to use their blood and wanted to heal. They were overestimating themselves. The five-colored divine lightning around him exploded. At the same time, they were shocked that blasted away that more human powerhouses had arrived. He quickly fled into the distance. Human powerhouses. However, not long after he flew, to know that he was slapped down by Lin Xian. Sacred grounds were suppressed by the myriad dragon's portrait. It was like a golden mountain that carried the laws and directly slapped the other party's body into a bloody mist. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been primordial ancestors of the nest. However, 10,000 dragons so powerful that they could be reborn if with just for the investiture of the gods. Therefore, they could have even though his body was shattered portrait to kill the other party. Saints still managed to escape. 10,000 dragons portrait was sealed. He formed 9 shields in front of Shin what they're capable of, and then his body reassembled. Walked out. This was the ancestor of the southern sea crocodile the nine yang sword technique. He was extremely terrifying. The 9 thunder god he transformed into a gigantic crocodile that was tens of thousands of miles long, forming one blotted out the sky and the sun as he pressed down. He pointed his finger, his power and his sword could directly obliterate the saint of the silver lightning terrifying. Damn the cultivators of the Jade Lake were terrified. The saint of the silver lightning race ancestors were truly terrifying. His body had already been shattered dozens of crocodile by the other party. Charged towards he had never been humiliated like this before. Die for me. He decided to burn his own bloodline power to kill his opponent. A divine spear. But in the next moment, he was scared his attack could kill a saint. That was because the power of the great dragon sword spirit had exploded was still lying lazily causing his body to be unable to heal. He glanced indifferently and then even his soul had been injured. 9 circles of black runes flew out from his hand. It was another ultimate move of the 9 yang sword technique. They suddenly expanded and turned into a black fire that filled the sky like an abyssal beast that was devouring everything. With a boom, the saint of the silver lightning ability was devoured like a madman. Not only that, his soul but was the southern sea crocodile god race's ancestor also screamed lightning appeared on his body, trying to extinguish the divine fire. That the black hole however, he could not do it. The divine spatial power was not worth a single attack. And a terrifying the southern sea crocodile god race's ancestors. The other sages also stepped forward one after another, crushing the void, wanting to lend a helping hand. However, he could not escape from the black runes. Long sword the swept in all directions and cut 2 saints in half. Devoured. The other saints were also whispered as and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The southern sea crocodile god race's ancestors screamed in fear. Said in a low voice, my power. In the next moment, you absorb my laws enveloped him. He screamed crazily and wanted to break free. Spirit gained the power of the laws. He could not break free at all. As if it had come to life. Shocked everyone. The saint of the silver lightning race's soul was too severely injured and was subdue a primordial ancestor so easily. Sword a few more times the void and completely destroyed the saint as the silver lightning race's soul through the 9 heavens. Now that he had obtained the power of a saint, charged out. The might of the great dragon sword soul that was activated in the state of a saint was truly terrifying. A lot of his power had been silver lightning race was killed without being able to put up any resistance. You have the devouring sword. Ruffian Long, the southern sea crocodile god race's ancestors screamed in fear. In the formation below, Ruffian Long the others were gathered the Queen Mother of the West and the patriarch of the Yi family, one of the 5 swords in the world. The silver lightning race's saint in the sky. The primordial saints patriarch, and primordial this is ancestors' expressions the ancient changed. Army had gone the devouring crazy. Sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, endless was blood as famous as the dragon between heaven and earth. Its power was split open beyond imagination. A huge fissure. It could devour everything in the world. Heaven and no one expected that not long after the dragon sword extremely terrifying another peerless divine sword, a saint had transcended heaven and earth and comprehended the laws. It was very difficult to become a saint. Among the countless invincible kings, there might not even be the world had been a legend for too long, once a saint became and it had not appeared for tens of thousands of years for them to fall. Who would have thought that the chaos caused by the 10,000 ancient races would cause the great dragon sword and the devouring sword to appear together? The sea of blood in the sky roared crazily. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice, "He's not dead?" The ancestral patriarch of the southern sea crocodile god race that he had just collected and the treasures that contained the saint's blood. He did not expect the other party to have the devouring sword, and he quickly retreated to the attack again. The other sacred lords, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. He's not dead. He had been careless just now. His soul has been destroyed. He was not afraid of the other party. So what if it was the devouring sword? Could it be that they were divine power to destroy the other party's body? Let's use the second extreme weapon side. The ancestral patriarch of the nest of blood was not a legend. Said in a deep voice. Their blood contained everything. The even carried the inheritance of the divine Phoenix Ridge nodded. Therefore, it seemed that this was the only way. He would not be killed. There was no other way. Sure enough, the current situation was beyond their expectations. Reformed into the 10,000 dragons portrait was Silver Lightning race's and the other party had two super experts, abnormally pale. In addition, his killing intent given them a headache. If they did not use the patriarch is not dead, they would probably have to retreat. Heaved a sigh of relief. How could they be willing to do that? Sneered. They had planned for so long. I don't know how you used all their strength to kill the human race. However, if they retreated now, wouldn't they be mocked? Do you really think you can kill a ancestral patriarch with just come this time? You can't do it. As long as they control it carefully, you think they should not alarm the other extreme weapons. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since they had already decided, isn't it just rebirth from a drop of the divine Phoenix Ridge? Watch me destroy all your blood. He shouted of a phoenix rushed out from her body and covered the 9 heavens. The 9 sun sword covered the sky and began to shake, forming a world of laws that enveloped from the divine lightning ridge in the distance. Boom! A ray of light streaked across the 9 heavens, divine fire, bringing with it an invincible radiance as it into a flaming dragon that burned the silver lightning races. The void turned into nothingness. Not only was his soul living beings below, but his body was also burning even cracked and turned into a bloody mist. Evaporated. An extreme weapon. It was destroyed by the sword emperor's aura. Evaporated again. Another extreme grade weapon had been born. Everyone in the world was shocked. 73. The 10,000 ancient races, the silver lightning race's sage was really dead. On the other hand, he could not be resurrected with despair. This scene stunned the 10,000 Archean family patriarch, the sage's pupils also constricted, and the others also had really killed the silver lightning race's sage. Xiaojuyo's eyes flickered, but fear rose in their hearts. Indifferent. Patriarch, the extreme weapon primordial life void and instantly arrived above the jade madly. A terrifying emperor's aura of emperors to the ground. The 1,000 dragons dragon portrait was also Lord Primordial Kings were also so angry that they vomited blood. It was still one of their sages was killed just like that. Everyone heaved a sigh of this at all. That was a sage. They could still restrain the 10,000 dragons diagram. It was absolutely unimaginable. They would be facing two extreme weapons. The other 10,000 Archean races that there was one more terrified. If Lin Xian still had his previous strength, he might be able to take on the monarch sages were also in danger. The humans were also shocked. A sage was such a terrifying thousand humans of God, however, blood could kill all of them. Moreover, of them. It was very difficult to kill a sage who could be reborn from a drop into a phoenix divine spirit. They saw and thousands of rays of light with their own eyes. Each of them he was killed into a terrifying great Tao that interweaved in the sky. This made them extremely excited. An extreme weapon of the divine by a young prodigy of the human race, being activated by the old ancestor of divine Phoenix Ridge. It emitted a clear and melodious sound that would never be repeated in the future. 100,000 mountain peaks sages were also amazed, and millions of lands, even the ancient emperors, were only turning into darkness when they were young. It was too terrifying. They might not be able to do it. After all, just a trace of the extreme weapons might was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Silver lightning races nothing could withstand it. He snorted coldly and looked into the distance again. The sect masters and saints on the blood moon races facing the extreme weapon. They were blood moon races sage's hair stood on end. They could not resist at all. Went numb. Outside, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He called out to his companions and prepared to join forces. Surrounded him. He used his powerful physique to resist the emperor's might. That resounded through the 9 heavens. An endless black hole appeared beside the sky split open, quickly devouring the aura that filled the sky. Turned into the 9 suns stood there without directly pierced. His eyes seemed to have turned into 2 universes. The blood moon terrifying power also surged from his body. Damn it, hurry up and attack. If it was activated by an emperor, clan retreated frantically and reformed his body. But now, his eyes were filled with endless fear. Today, his opponent was with my bare hands. Just one move was enough to cut him in half. Although his face was old, he was like a mountain. He had to join forces with others. You want to take on an emperor's weapon with your bare hands? The nest of 10,000 dragons? Divine Phoenix Ridge, the divine Phoenix Ridge's patriarch laughed sinisterly and prepared to join forces to kill the other party. The Phoenix bell spun in the sky, carrying hundreds of millions of great dows. Furthermore, his large light turned into the phantom of a phoenix, had already surpassed these ordinary saints as it attacked Xia. Even the saints of the far ancient imperial family were unable to stop him. The phoenix was born from the flames and could burn everything. Lin Xian sneered. Xia Juyo shouted his 9-yang sword his robes and gathered the power of the great dragon sword spirit, and 2 stars have turned into a peerless eternity. In the end, his body enlarged into 2 universes light and charged forward, illuminating the 9 heavens, and 10 palms carried the universe and collided with the phoenix that was reborn from the flames. The heavens. There was a rumbling sound, a monstrous light and terrifying divine fire as it slashed down wildly in the sky. The saints of the Blood Moon clan took out their saint weapons and used their most powerful divine powers. Flames spread in all directions, was covered by the blood-colored moon in the sky, but it was still the stars in the sky seemed to have been replaced. Under this attack, he was once again cut into 4 pieces. It was incomparably terrifying. Remember, you are the primordial saint of the primordial era to be killed by me. Sect masters felt the chill in their hearts, cold as the light of the 9 suns covered the sky. After the attack, another terrifying divine in the sky disappeared, great dragon sword spirit, phoenix flames forming the 8 desolation fire dragon that also became clear again. The saint of the Blood Moon clan stood there and no longer existed. He was unharmed. The humans were stunned, ancient races while the 10,000 ancient races side of the human race crazily. They also the people of the Blood Moon clan catching an emperor's weapon with his bare hands. Their saint had another person caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands. Felt a chill in their hearts. The power of the emperor weapon this time was even more terrifying. Killing a saint was like cutting cabbage. Damn it, they were too super sage. Previously, why didn't they know that there was other party's physical body was human race for a beating, and that he didn't know he was a living sage? They could join forces to kill him in a god crystal. However, everyone cried out in alarm. The other party was using now was simply the primordial saints' faces were gloomy, and the primordial ancestors of the divine Phoenix Ridge had a ferocious expression. They had such a guess in their hearts. The terrifying power of a large success, the other party really blocked his attack. Was definitely not something they could imagine. Damn it, who was the other party? The 10 saints, the patriarch of the nest delay of 10,000 dragons. They quickly used the 10,000 dragons picture to kill him. Probably an old monster who has lived for countless years. The 10 saints quickly rose into the sky. Let's hurry up and use the Phoenix Bell and the 10,000 dragons diagram to send the investiture of the gods flying. With the 10,000 dragons we'll gather the 2 emperor weapons and kill them. 3 saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons were the leaders. And the other patriarchs and 10 primordial saints moved together. They controlled the 10,000 dragons picture together. An incomparably resplendent light. The terrifying 10,000 dragons picture rotated in the sky. Together with the 10,000 dragons diagram, strands of extreme emperor's aura investiture of the gods. This was an aura that was even more terrifying than that of great Taos to seal everything. The entire world was trembling. But no matter how powerful it was, not a single space was intact of 2 emperor weapons. It was filled with black holes and cracks. In an instant, the investiture of the gods trembled as if it was about to fall from the sky. The primordial era army trembled as they knelt on the ground. The Queen Mother and the others were terrified. They had their own extreme weapons the investiture of the gods so they were enveloped by the power of the 2 emperor weapons would be enough to destroy them in an instant. However, Emperor Tower, the Jade Lake was in danger and revive. Although there was a peerless array formation and a terrifying sacred ground communicated with the West Emperor Tower, the array formation cracked. They couldn't revive it in a short period of time. It could not withstand it at all. This made them even more anxious and uneasy. Really going to die here? On the other hand, those cultivators were terrified. Extremely excited. The 7 saints had solemn expressions. But the Queen Mother heaved a sigh of relief. The human race did the other party use an extreme weapon? It was really a blessing in disguise. Although the universal diagram did not specifically target the Jade Lake sacred ground, of the gods the Jade Lake still pushed back. The entire sacred ground was torn apart again, could be destroyed at any moment. Dragons rushed into the clouds. At this moment, they tore through the void, surged forming a terrifying beam of light shot into the sky and froze the Jade cultivators in the quintessential world which had been torn apart. Instantly healed, full of despair. What's going on? They had broken free. The primordial emperor creatures were going to work together to kill them. In the sky, the Jade Lake the 10,000 dragons diagram released its extreme expressions changed drastically, and the Phoenix Bell spun continuously. Not
The
good.
two were going to
It's an
work
extreme
together
weapon.
to kill Lin Xian.
Did the 10,000
Xia
dragons
Zhuyo and
picture
Wine Lord
activate the West
Lin
Emperor Tower?
Xian roared and
Damn
used
it,
his
don't
greater
target the
success
Jade
divine
Lake.
body.
They
Cried
cried
out
out
in
in
alarm
to the death
and controlled the
At this
10,000
moment,
dragons
there was a
picture
loud
to isolate the
explosion
Jade
in
Lake.
the eastern
The
wilderness.
Jade Lake was an
Then,
extreme
a golden
Tao
pillar
sacred
of
ground
light
shot
shot
into
into
the
the
clouds
and
and
suppressing
spread
it.
continuously.
They couldn't destroy
The
it at all.
terrifying Emperor
Forcefully
aura
appeared
attacking
again,
would only
suppressing
activate
the
the
nine
other
heavens.
party's extreme
At
weapon
this
and
moment,
awaken it.
all the
If the
10,000
West
ancient
Emperor Tower
races
really
trembled,
awakened,
their
then the
scalps going
10,000
numb.
ancient races
Apex
would
weapon,
lose their advantage.
another apex weapon
Therefore,
had been born.
they did not allow
Damn
the
it,
West
it
Emperor
was the
Tower
human
to
race's
awaken.
extreme
Big
weapon.
Brother Xian,
They felt
come
like their
quickly.
bodies were about
Inside
to
the
explode.
Jade Lake,
This was
Murong
definitely
Qingqing
not
called
an
out.
extreme weapon
Shen
of the
Jingqiu also
10,000
shouted,
ancient races.
Big Brother Lin
The
Xian,
pressure on the
come
human
quickly.
side was greatly
That's right.
reduced.
Lin Xian
At the
would be
same
safe
time,
once he
they
entered
were
the
shocked.
Jade Lake. Another
Before
Emperor
Lin
weapon
Xian
had
had
appeared.
appeared,
The
Yi
10,000
Wudao,
dragons
the Yi
picture in the
family
sky
patriarch,
shone down
and the
with
Yi
10,000
family
rays
sage
of
exclaimed,
light, cutting
the
off the void
celestial
and
Emperor
blocking
cauldron.
everything.
It was the
You
heaven
can
and
escape.
earth cauldron.
Be
Had the
destroyed
Yi
immediately.
family's celestial
He
Emperor
sneered.
cauldron awakened?
The other sages, the Queen Mother, the Gu family patriarch, and the other sect leaders all widened their eyes. How could the celestial Emperor cauldron awaken? One had to know that the West Emperor Tower had yet to awaken. How could the celestial Emperor cauldron awaken? Could it have broken the seal of the 10,000 dragons diagram? Impossible. How could the celestial Emperor cauldron awaken? On the side of the 10,000 ancient races, the ancient sages and ancestral elders also screamed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although they had used two extreme weapons, they were still careful not to alert any of them. Not to mention the celestial Emperor cauldron, even the West Emperor Tower, which was so close to them, had not awakened. Not to mention the celestial Emperor cauldron even further away. Damn it, what had happened? Could it be that the Yi family cultivators had forcefully awakened the celestial Emperor cauldron? But how did those people do it? All of a sudden, all the ancient experts were stunned. Xia Zhuyo and Wine Lord smiled. Lin Xian was astonished. It seemed that Xia Zhuyo and Wine Lord weren't the only ones on the human clan side. The cauldron of the celestial emperor flew out from the Yi family and floated above the 9 heavens, emanating the aura of the Great Path. Hum below the heaven and earth peak, a figure walked over quickly, making him look like a god. What's going on? Someone had really activated the Arch Cauldron. Who was it? Was it the saint of the Yi clan? The elites of the 10,000 ancient races stared at the figure. Below, the Yi family cultivators and the other Holy Lands cultivators all turned their heads and looked over. That was especially true of the saint of the Yi clan, Leaf Daodenier, and Yang Qi. They didn't know who that person was. The celestial emperor's cauldron arrived near the jade pool in an instant. It intersected with the investiture of the gods, resisting the myriad dragon's portrait and the phoenix bell. In the sky,
What's wrong?
the 10,000
Are you
dragon
trying to
picture
bully us
became
humans
more
because
and more
we don't
terrifying.
have an imperial weapon?
It was controlled by
The
the
person's
10
voice
saints
was
to
ice
avoid
cold.
the jade lake.
It was a majestic figure with a
light
head of
illuminated
white
the
hair.
9 heavens.
He was very
The
eye-catching.
10,000 dragon
However,
picture seemed to
although
have
his
come to
hair was
life
white,
as
he
countless
didn't look
giant
old.
dragons
His
circled in the
face
sky.
was as sharp as a
At
knife,
this moment,
and he
not
looked to
only
be
the
in his
jade
30s.
lake, but also the entire true spirit world.
Of course,
all
they
living
wouldn't be
beings were
fooled by
prostrating on the
appearances.
ground. This
Heavens,
should be an
what kind of
expert who
aura
had
is
lived
this?
for countless
Damn
years.
it, it's too
The
terrifying.
other party's aura was
Is it a
too
saint?
terrifying and
No,
strange.
it's not a saint.
It was completely
A saint
different
doesn't
from the
have
golden
this
path
power.
above.
It's the
It was
arch.
pitch black
Has
like
the
ink,
arch
like a
revived?
demonic
It's an
cloud that
extreme
shrouded
weapon.
him.
Heavens,
This scene was
is
too
someone
strange.
using an extreme
It was
weapon?
unbelievable
Countless
that a demonic
clans and
figure
sects
could
were
control the
terrified.
radiant
The
and
human
holy
race had been
celestial
living on
emperor's
this land
cauldron
for tens of
Even the
thousands of
patriarch
years.
of the Yi clan,
Other than
Yi
some
Wudao,
forbidden lands,
and the other
the
elites
rest
of
of
the
the
Yi
land
clan
was
were
filled
stunned.
with humans.
Who was this person?
Those who went to the
He
Jade
wasn't a
Lake
saint
were
of
the
the
top
Yi clan.
sections.
How could
The
he
other
control their
families and sects
celestial
didn't go.
emperor's cauldron? Of course, they were
Could
all
it be
watching
that
closely.
the other party had
Now
forcefully
they could
taken
feel
their
a
celestial
terrifying
emperor's
pressure
cauldron
coming from the distant
But how
east.
was that possible?
They were all terrified.
The celestial
Could
emperor's
it be that
cauldron
the
was
battle
an
was
extreme
so
weapon?
terrifying that they
Who
had
could
to
take
use
it?
an extreme
Apart
weapon?
from the elites
This
of
aura?
the Yi clan,
So many
no one
dragons.
could use it.
This should
Thus,
be an
in
extreme
instant,
weapon of
the
the
Yi
10,000
family's
experts
ancient
were all
races.
stunned.
Those
When the
people
elites
trembled
and
as they
saints
looked
of
into
the
the
other
distance.
sacred grounds learned
Where
about
are
this,
extreme
they
weapons?
were also stunned.
Could it be that they weren't
couldn't
used?
understand what was
Heavens,
going on.
what should we do?
Lin Xian was
Without
also
an extreme
very
weapon,
surprised.
we can't fight
No matter
against
how he
them.
looked at it,
Even
this
a saint
person
couldn't,
didn't look
unless
like an
the
elite
arch
of the Yi
revived.
clan.
Buzz.
The Yi clan's
The 10,000
cultivation
dragon
technique
pictures
was
very
power
obvious
shook the
and
heavens and
special.
earth.
It was
Other
golden.
than all the living
After
beings
all,
in the
the
true
Yi
spirit
clan
world
had the
trembling,
bloodline of
the
an
other
emperor.
the archweapons
Although
were
they
also
only had
alarmed.
one saint body,
Countless
the
people
cultivation
regarding the Yi
techniques of
family.
others were the same.
Suddenly,
They
the
were all
heavens and earth
cultivation
trembled
techniques
as a
of the
shocking
emperor
light
race.
shot into the sky.
However,
the
person in
celestial
front of
emperor
him was
cauldron shone
completely
brightly.
different.
His
family,
entire body
an
was
ancient
pitch black
mirror
like
circled
ink.
in the universe.
This was
emitting
a
demonic
cultivation
cultivation
technique.
arch aura.
Looking
It
at
was
the
the
other
Gu family's
demonic
void
aura,
mirror.
the
Lin
extreme
Xian
weapons of
suspected
the
that the
Yi and
Gu
Gu
families
families
released
would
a terrifying
resurrected, but it soon
he
quieted
couldn't
down.
be from the demon
The
race,
10,000
right?
dragon
For
picture
a moment,
deliberately
Lin
avoided
Xian
them.
suspected that the demon
Similarly,
race had stolen
the extreme weapons of the
weapon
Dao
and was here to
sacred
kill the
ground,
human race.
wavering light
However,
sacred ground,
judging from
great
the other
Xia
party's
dynasty,
tone and appearance,
Nine dynasty,
he seemed to be
and
on the
Thousand
side
Buddha
of the
temple
human race.
also quickly dimmed.
Therefore, he
Northern
was stunned
Plains,
for a moment.
Demon King Palace.
Xia Jiuyo
They
and
were
Lord
also
Alcohol's
extreme
lips
Dao
curled
sacred
up.
grounds and
You're
had the
finally
Demon
here.
King Pagoda.
Or you-
At
In
this
front,
moment,
Fire
the Demon
Qilin
King Pagoda
Cave's
old
also emitted
ancestors
a
shouted
terrifying
coldly.
aura when it
Their
felt the
faces
arch
were
aura of the
incomparably
10,000
gloomy.
dragon picture.
Damn it,
but it also
why
quickly
was the
dimmed.
human race's side
However,
so strange?
no one knew that in the
Every
Demon
time
King's
at the critical
palace,
moment,
a beautiful
a
woman
powerhouse
dressed
would
in
jump
white
out.
had opened her eyes.
Furthermore,
her
the other
gaze
party
was as
brought
bright
an
as the
extreme
stars.
weapon.
Her
This
Thearch's
extreme
Thearch's
weapon,
aura.
they were
But
also
the Arch
incomparably
Pagoda,
familiar
so
with
no
it.
one felt the
The
Arch
celestial
Pagoda.
emperor
The
cauldron
arch
was an
weapons, the arch
extremely
weapons, the
terrifying
arch, the arch
extreme
weapons.
weapon left
This
behind
beautiful
by
woman
heavenly
was
emperor
none
Yi.
other than
I
Yen
am the
Ryu.
demon master.
Her body was actually
ancient
emitting
ants
the emperor's
actually
might
dared
of
to
an
threaten the
extreme
human
Dao
race.
weapon.
Why
It was
aren't
truly
you kneeling
shocking.
down and accepting
The arch,
death?
the arch was the arch,
The
was
demon
the arch,
master
the
was
arch, the
even
arch.
more insolent,
The arch,
not putting
the
these
arch
10,000 ancient races in his eyes at all. Even facing the ancient saints and ancient ancestors, he still suppressed them with an extremely domineering attitude.
Ants?
Of times
We
the
are
thousand
ants?
ancients were all stupefied.
ancient races.
The archtice. The ancient powerhouses
Instead,
and
they
saints were
secretly
so
passed on
angry
some
that they
information
vomited
and
blood.
provided some
Damn it,
resources
really
and
too
spirit
veins. The other party
this
actually
moment,
didn't
the
put
head
them
of
in
the
his
Yen
eyes.
family and
Courting
Yen
death.
Nantian since
Those
the
terrifying
terrifying
old
aura emitted by
ancestors
the
erupted
10,000
with
dragons
extremely
picture,
terrifying
and their
power.
eyes flickered.
The imperial
Was he
weapons
finally
above
going to
their
use
heads
an extreme
flickered with
weapon?
incomparable
It
light.
seemed like this battle
However,
was about to
this
end.
new demon master
With
was
so
still
many
not
sacred
afraid.
masters,
He
sect
similarly
masters,
snorted
and
coldly
experts
and
gathered at
raised
the
his
fairy
palm.
lake.
They would
Endless
probably
demonic
all
energy
die.
formed a
No one
large
could
black
withstand
hand,
the might
directly
of the
grabbing
extreme
the
Dao.
celestial emperor cauldron
This time,
and smashing
the human
it forward.
race was truly
Under this
destroyed.
attack, heaven
Don't
fell
worry,
and earth
the human
split.
race won't
As
go
if it was going
extinct.
to destroy the
Our
world,
Yen family will
endless
still
cracks
exist.
appeared.
In
Making
the
these
future,
ancient
we will be
saints
the
and
kings
old
of men.
ancestors all
The head of the
changed their
Yen family
expressions.
revealed a
Damn
hint
it,
of fanaticism.
quickly block it.
Yen
They
Nanshan's
activated
eyes
the
also
two monarch
flickered.
weapons as if
In
they
the
had
sky,
gone mad,
the extreme
forming
Dao
countless great
10,000
Dao
dragons
laws that
diagram
enveloped
released
them and the
brilliant
supreme
light.
ancient
It was
army
too
below.
resplendent.
Otherwise,
Illuminating
this attack
the
would have
entire
been more
world.
than enough to
Below,
reduce everyone
the
to
cultivators
ashes.
in the jade
After
pool
this
trembled
attack,
and
the
prostrated
mountains
themselves.
and rivers shattered,
Fortunately,
and blood
because of
flowed
the
into
West
rivers.
Emperor Tower, their lives were not in danger. However, Lin Xian outside was not
Chapter
necessarily
2882.
safe. Lin
The
Xian
primordial
was now
saints
floating
and
in the
primordial
sky and couldn't
ancestors
return to the
also
Jade
felt
Lake,
their blood
so he could
boil.
only face the
A few
extreme
of them were
grade
even
weapon
injured.
alone. Their faces were
Lin Xian
abnormally
is really
gloomy.
in danger.
Damn it,
In
was
terms
the
of
other party
strength,
crazy?
he was no match
He
for an
actually
extreme
used an
weapon.
extreme weapon
He
like
couldn't
this.
face an extreme
Could it
weapon.
be that he really
The
wanted to
sect
destroy
master and
this
the
world?
saints of the human
The
race
people on
were
the Jade
extremely
Lake side
anxious.
also
The
vomited
7
large
saints all
mouthfuls of
wanted
blood.
to leave.
Their faces
However,
were filled
they were
with
intimidated
fear.
by the
Damn it,
extreme weapon
was he
and
here to
couldn't
save
move
the
at all.
human race or
Senior,
to destroy the world?
can you withstand it?
Their bodies
Lin
trembled.
Xian asked in
The
a deep
person in
voice.
front of them was too
His
powerful.
expression was
He was
incomparably
both
good
good
and
and
evil.
because the power
Although
of the
he came
extreme
for the human
weapon
race,
far
his
surpassed
methods
the combined
were
power of
abnormally
the 12
arrogant.
saints. It was as
Don't
if he
worry,
didn't have any
if it's an
scruples.
extreme weapon in its
Even
peak
if they
state,
destroyed
I
this
won't
world,
be able to
he wouldn't
withstand it.
care. But now,
Such a method
it's not
not only
powered by a
terrified
great
the
human
emperor,
race,
it's
but
powered
also
by
the
a few
10,000
saints.
ancient races.
Moreover,
because
the West
such a
Emperor
person
Tower
had
is
no
nearby,
scruples, so it's
if they
impossible
really
for them to
fought,
fully
the
activate
10,000
it.
ancient
They must
races
have some
would probably
scruples.
suffer great losses.
Therefore, it's
Damn
not
it. difficult to
Hurry up
withstand
and
the
stop
extreme
the
investiture of the
However,
gods.
I need
The
to consume
celestial
too
emperor
much of my
Cauldron
soul.
definitely
Perhaps
couldn't let
after
them use their
resisting the
extreme
extreme
weapons
weapon,
again.
I won't
The
be able to
patriarch
use
of the
those
nest
divine
of
towers
10,000
anymore.
dragons roared.
Hearing this,
The
Lin
patriarch
Xian
of the
gasped.
fire Qilin
The
cave
situation
also
was
shouted
actually
coldly.
so serious.
If it really didn't
However,
work,
he
they
still
would
had
use
to
their
resist
extreme
the
weapons.
extreme weapon.
They also
He said,
planned to use their
"Senior,
third
give
extreme
it your
weapon.
all.
There
I
was
hope
no
you can
rush.
help save the human
Let's
race.
seal their extreme weapons
Of course,
first.
you must
We'll
lock
fight
the
them.
last trace
They
of your
have
soul.
fewer people.
Even if you
We
don't
don't
use
believe
any
that they
divine
can contend
powers,
against us.
just your greater
The eighth
success,
primordial
divine
body and
ancestors
pure
quickly
physical
communicated.
strength will be enough.
Indeed,
Don't worry,
the other
I know
party
this.
had a terrifying
I will
figure,
definitely hold
but they
on
had a
until
lot
the
of
end.
saints on their side.
I can sense a few
If they
powerful
attacked together,
auras
they
rushing
didn't
over.
believe that the
The
other
9
party
Sun
could
Sword
contend
Saint
against
Soul
them.
said, Don't worry,
this is
the
too
human race
shameless,
won't
isn't
be
it?
destroyed.
Below,
The foundation
dark red
of the
dragon
human
and the
race
others
is
gritted
not
their
something the
teeth.
10,000
The white-haired
ancient races
demon
can
lord
imagine.
snorted coldly.
Hearing this, Lin Xian was
courting
shocked.
death.
It
You
seemed that
ants
the
aren't
nine
enough to
sun
fight
sword
in front
saint
of
had
me.
sensed something.
He was too arrogant.
However, he didn't
The
sense
primordial
it, and the
ancestors
nine
were
sun
so
sword
angry
didn't
that
say
they
in
vomited
detail.
blood crazily.
Could it be that other
the white-haired
human saints
demon
were
lord
rushing
shouted
over?
coldly.
But what was
With
the
my
use of
demonic
more
blood,
saints rushing
I'll
over?
kill my way up
He
to
didn't
the
know,
nine heavens.
and now,
Whoever
he couldn't
wants
think
to
about
attack,
these things.
just come.
He had to quickly
Do you
deal
think
with the
we'll fight you
extreme
one-on-one?
weapon in the sky.
The 8 patriarchs
Senior,
walked up.
start. The 10
Lin
primordial
Xian snorted
saints did the
coldly
same.
as a golden light
A terrifying
erupted from his
power
body.
surged out,
Rune
completely
precepts
enveloping
floated out
Xia
from his
Luyu
body.
and the others.
You still want
Lin
to resist?
Xian snorted
Die
coldly.
for me.
Light surged from his body. Lord Jiu used the devouring sword and surrounded him. Xia Juyo was like a god of the universe. And this kind of demon lord was even more terrifying. The demon chi surged as if it wanted to overturn the entire world. Who dares to stand with me? Right at this moment, another biting cold voice sounded from the sky. Then, a figure descended, trampling all over the place. My saber can't wait any longer and wants to drink the saint's blood. Wild laughter rang out as a blue figure turned into a saber light, splitting the void. It had appeared. The human experts had appeared again. Below, the human warriors exclaimed. In this short period of time, there were too many surprises for them. First, the white-haired demon lord appeared and used the celestial the arch-cauldron. Then, 2 more terrifying figures appeared. Not only that, but they were also very powerful. A 3rd powerful figure had also arrived. As soon as she appeared, countless forests appeared in the sky. With a wave of her hand, the injured people in the fairy lake were instantly healed. Heavens, how miraculous! My injuries have actually recovered. Who was this person? She was a life-type saint. The others cried out in alarm as they felt an abundance of power. Lin Xian felt that the power in his body had also recovered. In fact, even the soul of the 9 suns' divine body had become slightly stronger. This made him happy, but he couldn't care less now. His eyes were fixed on the figures in front of him. Among them, a powerful figure descended, trampling all over the place. Father, is that you? Lin Xian shouted. He realized that he was too familiar with this figure. It was his father, Lin Zhan. What? When this voice came out, everyone was stunned. The humans and the 10,000 ancient races were all stunned. Father? Among these figures, Lin Xian's father was actually among them. It can't be. Lin Xian actually has such a great background. His father was an incomparably terrifying saint. The experts of the human race were all stunned. The people on the 10,000 ancient races side were even more terrified. This kid was too strange. He was powerful, and he knew Xia Juyo, Wine Lord, and this new expert. A total of 6 figures had appeared, and 3 of them were related to this kid. Damn it, this kid's future achievements were probably limitless. They had to think of a way to get rid of him. The primordial saints glared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The imposing figure turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Xian, you've really grown up. You can take care of yourself now. Father. Lin Xian walked up excitedly, his eyes red. Lin Zhan smiled. Now wasn't the time to talk. After defeating the 10,000 ancient races, let's have a good drink. Alright. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Let's work together and defeat these 10,000 ancient races. She was extremely excited. She didn't expect to see Wine Lord and her father here. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. Her father and Wine Lord seemed to know each other, and their relationship wasn't ordinary. What was going on? Her father was just an ordinary cultivator. Although he was powerful, that was only in the Tianwu domain. But now, he had become someone of the indomitable great sage. And it seemed like he had been carrying out a secret mission with Wine Lord and the others. Lin Xian felt that his father and the others seemed to be preparing a shocking plan, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps this plan would affect the safety of the human race. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. Lin Zhan turned his head and looked at the surroundings. His loud voice rang out. I'm Lin Zhan. Who dares to stand against me? You're overestimating yourself. Do you really think you can go against us? Without an extreme weapon, the human race is nothing. On the opposite side, a figure walked up from the 8 ancestors. It was the ancestor of the Bai clan. The Bai clan was extremely powerful. They were from the primordial royal race, and they were known as the uncrowned kings. It was said that the Bai clan was known as the strongest royal race after the royal family. Therefore, at this moment, when their ancestor walked out, the humans all held their breaths. He was too powerful. He was definitely someone who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Yes, their bloodline power was said to be terrifying. Would that Lin Zhan be able to block it? Now, the 4 extreme weapons from both sides were facing each other. They didn't use them. Instead, these sages were prepared to fight personally. Lin Zhan looked at the other party and snorted. The Bai clan? Very well, let me see if your uncrowned kings are as powerful as the legends say. Lin Zhan walked out in large strides. You will see it for yourself. However, the price you will pay is your life. The ancestor of the Bai clan also walked out. This ancestor's body emitted a silver glow. His entire body seemed to be made of silver, and he exuded a heavy aura. His physique was strong to an unparalleled extent. To be honest, my target isn't you. I'm targeting your kid. He has the 9 Yang divine body. It's rumored that the 9 Yang divine body has unparalleled strength and a strong physique. I really want to fight with him. But don't worry, after killing you and your son, I will let you and your son reunite in the netherworld. The ancestor of the Bai clan said coldly. In the next moment, runes appeared under his feet. Silver-white Dao runes also appeared on his body. Terrifying divine chains of order danced in the air. Accompanied by his fist, he punched forward. So powerful. The 7 human sages of the Jade Lake sacred ground had already flown up to assist Xia Jiuyo, the demon ancestor, and the others. However, at this moment, when they felt this punch, their expressions changed, and they retreated frantically. They didn't dare to take it head-on. They had no choice. Before the punch arrived, just the aura brought by the laws had already caused their bodies to split open. This punch would definitely be able to kill them instantly. In the field, the demon ancestor, Xia Jiuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also moved and flew into the sky. They watched the battle silently. They weren't very nervous. Lin Xian was a little nervous. Although he knew that his father was very powerful, the Bai clan was even more terrifying. Chapter 2883. Feeling the power of this punch, Lin Zhan snorted coldly. His eyes shone brightly. An aura that could suppress the surroundings surged from his body. A loud roar shook the heavens and earth. Lin Zhan also waved his fist. His fist didn't have a resplendent glow. It was simple and unadorned. He pushed it forward just like that. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The silver runes in the sky split open. That terrifying silver fist was torn into pieces. Silver-white blood danced in the sky, piercing through the void. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and groaned. He was injured. The old ancestor of the Bai clan was actually injured. How was this possible? The other primordial saints and the other 7 ancient ancestors were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was the Bai clan. Their physique was extremely strong, and they were known as the uncrowned king. It was even rumored that they weren't weaker than the 3 royal families. Such a terrifying physique. But now, he was actually injured by a single punch. Damn it. Who exactly was this man in front of them? Impossible. The primordial kings below screamed miserably. The old ancestor of the Bai clan retreated and stabilized his body. His body trembled slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He was actually injured in the battle with the other party. The humans were also dumbfounded. The 7 saints, the Queen Mother of the West, the Yi family, and the others were extremely shocked. They had seen the powerful Bai clan in the records. But now, Lin Zhan injured him with a single punch. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Father is so powerful. He's actually not weaker than my phenomenal success divine body. Indeed, he realized that the power that Lin Zhan displayed now was too heaven-defying. It was far beyond his imagination. What exactly had his father experienced all these years? Or was his father a super expert to begin with? Lin Xian didn't know. Suddenly, he thought of the sword-shaped pendant that his father had given him before. It was also extremely mysterious. Could it be that his father had endless secrets on him? In front, Lin Zhan retracted his fist. His cold voice sounded. Bai clan, you're not my match. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. The silver ancestor was furious. Earlier, he didn't think too highly of the other party, so he didn't use his full strength in that punch, resulting in him suffering a loss. At this moment, he was going to use all of his strength to kill him. He wanted to use the other party's blood to wash away his humiliation. 1,000 hands of silver. With a roar, silver laws danced in the air. This time, the power he used was many times stronger than before. That was because his killing intent had been aroused. He had to kill the other party. In front of him, silver divine chains intertwined with each other. Terrifying silver laws danced as if gods and demons had appeared between heaven and earth. Kakaka. The silver ancestor's body continued to grow. Not only that, silver arms appeared on his back. It was extremely terrifying. There were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 silver arms danced in the air like demons. Terrifying saintly aura filled the sky. With a furious roar, 1,000 arms burst forth at the same time, bringing along divine chains of laws that filled the sky, suppressing forward. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The experts on the human side were terrified. The primordial king of the Baiyin clan laughed sinisterly. 1,000 hands of silver, our ancestor is angry. Humans, just wait for your death. I'll let you know our strength. This was the ultimate technique of the Baiyin clan. With 1,000 hands, it could kill the primordial ancestors of the other clans. It could be said to be extremely powerful. They didn't believe that the middle-aged man on the other side could block it. Fine, I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Zhan also took a step forward. Light erupted from his body, spewing out a domineering aura. At this moment, he was as powerful as an ancient overlord. He was extremely powerful. Tyrant Fist of the Heavens. With a punch, he suppressed heaven and earth and destroyed all the laws in the world. He wanted to destroy the entire world. What a terrifying aura. The bodies of the primordial saints trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. They felt that just this aura alone was enough to crush them. Damn it, who exactly was the other party? Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It had an unparalleled domineering aura and was very difficult to cultivate. This person could actually cultivate it to such an extent. Damn it, he was definitely a super strong expert. They were extremely terrified. As expected, once the Tyrant Fist of the Heavens was unleashed, it had an unparalleled domineering aura that swept through the surroundings. They fought fiercely against the 1,000 silver hands. The two of them fought, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. They fought from here all the way to the outer realm. With a loud bang, the void above the 9 heavens split open. A huge crack was like a divine sword that split the entire world into two. At the next moment, silver blood splattered. The 1,000 silver barks were blasted apart. The patriarch of the Baiyin clan also fell from the outer realm. He was extremely miserable. He roared angrily, and his body reassembled. However, it was once again shattered by Lin Zhan's punch. What? The patriarch of the Baiyin clan was actually defeated. How was this possible? Wasn't the other party too powerful? Who exactly was the other party? How could Lin Xian's father be so terrifying? Could it be that the other party was also a mysterious expert from a terrifying clan? They were all stunned. Lin Zhan landed. His clothes fluttered, and his domineering aura was still as domineering as before. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Step back, I'll attack. Another patriarch walked out. His figure was like a demon king, and he had a terrifying aura. The pair of golden wings behind his back covered the sky. He was from the Heavenly Rock clan. This was a very ferocious clan among the ancient royal clans.
the Heavenly Rock Clan. It was said that this clan had once challenged dragons and even succeeded in slaying them. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they weren't any weaker than the Bayin clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock Clan's patriarch walked out. "I'll fight you." He could tell that Lin Zhan was very powerful, but he wasn't afraid. The Heavenly Rock Clan was very powerful. They could definitely kill the other party. Lin Zhan's eyes were piercingly cold. "Come at me then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" However, before he attacked, the white-haired demon lord floated out. "Leave this battle to me." "All right then." Seeing the white-haired demon lord, Lin Zhan nodded and stepped back. He stood with his hands behind his back. "A mere heavenly rock. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel at my feet and become my slave. I can spare your life." The white-haired demon lord was even more domineering and arrogant. He didn't put the Heavenly Rock Clan's patriarch in his eyes at all. "You're courting death." The Heavenly Rock Clan's patriarch was enraged. He roared angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and his golden wings covered the sky. They transformed into two heavenly blades that slashed over with the great Tao. "You want to attack me? You're overestimating yourself." The demon lord's white hair fluttered. He was like a god fiend as he walked forward. He punched out, and demonic aura surged from his body. This fist transformed into 6 black holes that seemed to want to devour everything. Chapter 2884. What kind of fist technique was this? It was so terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races and the ancient ancestors were shocked. It was as if they were about to be annihilated by the 6 worlds. The expression of the Tianping race's ancestor also changed. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so profound. However, it was already too late for him to retreat. He could only wave his 2 golden wings crazily, transforming them into 2 heavenly blades that carried the great Tao as they descended. He wanted to shatter the other party's fist with one strike. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. 6 dark black worlds enveloped the golden wings. In the sky, the laws collided and the great Tao interweaved, forming a scene of destruction. Boom boom boom. The 6 black worlds spun rapidly, forming a terrifying force that tore apart the golden wings. Blood dyed the sky red as the golden wings were split in half. The Tianping race's saint was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. "Damn it, how is this possible? How is it impossible?" The white-haired demon lord's figure flickered as he waved his fist again, bringing along the 6 worlds as he charged over. Damn it, the Tianpeng's extreme speed. The pupils of the Tianping race's ancestor constricted. The other party's fist technique was too powerful. Even the golden wings that he was so proud of were cut off. If it were to hit him, it would probably tear him to pieces. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. After succeeding in one strike, he continued to chase after him. The Tianpeng's movement technique was extremely fast. Even the saints couldn't see it clearly. They could only see a blurry light. However, the demon lord sneered. The 6 black worlds instantly expanded, enveloping the entire world. "No matter how fast you are, can you escape my reincarnation? Kill." The 6 black worlds continued to expand, forming 6 skies that covered the entire world. It was as if their true spirit world was connected to 6 incomparably mysterious worlds. This scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it. Sure enough, the Tianping race's ancestor couldn't escape the 6 worlds at all. In the next moment, he was torn apart by the 6 mysterious forces, and his body was torn apart. Ah! The Tianping race's ancestor screamed crazily as his body reformed in the distance. However, he was soon shattered again. One world after another descended, causing the Tianping race's ancestor to scream again and again. Damn it, this is impossible. The ancient sages were terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races screamed. The immemorial king of the Sky Rock race knelt on the ground, his eyes bleeding. They were about to go crazy. Their ancestor had been defeated so miserably and was even about to be killed. They couldn't believe it.
The humans were also stunned. They were too powerful. These new human experts were each more powerful than the last. Previously, Lin Zhan's tyrant firmament fist had already shocked them. Indomitable and domineering. But now, they realized that this white-hair demon lord was even more terrifying. When he punched out, it was as if he had created 6 real worlds. Even the Sky Rock's ancestor, who was so powerful, had been killed several times. If not for the saint's blood rebirth, Patriarch Tian Peng would have been killed long ago. Even so, they were still terrified. What kind of fist technique was this? This was too terrifying. Leaf Dao Denier and the clan leader of the Yi clan looked on in shock. The saint of the Yi clan let out a shriek. 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. This is my Yi clan's peerless fist technique. How did he know it? What? 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This is the 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist? The other sacred leaders and sect leaders were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist was extremely terrifying. It was a secret technique of the Yi clan that wasn't passed down to outsiders. It was a top divine ability. Leaf Dao Denier had cultivated this technique before and could use it against someone in the same level as him. Not many people could contend against it. And now, the white-haired demon lord actually knew how to use the Yi clan's divine fist. What was going on? Damn it, what was his relationship with the Yi clan? Previously, the other party could directly use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Now, he even used the Yi clan's 6 Daos Reincarnation Fist. He couldn't be from the Yi clan, right? When these words came out, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Could it be that this was really the case? They looked at the Yi clan. The clan leader of the Yi clan and Leaf Dao Denier were confused. The saint of the Yi clan was indeed shocked. Was it really him? Could it really be him? Ancestor, what was going on? The clan leader of the Yi clan asked in a deep voice. Although he was the clan leader, he had only been in power for 1,000 years. He didn't know about things that happened a long time ago. This saint was different. He obviously knew more. Leaf Dao Denier was even more shocked. Looking at the expression of their ancestor, could it be that the white-haired demon lord was really from the Yi clan? Heavens, how could someone from the Yi clan become a demon? Perhaps it really was that person, but it was impossible. It was rumored that he had already fallen. How could he appear again? The Yi clan saint's expression was incomparably solemn. This made everyone even more curious. What was the identity of this white-haired demon lord? What was his relationship with the Yi clan? However, this wasn't important anymore. That was because a loud sound had attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, 6 world of reincarnation mercilessly crushed, killing the heavenly rock ancestor 6 times. The heavenly rock ancestor went crazy. A golden halberd rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. Only then did he escape. This halberd was an unparalleled sacred weapon. At this moment, the heavenly rock ancestor used it to carve out a bloody path. After coming out, his body trembled. His face was filled with fear, shock, anger, and humiliation. He had his body shattered 6 times. This was something he had never experienced before. He felt that it was a great humiliation. However, he didn't dare to attack again because the other party was too terrifying. Those 6 black holes were like real worlds. He couldn't break them at all. If he attacked again, he was afraid that he would shatter even more. He might even be killed by the other party. What heavenly rock? It was only so. Obediently become my mount. The demon lord was very domineering. He strode over as if he was about to attack again. You're courting death. The heavenly rock ancestor was furious. Although the other party was powerful, the other party kept saying that he wanted to take him as a flying mount. How could he endure this? In the next moment, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and directly slashed out. This golden halberd was extremely terrifying. It was left behind by an extremely terrifying saint of the heavenly rock clan. At this moment, a golden light shot into the clouds, cutting the entire sky open. Clang. However, it was sent flying by the white-haired demon lord's 6-path reincarnation fist. Damn it, everyone attacked together and kill them.
The heavenly rock ancestor roared crazily. He wasn't a match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but they had more people on their side. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other primordial saints and ancient ancestors couldn't help but attack. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The demon lord let out a long roar. Terrifying demonic energy covered the 9 heavens, forming 3,000 demonic shadows in the sky. "I am the demon lord, I shall laugh at the world." A terrifying voice resounded. The 3,000 demonic shadows accompanied the demon lord's 6-path reincarnation fist and charged out together. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." Lin Zhan also took a step forward and executed the tyrant fist of the heavens. On the other side, Xia Jiuyo had sublimated to the extreme. The aura on his body was piercingly cold as he struck out 2 universes. Lin Xian didn't use any laws, but the power of a greater success divine body was incomparable. He directly entered close combat and killed his way into the primordial saints, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the Saber Saint's long saber was incomparable. The elf girl struck out laws that filled the sky, helping the human saints recover. She controlled a world and provided a powerful vitality. In an instant, the holy war erupted. It was extremely terrifying. "Let's go to the outer realm." The primordial saints roared angrily. The demon lord's black hair fluttered. A black dragon roared beneath his feet, bringing him directly into the sky. These saint-level experts had all fought their way to the outer realm. A great battle erupted, and heaven and earth erupted. Below, the experts of the 10,000 ancient races and the human race trembled. They looked up at the sky. The sky was flickering, and large cracks would erupt from time to time. Chapter 2885. It's too scary. Will we be able to withstand it? The human race will definitely be able to withstand it. Damn it. Patriarch, do your best. Kill them all. The 10,000 ancient races and the human race's martial artists were extremely nervous. Suddenly, a sea of fire exploded in the distance. It was as if millions of fire cheilants were rushing through the sky, tearing through the void and charging toward Jade Lake. Not good. The Cheilin spear. Damn it. It's an extreme weapon. The human martial artists on Jade Lake's side screamed in fear. Their faces were pale as they fell to the ground. Even the sacred leaders and sect leaders' bodies were torn apart. The Empress of the West and the others were even more shocked. Not good. Those sages are in danger. They realized that after the Cheilin spear appeared, it didn't attack Jade Lake, the investiture of the gods, or the celestial the Archcauldron. Instead, it charged toward the outer realm. If one of those primeval sages controlled an extreme Dao weapon, no matter how strong Lin Xian, the archdevil ancestor, and the others were, they would still die. Damn it. Despicable. The dark red divine dragon and the others cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Just the Emperor's aura alone was enough to make them unable to move. As expected, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the outer realm. The void was torn apart, and sage blood floated down from the sky. It was obvious that a sage was injured. Ha! Humans die. The primordial sages let out an arrogant roar. Thousands of rays of light flashed, turning into countless fire cheilants. The Cheilin spear was an extreme weapon. It was an extremely powerful weapon. It was extremely terrifying. Now that it was controlled by the primordial sages, it could destroy gods and Buddhas. It was incomparable. No one could stop it. Damn it. I'm going to slaughter all of the 10,000 ancient races and turn them into rivers of blood. The demon ancestor's cold voice sounded in the sky. Killing intent surged in the sky as countless demonic shadows swept across. Not good. Stop him. The Cheilin spear's power pierced through all the demonic shadows. The demons were also forced back. Lin Xian fought back, but he was also forced back. He had no choice. In the past, he could take on emperor weapons with his bare hands. But now, in the outer realm, the Cheilin spear's power was too strong. It was so strong that they were shocked. Fortunately, they were in the outer realm. Otherwise, the eastern wilderness would have lost countless territories. In the void, an endless black hole was formed.
The devouring sword devoured everything, swallowing most of the energy. The demon lord used the 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of the 6 worlds destroyed everything. Lin Xian's phenomenal success divine body blasted out in all directions. No, this can't go on. Lin Zhan also frowned. Xia Juyo's eyes lit up as he shouted coldly. His aged white hair started to turn black, and his aged face also started to turn younger. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Lower 9 Nether's eyes erupted with a piercingly cold light, and a large hand reached down. Lend me the West Emperor Pagoda. The sky-covering hand passed through the Jade Pool's array formation and grabbed the West Emperor Pagoda. Then, it rose from the ground. With a loud boom, it was as if a 10,000 zhang tall mountain had been uprooted. The West Emperor Pagoda was uprooted and flew into the sky. In the next moment, it erupted with an unparalleled emperor's aura. The West Emperor Pagoda had awakened. The Queen Mother of the West and the saints of the Jade Lake's sacred ground were shocked. What kind of method was this? Someone had borrowed their imperial armament in a domineering manner. They recognized that it was Xia Juyo's voice. This Elder Ming was too terrifying. He was definitely beyond their imagination. The 10,000 ancient races were also terrified. They were pressed to the ground, their bodies cracked, and their blood dyed the ground red. Above the 9 heavens, the primordial saints were also shocked. Damn it, how did he do it? Imperial armaments were the exclusive weapons of thearchs. They could suppress an area. Only the descendants of thearchs and sacred grounds could use them. Others couldn't get close at all. Even saints couldn't. But now, the old man in front of them had directly borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda from the Jade Pool's sacred ground. What kind of method was this? Damn it, he had already brought the investiture of the gods. Now, he had borrowed the West Emperor Pagoda. How did he do it? The primordial saints roared crazily. They frantically activated the Qilin spear. However, at this moment, the human race had the West Emperor Pagoda. With lower 9 Nether's activation, the Qilin spear was directly sent flying. Explode! The demon lord also roared as his body descended from the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of the celestial emperor cauldron and struck out with his palm. Demonic chi surged from his body. Buzz! The celestial emperor cauldron hummed as it continued to expand, about to crush the entire world. A terrifying extreme Dao emperor's aura erupted, blasting in all directions. Not good, he's crazy, quickly block it. The primordial saints also rushed down from the outer realm, controlling the 10,000 dragons diagram and the phoenix bell to block it. With a boom, the extreme Dao emperor's aura collided, tearing apart the 9 heavens and countless stars in the outer realm. And this impact caused all the seals in the entire true spirit world to be broken. In the next moment, the endless void above the Gu family flickered. Then, an ancient mirror shattered the void and appeared in the world with a powerful emperor's aura. The void mirror appeared. In the Yaoguang sacred ground, a dragon's roar sounded. A black cauldron with dragon patterns appeared, also suppressing an area. In the Dao Yi sacred ground, a Dao diagram flickered, also incomparably mysterious. In the Grand Xia Empire, a golden divine sword transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. This was the Great Xia Empire's extreme Dao Emperor's weapon. The Jiuli painting also flew out. In the Western Desert, in the Myriad Buddha Temple, a Kasaya bloomed in the sky, directly enveloping the entire Western Desert, forming the strongest defense. This was also an emperor weapon. One after another, extreme Dao weapons appeared, and a terrifying extreme Dao aura suppressed heaven and earth. The entire true spirit world was trembling, and countless cracks appeared. At this moment, all the living beings of the sacred grounds and sects prostrated on the ground. Some directly fainted from the shock. Not good. The Demon Emperor of the Northern Plains Demon Emperor Palace also appeared, suppressing an area to prevent it from collapsing. Yen Ruyu frowned. There was an extremely terrifying power in her body that was being suppressed by her. Otherwise, she would definitely soar into the sky and fight against these extreme Dao weapons. Damn it, it's awakened, it's all awakened.
How could this be? The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Chelan Cave, and the three royal families, as well as the endless ancient royal families, all opened their eyes and roared. They didn't expect that in the end, the human race's extreme Tao weapons would awaken. Next, the foundation of the human race, the sleeping saints, would be awakened. If they forcefully started the dark turmoil, it would be an endless period of darkness. The various races would be destroyed, blood would flow into rivers, and corpses would form mountains. It wasn't certain who would win in the end. This wasn't what they wanted to see. They wanted to use extremely tyrannical methods to destroy the human race as quickly as possible. However, this plan failed. What should they do? The Archean patriarchs and powerful sages quickly conversed. They had to think of a countermeasure. On the human race's side, the frozen saints of the sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. When they sensed all of this, they let out crazy roars. Figures appeared in the sky one after another. Damn it, who dares to attack the human race? They were really crazy. In the next moment, the world was in chaos. Terrifying energy currents wreaked havoc in all directions. Those weak cultivators were like ants, mercilessly crushed. If they wanted to fight, so be it. At most, they would sink the entire world. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races were also furious. Boom! In the endless void, two extreme Tao weapons soared into the sky. It was obvious that the royal families of the 10,000 ancient races had awakened again. More and more extreme Tao weapons appeared in the world. Although they didn't clash, just their auras made the entire world shake. Chapter 2886. It's over. Is this the end of the world? Those people were terrified. The people of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground, trembling, because they realized that even if they had terrifying extreme weapons and the ancient royal family, it was still useless. Because the humans also had them. Moreover, once the extreme weapons collided, the entire world would be destroyed. Who cared if they were royalty or royal family? They couldn't exist at all. I'm afraid that only those with imperial armaments would be able to survive. Therefore, these ancient creatures were all lying on the ground, screaming crazily. Humans, do you really want to fight to the death? The ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. How laughable! You want to start a dark chaos and massacre the human race, but you don't want us to resist? Lin Xian sneered. Was the other party crazy? What kind of logic was this? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Zhan's body was also full of fighting spirit, carrying an incomparable domineering aura. The demon lord was even more direct. What nonsense was there to talk about? Let's see our true moves with the imperial weapons. I don't believe that you can be stronger than me in terms of the use of imperial weapons. The celestial emperor cauldron above his head was as if the celestial emperor had been reborn. He was unbelievably powerful. Xia Zhuyo's expression was solemn. The stars in his eyes flickered. To be honest, we don't want to use the imperial weapons unless we have no other choice. But you ancient races are really going too far. Do you really think that the human race has no one? Using the extreme weapons is a warning to you. It's a warning to you that the human race is not someone you can bully and crush as you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, the ancient saints and ancestors opposite them gritted their teeth in anger, their bodies trembling. Before they fell into a deep slumber, the human race was just a small ant. But now, they could actually threaten them. Moreover, they couldn't fight back at all. This kind of depressing feeling was unbearable for the 10,000 ancient races who thought that they were high and mighty like gods. Damn it, let's fight it out. I don't believe that they can win against us. That's right, our foundation and strength are far from what these humans can imagine. Fire Chelan Cave and Divine Phoenix Ridge. Two ancient monarchs roared crazily. They were too aggrieved. The two imperial weapons in the distance also floated up and down. Similarly, a few terrifying figures appeared in the void. Laws danced around their bodies, making them hazy, making it impossible for others to see them clearly. What kind of race was this?
However, at this moment, one of the figures in the distance spoke. The human race had developed to its current level. Over the past tens of thousands of years, several great emperors had emerged, leaving behind their orthodoxies and supreme weapons. You're still no weaker than us primeval theocrats. That's right. If we really fight, both sides will suffer, and we won't be able to gain any advantage. That's not what we want. What we want is just resources and territory for cultivation. We don't want other races to go extinct. Hearing this, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons fell silent. Indeed, although they were angry, they knew that if they really fought, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Most of the 10,000 ancient races would be destroyed, and only a few of the royal families would survive. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the imperial family would be able to survive. More importantly, their dragon crown prince had just been born. If he suffered any losses in this battle, they would not be able to recover even if they died 10,000 times. Hence, the nest of 10,000 dragons had already decided not to make a move. At the very least, they could not erupt into a battle with supreme weapons. In addition, the divine Phoenix Ridge, Fire Spirit Cave, and the other primeval theocrats were the same. They also had princes and princesses. If they were really killed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Negotiate. In the end, an ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons spoke in a deep voice. You humans have occupied too much land and resources. The 10,000 ancient races must take back some of them. Yes, that's right. No one will use supreme weapons, but you must give us resources and land. We must control this world together. The saint of the Fire Chilin Cave also said that. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge also snorted coldly. The eyes of the other 10,000 ancient races were red and fiery. Indeed, although they couldn't start a war, they had to take back the resources. They definitely couldn't let the humans take advantage of them. Hearing that the primeval theocrats wanted to negotiate, the jade pool cultivators below were stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect the primeval theocrats to retreat. Those from the Yi family, Gu family, Dao Yi Holy Land, and the others who had supreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Great, there was no need to start a war. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the dark turmoil had been stopped. Xia Jiuyo's eyes flickered, and he revealed a smile. Only the demon lord snorted coldly, looking very unhappy. To be honest, Lin Xian and the others were really worried. They were afraid that the demon lord would directly use the celestial emperor cauldron and kill his way over. If that happened, there would be no possibility of negotiation at all. However, although the demon lord's actions were evil and unpredictable, he was incomparably arrogant. However, this time, he didn't make a move. In that case, let's go to the jade pool. Xia Jiuyo said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the West Emperor Pagoda in his hand quickly descended and returned to the jade pool, suppressing the jade pool. It emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The Gu family, Great Xia, and Dao Yi Holy Land also withdrew their supreme weapons. On the other side, the nest of 10,000 dragons and the other primeval theocrats also withdrew their supreme weapons. In the sky, the emperor's aura slowly dissipated. The living beings below all heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. They were saved. Because just now, their fates were all in the hands of those people above. If these people had fought with their supreme weapons, none of them would have been able to survive. This made them feel like they had survived a disaster. Only the Yi family had a strange expression because their celestial emperor cauldron was still in the hands of the other party. Facing this terrifying white-haired demon lord, they didn't dare to speak at all. If the other party killed them without saying a word, they probably wouldn't have anywhere to cry. However, if they couldn't get the celestial emperor cauldron back, how could they be willing? One had to know that this was a supreme weapon. It was their lifeblood. They would never lose it. For a moment, the Yi family's patriarch and the others frowned. Many elders even secretly wanted to activate the sleeping saints to snatch it by force. However, among them, a few living fossils shook their heads. They rose into the air, and one of them even said excitedly with a trembling voice, "Are you Lord Seven? What's going on?" As soon as these words came out, the people of the Yi family were dumbfounded. The cultivators of the other holy lands were also shocked. Those archaic creatures also frowned. A powerful Yi family saint was actually so respectful to the white-haired demon lord. Chapter 2887. But why did the other party cultivate the demonic path? They couldn't understand. They were very curious, and all of their eyes were looking forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. The white-hair fiend ancestor snorted and turned to look at the other party. "What, seventh master? You've got the wrong person." With a wave of his hand, the celestial emperor cauldron flew out and entered the Yi family. Seeing this scene, the Yi family patriarch and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the celestial emperor cauldron had returned. However, this made them even more puzzled. Was the person in front of them really not from the Yi family? But why did the other party know the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? Why could the other party use the celestial emperor cauldron directly? On the other hand, the saint of the Yi family was extremely excited. "It's him, it must be him." He roared crazily in his heart because his guess was right. The other party must be that person. However, the other party probably wouldn't admit it. But it didn't matter, as long as he knew that the other party was still alive. Seeing the other party's impatient expression, the Yi family saint hurriedly turned around and left. He knew this person's temper. If the other party was really angry, he would probably chop him up. Who was the patriarch? The invincible kings of the Yi family asked one after another. However, the saint shook his head. He would talk about this matter after returning to the family. Indeed, there were too many people now and it wasn't suitable to talk about these things. The others originally wanted to hear some secrets of the Yi family, but now it seemed impossible. But soon they put away their thoughts. Because above, Xia Jiuyo, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and other peerless experts descended from the sky and entered the Jade Pool. The Queen Mother and the Jade Pool's saints hurriedly opened the array formation and made a path. They welcomed them with the highest standards. They had no choice. These were all saints, and among the saints, they were extremely terrifying existences. They couldn't be offended. After landing, Xia Jiuyo and the others looked up at the sky. Lin Xian also sneered. He looked at the primordial saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons and sneered. "But don't you dare to come down? If you don't dare to come down, then go back. There's no need to negotiate. Scram back to your nest and don't come out again. Kid, you're courting death." The primordial saints were so angry that they coughed up blood. Among them, primordial ancestor Gu snorted coldly. They quickly descended, bringing with them the laws that filled the sky, and arrived at the Jade Lake. In an instant, the martial artists at the Jade Lake felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Fortunately, the West Emperor Pagoda had already awakened at this time, and an endless emperor's aura was released, blocking the terrifying aura of these sages. Only then did they manage to protect Jade Lake. Otherwise, all the warriors in the Jade Lake would turn into blood mist and cease to exist. How terrifying! Was this the power of a supreme saint? Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others were shocked beyond words. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, Dustless, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Their eyes were burning with passion. They were too strong. Although they thought that they were the geniuses of the younger generation, they didn't have any power to resist in front of these primeval sages. A single glance from the other party was enough to kill them instantly. He really hoped that one day he would be able to fight with such a person. They were envious. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian had fought with such an existence before? Heavens, this is too scary. The Queen Mother of the West opened the West Emperor Palace. It was an ancient palace with a peerless array formation and endless Tao inscriptions. It was used to receive the sages. Usually, it wouldn't be opened, but now that so many human sages and primeval sages had descended, She had no choice but to open the West Emperor Palace. Soon, Xia Juyo, the demon lord, Lin Zhan, and the others were invited in. The sages and primeval kings of the 10,000 Archean races also walked in. Lin Xian was also among them. He had fused with the greater success divine body and could be said to be extremely powerful. Naturally, he could also enter the West Emperor Pagoda. The others couldn't enter. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others couldn't do anything. They could only wait outside. The other martial artists of the human race were the same. Outside, the endless primeval army was also very nervous. No one knew what the outcome of this discussion would be. No one knew how much resources and land the human race would give up. However, if they gave up a bit, these people would bleed. Damn it, they really wanted to go in. The dark red divine dragon outside was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, there was nothing it could do. There were endless Tao inscriptions in front of it. Those were the laws of the sage level. Those below the sage level couldn't detect them. After 2 days, everyone's expression changed. This was because they heard angry roars coming from the West Emperor Palace. There were humans and primeval races. It couldn't be, right? Were the negotiations going to fall apart? They were terrified. It seemed that the negotiations between the two sides were not harmonious. In fact, there was even a roar. There was no choice. There were only so many top-tier resources and spirit veins. Other than those forbidden lands that couldn't be entered, the other places were occupied by the human race. How could they give them to the primeval races? In particular, those top-tier spirit veins and resources would definitely be the focus of the two sides. It was easy to understand why such a voice was heard. However, these people were trembling. If these people fell apart and another battle broke out, wouldn't the dark turmoil start again? Everyone waited outside for 7 days and 7 nights. Suddenly, the door of the West Emperor Pagoda opened, and the primeval sages walked out like fiend gods. Their faces were gloomy, and their killing intent was monstrous. It was obvious that the discussion was very unpleasant. After coming out, they soared into the air, tore through the void, and arrived outside. Then Xia Juyo, the Fiend Master, Lin Zhan, Lin Xian, and the others also walked out. They also had grave expressions. The faces of the saints of the sacred grounds and major sects were also ashen. It was obvious that the other party was asking for too much. Humans, do as we say. If you don't, we will start a dark upheaval. In the sky, the primeval sages' voices were cold. I will give you 7 days to consider. After 7 days, we will talk again. As they spoke, they led the primeval army and camped near the Jade Pool. Damn it, they were going too far. The saints of the sacred grounds and major sects gritted their teeth and roared. Indeed, the other party was too arrogant. Their conditions were really unacceptable. At most, they would fight with them. They would let them know that the human race was not to be bullied. Many people gritted their teeth. Xia Juyo, Lin Zhan, the Fiend Master, and the others frowned. The other party's conditions were indeed overboard, but it was impossible for them to fight. If they fought, the mountains and rivers would shatter, and they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Could it be that there was no other way? Lin Xian also frowned. To be honest, if he hadn't followed in and heard these conditions, Lin Xian wouldn't have known that the primeval races were actually so ambitious. There was no other way. Xia Juyo sighed. Although there was no extreme war, the primeval races still looked down on the human race in their hearts. Therefore, they would naturally ask for too much. Chapter 2888. That's right. Both sides were tied. Although they didn't use any extreme weapons, their remaining strength wasn't enough to make the ancient race fearful. They had to make the ancient race fearful before they could negotiate normally. Otherwise, if the other party demanded an exorbitant price, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. If only our human race had a living emperor. Let's see if the ancient race would still dare to be arrogant. A sage from the Purple Dawn's sacred land shook his head and sighed. Let me do it. At this moment, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the sages.
Lin Xian was also shocked because he realized that the voice was coming from his body. "Senior!" he exclaimed. That's right. The voice was coming from the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. The other sages were also shocked. They naturally knew that this body wasn't Lin Xian's. They didn't know where he got it from. Now that they heard another voice coming from the other party's body, they were extremely astonished. This soul was very weak, but the pressure coming from it made their eyelids twitch. Even the Fiend Lord, Wine Lord, Xia Zhuyo, and the others narrowed their eyes. "You should be the previous 9 Sun Sword Saint, right?" At this moment, Xia Zhuyo spoke. "That's right. I am." The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul sent out waves of energy that shocked the sages. "You don't have to guess my origins. My soul can't hold on for much longer. So, I want to use my remaining strength." "What do you want to do?" Xia Zhuyo asked. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, "I need power. Give me as much power as you want. I can temporarily recover to my peak state and then intimidate the ancient race. However, this time is very short. It won't be long before I vanish into thin air." "Senior!" Lin Xian exclaimed again. The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said, "Don't worry. Don't be sad for me. I should have died long ago. It's just that due to special reasons I lived for tens of thousands of years. Now, all of this isn't what I'm familiar with. There's no need for me to stay. But for the human race, I'm willing to make a final contribution." Hearing this, all the sages fell silent. Yes, everyone should do their best for their race. "I can help you." Xia Zhuyo also nodded solemnly. Wine Lord, Lin Zhan, Demon Lord, and the others' eyes glinted coldly. "We don't have any problems on our side. We can provide you with enough power to temporarily restore you to your peak state." At this point, the saints were extremely shocked. How terrifying would a divine body at its peak state be? They did not dare to imagine. "There's no time to lose. Let's begin." The 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul said. Xia Zhuyo, Wine Lord, and the others nodded. "Little guy, I still need you to control this body." The 9 Sun Sword Saints said. "No problem, Senior. I will do my best." Lin Xian clenched his fists. The 9 Sun Sword Saint nodded his head in gratification. "I'm very happy to see you grow. I hope that you can bring the 9 Sun Divine Body to greater heights in the future. I have one last request. Once I'm done intimidating the ancient royal family, I hope to return to Black Demon Cliff. You buried this body in the deepest part of your body. Don't worry, Senior, I will definitely fulfill your last wish." From the looks of it, the 9 Sun Sword Saint was still worried about the demonic chi there. He wanted to use his divine body to suppress the demonic chi in Black Demon Cliff. The Saint of Jade Lake controlled the West Emperor Tower and released waves of Emperor's aura to envelop Jade Lake. It was to prevent the 10,000 ancient races from investigating. After all, they were used to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. If the other party discovered it and destroyed it, the losses would outweigh the gains. Waves of Emperor's aura shot out, preventing the people outside Jade Lake from investigating. Even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to enter. This scene terrified the other cultivators in Jade Lake. What's going on? What's happening? Why are they using extreme weapons again? Are they really going to start a dark upheaval? Their bodies trembled. The 10,000 ancient races stationed near the Jade Pool were also stunned. The primordial life forms prostrated themselves on the ground, and the primordial kings were terrified. The primordial saints' expressions also changed. They all rose into the air. Damn it, Extreme Emperor's aura. They activated the West Emperor Tower. Are they planning to ambush us? These people emitted a terrifying aura. As long as the situation was not right, they would activate their extreme weapons. Since the other party wanted to fight, they would accompany them to the end. However, after waiting for a long time, they all frowned because they realized that the West Emperor Tower only covered the entire Jade Lake. It did not spread out. It did not attack them. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that these humans were afraid of a sneak attack, so they covered the entire Jade Lake. What a bunch of cowards. The primordial saints sneered and landed one after another. They also warned their own people not to be afraid.
It was just a defense of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. In Jade Lake, the human cultivators waited for a long time, but they did not see any attack. They heaved a sigh of relief. They guessed that it was for their own safety that they used Emperor's weapons to defend, to prevent the 10,000 ancient races from ambushing. Therefore, they were relieved. In the depths of Jade Lake, Lin Xian, Xia Zhuyo, and the others stood there. Lin Xian stood on an extremely complicated array formation. This array formation was completely formed by interweaving Dao runes. It was drawn by Xia Zhuyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, and the others, together with the Jade Lake's holy water and the goddess of life's great divine ability. It began to restore his greater success divine body. Wine Lord even used the devouring sword to devour the pure energy of heaven and earth and poured it into his greater success divine body, restoring it to its peak. Lin Xian felt as if his greater success divine body had come alive and was crazily absorbing the energy. Could it be that his greater success divine body had not recovered to its peak strength at all? He was too surprised. One had to know that he could defeat a saint with just the strength of his physical body. However, this was only his normal state, not his peak state. How terrifying would a peak greater success divine body be? He could not imagine it at all. Of course, the most difficult thing was the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. Because his soul was too weak, like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. He had to ensure that the other party's soul was not extinguished before he could use his greater success divine body. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not be able to use his greater success divine body. Use my Lanrua Temple's soul anchoring pearl. A monk from Lanrua Temple took out an ancient treasure. It was a yellow pearl covered with Buddhist runes. The moment it appeared, everyone's soul trembled. A look of shock appeared on their faces. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that they were all saint-level existences. How powerful were their soul powers? But in front of this pearl, they trembled. From this, one could imagine how extraordinary this pearl was. Chapter 2889. The other sages were also shocked. This was left behind by an ancient Buddha. It was an extremely terrifying treasure. Moreover, it was a rare soul treasure. With it, one's soul could definitely be protected. With this item, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul should be able to protect it. At the very least, it would allow him to complete his mission of intimidating the 10,000 ancient races. The sages were extremely excited. Xia Zhuyo, Wine Lord, and the others also nodded. They also knew about the soul anchoring pearl. Lin Xian was also shocked. He carefully took the soul anchoring pearl and inserted it into his body. The soul anchoring pearl emitted a Buddhist light and enveloped the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul. With the soul anchoring pearl's protection, the 9 Sun Sword Saint's soul unleashed all his potential with a roar. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. Then he let out a long roar, shattering the galaxy in the sky. Countless rune laws appeared on his body, turning into divine chains of order that danced around him. The greater success divine body emitted a dazzling light. The entire Jade Lake trembled. The martial artists in the Jade Lake were terrified and looked up. Damn it, what's happening? Why is the Jade Lake trembling? Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races outside are attacking? They were truly stunned. Now, the Jade Lake was being suppressed by the West Emperor Pagoda. There shouldn't be a problem. However, the Jade Lake trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the sky above. A terrifying and monstrous aura pressed them to the ground, making them unable to resist. The sages of the sacred grounds were all terrified. Was the great emperor resurrected? They looked at Lin Xian in front of them in shock. At this moment, the aura emitted from Lin Xian's body was too terrifying. It was far beyond that of a sage. It was as if an ancient great emperor had been resurrected. The only ones who could resist it were Xia Zhuyo, the Fiend Lord, Wine Lord, and the others. They also retreated with solemn expressions. They looked at the greater success divine body in front of them with flickering eyes. As expected of the 9 Sun divine body.
When cultivated to the greater success divine body, it was comparable to a great emperor. This was great. This power could definitely intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Although the other sages were trembling, their eyes were burning with passion. That was because the other party was simply too strong. Was this the power of a great success divine body? Lin Xian clenched his fists in shock. He saw that the sages around him were trembling because of his aura. He even felt that he could kill these sages with a single glance. Too powerful. This made him excited and incomparably envious. He swore that in the future he would definitely cultivate the 9-yang divine body to the large success stage. Buzz buzz buzz. In the sky, countless large cracks appeared. Strands of laws were useless, and divine flames filled the sky. They turned into phoenixes that circled around him. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared under his feet. It was as if he was kneeling. The sect masters and elders in the Jade Lake were all stunned by this scene. Could it be that the ancient emperors had really come back to life? Even the 10,000 ancient races stationed outside were terrified. Those ordinary immemorial creatures were once again pressed to the ground, and some even fainted. The primordial king trembled. The primordial saint and a few patriarchs also changed their expressions. A piercing light appeared in their eyes, and it turned into a long rainbow as if it was going to pierce through the front. Damn it, what was going on? What kind of aura was this? They were extremely shocked. Why was there such a terrifying power emitting from the Jade Lake, as if the ancient emperors had come back to life? Could it be that they had used a second extreme weapon again? The sage of the heavenly rock race said with a frown. Because inside, other than the West Emperor Tower, there was also a terrifying power that was awakening. That power was almost the same as the Emperor's might. Therefore, they suspected that the other party had activated a second extreme weapon in the Jade Lake. Damn it, what were these guys trying to do? They covered the Jade Lake and even activated a second extreme weapon. Could it be that they were really plotting something? The faces of the primordial saints were gloomy. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said in a deep voice, "Let's be careful and not be tricked by the other party. The extreme weapons are always connected. Don't worry, we definitely won't let the humans sneak attack us." The other sages also sneered. Inside the Jade Lake, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing light. He let out a long roar that shattered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was like a god of war that could split the world apart. Inside his body, the 9 Sun Sword Saints' soul said, "Little guy, that's enough. Hurry up and move. I don't have much time." Although he had the soul anchoring pearl, there wasn't much time left for the 9 Sun Sword Saint. After hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, he took a step forward. After taking a step, the golden runes under his feet flickered and turned into a golden dragon. Heaven and earth shook and the void collapsed. There was nothing that could stop it. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived outside the Jade Lake. A terrifying force shook the surroundings and swept out in all directions. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Jade Lake knelt down, trembling. Not only that, but the ancient army outside also prostrated on the ground. Apart from the vicinity of the Jade Lake, all the living beings in the entire eastern wasteland knelt on the ground again. Their faces were filled with fear. What was going on? Could it be that an extreme weapon was used? Heavens, could it be that the Jade Lake collapsed? Apart from the eastern wasteland, the middle ground, and the western desert, the experts in the entire true spirit world were also trembling. Their gazes turned to the distant east. Damn it, what was going on? Look, it's not an extreme weapon, it's a person. In the Jade Lake's sacred ground, a few sect masters screamed. They discovered that the terrifying aura wasn't an extreme weapon, but a human figure. Who was that? Could it be that the great emperor of the ancients had revived? This shocked them greatly. The aura emitted by the other party was not inferior to an extreme weapon at all. Only a great emperor could emit such an aura. However, the light was too bright. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Golden light. That's the 9 Sun divine body. It's Lin Xian. Heavens, how did his power increase again? Those living fossils had faces full of shock. Could it be that it's the peak state of the greater success divine body? As soon as those words were said, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the saints of the great sage lands had joined forces to restore Lin Xian's greater success divine body to its peak. Could it be that the human race was going to attack the 10,000 ancient races again? This was truly a shocking piece of news. At this moment, all the sect masters watched in silence, their bodies trembling. On the other hand, the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned. Especially the ancient saints, their pupils constricted. Damn it, it's not an extreme weapon. They also saw the golden figure in the sky. Had the great emperor revived? Chapter 2890. Because the other party's aura was too terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Only a great emperor could make them feel so hopeless. No, damn it, I don't believe it. They screamed crazily. How was this possible? How could there be a living great emperor of the human race? They were crazy. One had to know that the appearance of a great emperor was an existence that dominated the world. Even if the other families had extreme weapons, they wouldn't be able to contend against a true great emperor. Because the difference was too great. Previously, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could destroy the human race, or at least make the human race slaves again. But now, a great emperor had actually appeared in the human race, which made them despair. If the great emperor of the human race attacked, none of the 10,000 ancient races would be able to resist. These 10,000 ancient races were really panicking. No, it wasn't a real great emperor, it was that kid. The eyes of the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons were like divine chains that pierced through the void. He finally screamed. It was that kid from before. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? This should be the power of a great success divine body. That's not right. I've already seen the 9 yang divine body before. Although it's very powerful, it's far from this level. The other ancestors also frowned. The face of the ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons was pale. It was probably the peak state of a great success divine body. What? A great success divine body in its peak state? It was rumored that it was comparable to a great emperor. How did he recover? Damn it, how did this kid do it? The patriarchs roared like they had gone mad. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes opening and closing as he swept his gaze in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Those ancient kings exploded with a loud bang, and the ancient army below also turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, block it. Block him. They roared crazily. In an instant, the image of 10,000 dragons appeared. Tens of thousands of auras hung down, covering the countless ancient army. The other ancient creatures that survived trembled and peed their pants in fear. It was too terrifying. The other party only glanced at them, and the powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races shattered into a bloody mist. What kind of power was this? If the other party attacked, none of them would be able to resist. Damn kid, how dare you attack us? Kill him, I must kill him. The primeval saints roared. The 10,000 dragons diagram was activated, and it unleashed a shocking attack. 10,000 dragons roared and charged toward Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. Wherever it passed, the laws and energy of the 10,000 dragons portrait were quickly destroyed. Then, the sky-covering hand grabbed the 10,000 dragons portrait. The 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into countless dragons that roared in the sky, but they were unable to break free from this large hand. Damn it! He actually managed to grab the myriad dragons diagram. This was what it meant to be able to catch an imperial weapon barehanded. The ancient creatures were terrified. In the jade pool, the human warriors were also stunned when they saw this scene. Was this the power of a great success divine body that was comparable to a great emperor? He was indeed too powerful. That was an emperor weapon. Yet, the other party was able to hold it so easily. Grabbing the 10,000 dragons picture, Lin Xian looked down again. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the saints split open, and their blood splattered everywhere. What? Even the saints couldn't withstand a single glance from him? What kind of existence was this? The 10,000 ancient races had really gone crazy. The bodies of the patriarchs also split open as they retreated crazily. They frantically activated the 10,000 dragons picture, and the other supreme weapons were also quickly recovering. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the 10,000 dragons picture into the outer realm. In the next moment, his cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Do you really think that the human race doesn't have any powerhouses? Just as well, I'll go to the territory of the 10,000 ancient races today. At this point, he took a step forward, and countless Dao runes appeared under his feet. They directly stretched into the distance, forming a golden dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. With a single step, the mountains and rivers changed and time and space rotated. Lin Xian instantly disappeared in the sky. Not good. The primeval saints all screamed. From what they heard, the other party wanted to attack their nest. Damn it, an existence comparable to a great emperor was attacking their nest. How could they resist? Not good, protect the dragon prince. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons roared crazily. They also tore through the void and flew towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Buzz. Middle ground, Qinling Mountains. Millions of dragon veins coiled above the ground like giant dragons. At this moment, the void in the sky cracked open, and golden Dao runes gathered. A golden god of war walked out of the crack. It was Lin Xian. The moment he appeared, a terrifying pressure filled the entire middle ground. All the living beings of the middle ground prostrated on the ground, trembling. Was the great emperor here? The faces of these living beings were filled with terror. The saints of the Tai dynasty, Grand Xia dynasty, and the other sacred grounds and sects also opened their eyes. Deep shock appeared in their eyes. Damn it, who was it? At this moment, countless people's gazes were focused on the Qinling Mountains. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The primeval saints of the dragons also opened their eyes. Although they didn't break the divine crystal, they all floated up. Not good, a strong enemy is attacking. Quickly protect the crown prince. Countless figures danced and surrounded the golden dragon. The golden dragon's expression was also solemn, and there was a trace of shock in his golden eyes. What a terrifying aura, it made him tremble. What was it? Had the great emperor really awakened? Buzz. In the next moment, a large palm grabbed over from the sky, and the void above instantly cracked open. Lin Xian directly broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons. Countless dragon chi rolled and soared into the sky. Damn it, who was this person? The saints in the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed in horror. This method was too terrifying. Their nest of 10,000 dragons was a forbidden area, and no one could break in. However, the other party broke open the nest of 10,000 dragons with a casual palm. Oh, damn it. How dare you? At this moment, the saints and primeval saints also charged over. They brought the 10,000 dragons portrait and descended. Great, we're saved. We have the 10,000 dragons portrait. We can definitely kill him. The dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. The dragon crown prince also snorted coldly. No matter who you are, you will definitely die today. Men, use the 10,000 dragons portrait and kill him. Boom. The 10,000 dragons portrait revived and charged toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had a peak greater mastery divine body, comparable to a great emperor. How powerful was he? The 9 yang divine sword directly blasted the 10,000 dragons portrait away. Boom, boom. The 10,000 dragons portrait flew into the outer realm, and the people in the nest of 10,000 dragons were all dumbfounded. Who was this person? He caught an emperor weapon with his bare hands and sent the 10,000 dragons portrait flying? Was the other party really a great emperor revived? Because only the great emperors of the ancient times could do this. He had a greater mastery divine body. He had a greater mastery 9 yang divine body. Chapter 2891. If you dare to touch our dragon prince, we swear that even if we have to leave our last drop of blood, we will destroy the human race. Many of the ancient saints roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swept out a few fingers, and the bodies of those saints exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This scene made everyone tremble in fear. Their faces were filled with despair. Heavens, it was too terrifying. The saints in their eyes were like ants in front of the other party. They were killed at will. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the little golden dragon amidst the dragon energy. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. The dragon blood in the other party's body was too powerful. Was this the son of a great emperor? He was indeed too strong. Just this bloodline alone, even if the other party didn't cultivate, he could grow to an unimaginable level. The little golden dragon, the dragon prince, was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze. His body instantly tensed up. He let out an unwilling roar, wanting to resist. However, although he was the dragon prince, the son of the dragon emperor, but facing a peak great success divine body, it was still not enough. Therefore, his roar was completely useless. Not only that, a crack even appeared on his body. No, damn it, stop. You can't do this. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. The others also had looks of despair on their faces. That was their dragon prince. Sure enough, the dragon prince roared as drops of golden dragon blood rolled down his body. His face was filled with anger and unwillingness. But the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that even if they used extreme weapons, they might not be able to defeat him. Lin Xian sneered. Was this feeling very hopeless? When you launched the dark chaos and targeted the human race, did you ever think that the human race was also in despair? At that time, the human race also pleaded for mercy, but what did you do? Do you want me to remind you? Lin Xian's cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, all the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons trembled. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed crazily. We were wrong. We apologize. Please show mercy. They could only lower their heads in front of the other party. This scene was observed by countless experts with their souls. They were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. The nest of 10,000 dragons and the far ancient royal family actually admitted defeat. This was simply too shocking. Especially on the side of the human race, they were extremely excited. This was great, as expected. A peak great success divine body intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other ancient race experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons had submitted, so how could they resist? Why don't we quickly use the 3 monarch weapons to kill this kid? One of the Fire Qilin Cave's patriarchs quickly spoke. That was because he was extremely unwilling. However, the other members of the ancient theocrats all shook their heads. Forget it. If he managed to escape, what awaited him would be a crazy revenge. Our master, the princes and princesses would most likely be killed with a single glance. They didn't dare to take the risk. The saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons apologized and then said, "Don't worry, we definitely won't cause any more chaos. We will not ask for too much. We will live in peace with the human race." Is that so? But I don't really believe your words. Lin Xian coldly snorted. We are willing to swear that these ancient saints screamed crazily. All right, swear on your dragon prince's life that there will be no more chaos. Otherwise, your dragon prince will definitely be destroyed in body and soul. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of all the dragons used in the suppression of 10,000 dragons palpitated wildly. This was a vicious oath. Once they swore it, if they really went back on their word, their dragon prince would have to take this oath in the future. But now, if they didn't swear, the other party might directly kill their dragon prince. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and said, "All right, we swear." The primeval saints quickly swore oaths. Remember what you said. You are not allowed to attack the human race. Lin Xian turned around and left. Countless Dao runes interweaved under his feet, carrying him as if the celestial the arch was traveling into the distance. The saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons all fell to the ground, panting heavily. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons also survived the calamity. The dragon prince was so angry that he went crazy. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He was the son of the dragon emperor, high and mighty. In the future, he would definitely become the new dragon emperor and rule over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. But now, he was actually being threatened by someone. Moreover, he couldn't fight back. This was unbearable. Damn it, who is he? Who is he? I must kill him. Lin Xian ignored this roar. He intimidated the nest of 10,000 dragons and then flew to his next target. His time was limited, and he didn't want to start a war directly. After all, if they fought, the human race wouldn't have any advantage. What he needed to do now was to intimidate these 10,000 ancient races so that they wouldn't dare to attack the human race casually. His second target was naturally the divine Phoenix Ridge and the Phoenix race. When Lin Xian arrived, countless cracks appeared on the divine Phoenix Ridge. It couldn't withstand this terrifying energy at all. We admit defeat, we admit our mistakes. The divine Phoenix Ridge was very straightforward and directly came out. Several saints swore on the spot and paid a large number of ancient treasures. They had no choice. They had all seen what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They didn't want to experience the same thing again. Next, Lin Xian continued to head to the Fire Qilin Cave. The Fire Qilin Cave also lowered its head and admitted its mistakes. There was nothing they could do. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge had admitted their mistakes. What was the use of persisting? In addition to the 3 royal families, Lin Xian looked at 2 other mysterious places. 2 extreme weapons had once appeared in these 2 places. Clearly, they were also 2 royal families. However, the other party was more mysterious. But Lin Xian still looked over. The 2 mysterious royal families also swore a poison oath not to start a dark rebellion. Next, Lin Xian swept his gaze over the ancient royal families. These primordial royal clans were much worse than the imperials. Therefore, they didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In just 2 steps, he could go from one ancient race to another. In an instant, the 10,000 ancient races all received warnings and threats. Facing Lin Xian, they trembled and didn't dare to make a move. Very good, now it was time to sign the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless golden laws interweaved in the sky, forming a golden scroll. On the human side, Xia Juyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, and the saints of the sacred grounds and great sects all soared into the sky. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races also arrived. They discussed with each other and finally signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. The human race and the 10,000 ancient races coexisted peacefully in this world. To be honest, the 10,000 ancient races were very unwilling to accept such a treaty. However, Lin Xian was still eyeing them covetously from the side, so they could only pinch their noses and sign. Seeing that they had signed the immemorial Treaty of Alliance, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 2892. Next, Lin Xian proposed another condition, which was to protect the younger generation of the human race. This was both to protect the human race's prodigies and also to pave a way out for himself. After all, he had been too conspicuous in quelling the dark chaos this time. First, he had displayed the 9 yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul. Finally, he had used this stance to defeat countless experts. If he left the greater success divine body, he would attract endless revenge. Therefore, he had to make them sign an agreement that they could not attack him. The saints of the 10,000 ancient races naturally understood this. However, one of the saints of the Silver Lightning race hesitated for a moment and was killed by Lin Xian with a glance. Seeing this scene, the other saints quickly signed the agreement. This meant that saint-level existences would not move around casually, let alone attack the younger generation. The human race naturally signed the agreement as well. After all, the 10,000 ancient races were worried that their princes and princesses would be ambushed by human experts.
Just like that, an extremely terrifying dark upheaval was quelled. Both sides retreated and left. The immemorial Treaty of Alliance was directly formed into a golden mountain by Lin Xian, piercing through the clouds and standing on the ground. He was not afraid that the 10,000 ancient races would go back on their word, because this covenant was very strange. It was passed down from the immemorial era. Once violated, one would be punished by the heavens. After quelling the dark chaos, the 9 Yang Sword Saint's soul also heaved a sigh of relief. He was now very weak. "Senior, don't worry, I'll go to Black Demon Cliff now." Lin Xian tore through the void and returned to Black Demon Cliff. Black Demon Cliff was still a terrifying forbidden land. Although the greater success divine body had been dug out, just the demonic chi here alone was not a place that anyone could enter. However, the demonic chi had no effect on Lin Xian. His body shone brightly as the runes under his feet danced and tore the demonic chi apart. He instantly arrived at the depths of Black Demon Cliff. No matter how peerless and talented you are, if you don't become an immortal, you will eventually become a pile of dirt. The 9 Yang Sword Saint's soul finally sighed and looked at Lin Xian. "Young man, move forward on the path to becoming a great emperor. Open the immortal gate and become an immortal above the great emperor. That is the way to eternity." His soul slowly dissipated, and his voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body left the great success divine body. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched this scene. "Senior, have a safe journey. Senior, don't worry, I will definitely bring glory to the 9 Yang divine body and live up to your reputation." The divine body once again turned into a golden skeleton and entered the depths of the Black Demon Cliff. Lin Xian was wrapped in a golden light and left Black Demon Cliff. "Hall Master, you're here." Outside Black Demon Cliff, the Saint of Immortal Palace was waiting. When Lin Xian came out, they directly opened the Jade Door and returned to Immortal Palace. After returning to Immortal Palace, Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Everything that had happened before was like a dream. He had actually quelled the Dark Rebellion. It was truly inconceivable. A cold light erupted from his eyes. Although he had stopped the chaos in the darkness, the 10,000 ancient races absolutely wouldn't give up so easily. Next, there would probably be another fierce battle. Of course, the main force of this battle would be the younger generation. According to the information they had received, there was a reason why the 10,000 ancient races had revived at this time. It was because they had deduced that the legendary Immortal Gate would open in this era. In other words, in this era, there would be a great emperor who could successfully open the Immortal Gate and become the legendary immortal. And to become an immortal, one had to first become a great emperor. However, becoming a great emperor was simply too difficult. Countless geniuses would embark on the path of becoming a great emperor, but in the end, only one person could reach the peak. And in this era, the difficulty would increase by 100 times. This was because in the past, it was only an internal competition of the human race. But in this era, the 10,000 ancient races had revived. In addition to the geniuses of the other sacred grounds, the geniuses of the human race would also have to face the peerless geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. They would also have to face the princes and princesses. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. The path of becoming a great emperor this time would probably surpass the past. It was something that no one could predict. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He would definitely walk the path of becoming a great emperor. So what if the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races appeared? So what if the princes and princesses appeared? He had to defeat all the strong opponents and successfully reach the peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion. First, he restored his body to its peak state. Then, Lin Xian began to cultivate the 9 Yang divine body. This time, after entering the greater success divine body, Lin Xian knew what the final state of the 9 Yang divine body was like. This was very clear about the path he wanted to take in the future. Therefore, this cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, his 9 Yang divine body broke through and reached the 3rd level. Reaching the 3rd level, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change.
His 9 yang divine body could be considered to have entered the small success stage. Not only that, this time, Lin Xian obtained the cultivation method of the last 6 levels of the 9 yang divine body. At the same time, he also obtained the cultivation method of the 9 yang sword technique. It could be said that he was now the true successor of the 9 yang divine body. Of course, at the same time, he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. He was looking forward to the fusion of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and the 9 yang sword technique. Lin Xian still remembered the power of the fusion. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. Next, Lin Xian began to comprehend the 9 yang sword technique. The 9 yang sword technique was divided into 9 levels. Lin Xian began to comprehend the first level. This meditation lasted for a year. A year later, he opened his eyes and came out of seclusion. He had already mastered the first level of the 9 yang sword technique. He felt that he had encountered some bottlenecks and needed to come out to train. How was the situation outside? Lin Xian asked. That day, after the dark turmoil subsided, his father, Wine Lord, Xia Juyo, and the others left together. Lin Xian did not have time to meet with them. However, before leaving, Lin Xian also said that he wanted Lin Xian to break through to the Sage Realm as soon as possible. In the future, they would have plenty of opportunities to fight side by side. Lin Xian was filled with anticipation. The opportunity to fight side by side. Could it be that there would be even more terrifying things in the future? He did not know. However, he knew that increasing his strength was the only way. Palace Master, this is the main thing that happened in the past year. The Immortal Palace Elder brought over some scrolls. These were all information from a year ago. Lin Xian scanned it with his soul spirit and nodded slightly. Just as he thought, after the dark turmoil subsided, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races came out one after another. Because he had suppressed the 10,000 ancient races, the territories of the 10,000 ancient races were not too big. Therefore, the geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races often appeared in the various cities of the human race. At first, the human race was extremely shocked and could not adapt to it. However, after a year, they gradually accepted the existence of a few long monster heads on the side of the road from time to time. Although the 10,000 ancient races were unruly and fierce, they had signed the Archaic Treaty of Alliance. Therefore, they would not casually attack the human race. For a time, both sides were safe and sound. However, the clashes between the top geniuses became more and more intense. Chapter 2893. The world changed once again. Because Lin Xian had come out. Lin Xian, such a resounding name. It could be said that everyone in the quintessential world knew of him. From martial artists to sages, although they might not have seen Lin Xian before, they all knew of this name. Because they knew that it was Lin Xian who had quelled the Darkness Rebellion. The 10,000 ancient races gritted their teeth in anger. Their sages were not allowed to attack, but those below the sages snorted coldly. Especially those prodigies. They all said that Lin Xian was the protector of the human race who had quelled the Darkness Rebellion, and that he had only borrowed the power of a greater mastery divine body. That's right. How could he be compared to the sages with his own power? Not to mention the sages, he couldn't even beat them. Many powerful prodigies said that they would kill Lin Xian with their own hands. Because they now knew that Lin Xian had only been able to display such power because he had obtained the corpse of a greater mastery divine body. Without the greater mastery divine body, there was no need for them to fear Lin Xian. Water Moon City. It was a very famous giant city in the middle ground. It was vast and boundless, like a small pot. At this moment, in addition to countless human martial artists, there were also many ancient creatures in the city. These 10,000 ancient races also walked or lived in Water Moon City. After more than a year, the martial artists in Water Moon City had already gotten used to it. But today, they were shocked again because these ancient creatures in Water Moon City were very excited. They were greeted by a few terrifying figures. One of them emitted a platinum light, and with every step he took, the entire city shook. This was a prodigy of the silver race. "Young master, you're here."
Countless primordial life forms of the Silver Clan surrounded that prodigy. A green-faced man with fangs walked in, looking like a devil that had crawled out of hell. He was a prodigy of the green ghost race. There was another who was even more terrifying. His body emitted a golden light, and he had a pair of golden wings on his back. He was like an angel descending from the sky. This was a prodigy of the Sky Rock race. This time, they weren't ordinary geniuses. They were all core geniuses. Some of them were even young lords of their respective clans. After all, Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was one of the top prodigies of the human race. The 10,000 ancient races naturally had to send out their top prodigies to fight him. Other than that, there was also the young Yaksha king, a prodigy of the Yaksha clan. The prodigy of the Black Tiger clan. In fact, a few young dragons walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon blood on their bodies surged. The dragon patterns on their bodies were abnormally powerful. As soon as they appeared, those archaic creatures all bowed respectfully. It couldn't be helped. Dragons were the most sacred existences in their eyes. Although it wasn't the Dragon Crown Prince who had come this time, they were still top geniuses among the dragon race. They had gathered in Shueiyue City to discuss how to kill Lin Xian. Of course, they would not launch a sneak attack. They would kill him openly in front of the whole world. Damn it! These primeval life forms are truly too arrogant. How long has it been? It's only been a year. Have they already forgotten the pain from before? There were also some human cultivators who snorted coldly. Among them, there were quite a number of Lin Xian's followers. That's right. How could they be a match for great god Lin Xian? Even their patriarch wasn't a match for great god Lin Xian, let alone them. A series of discussions could be heard. After those prodigies heard it, their faces turned gloomy. The primeval life forms beside them sneered. Foolish humans, what do you know? That brat was arrogant before because he relied on the corpse of a greater success stage divine body. Without the corpse of a greater success stage divine body, how could he be a match for our patriarch? That's right. Our patriarch can kill him with a single glance. Not to mention our patriarch, he can't even defeat our young lord. Just you wait. Today we will let you see the strength of our young lord. These primeval life forms gritted their teeth in anger. Indeed, the dark turmoil a year ago was their greatest humiliation. Therefore, today, they would use the blood of the other party to wash away this humiliation. Among them, the young lord of the Baiyin clan even snorted coldly. If he dares to come, I will take his head with my hand. This person was very powerful. As he spoke, the entire void trembled. It couldn't be helped. The Baiyin clan one was known as the uncrowned king. His strength was truly terrifying. As expected, his voice shook the surrounding human cultivators, causing their blood to boil. They kept retreating with trembling faces. Too powerful. Although these primeval life forms were arrogant, their strength was really too strong. Most likely, not many people here would be able to contend against him. Take off my head with one hand? Is that so? You're very arrogant. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. Those primeval life forms rarely appeared in the void. It's you. Lin Xian, great god Lin Xian is here. The human cultivators also screamed. As expected, the person who descended from the sky was none other than Lin Xian. He was dressed in a black robe that carried an indescribable weight. His eyes were like stars that had been extinguished. In an instant he arrived at Watermoon City. He arrived in front of these primeval life forms. The dark red divine dragon also came out. He looked at the other party with a face full of excitement. Great, there was primeval blood to drink. He stared at the primeval life forms and grinned. Damn it, you're courting death. These primeval life forms were so angry that they vomited blood. The other party actually dared to have designs on them and treat them as prey. How could they tolerate this? Kid, you're too arrogant. Now that you don't have the corpse of a phenomenal success divine body to rely on, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. The prodigies of the dragon tribe stepped forward. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. That day, the other party used a phenomenal success divine body to suppress their nest of 10,000 dragons. This made everyone know, and it also made them lose face. Therefore, today, they must wash away their shame with blood. The other primeval life forms also snorted coldly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. I was wondering who it was. You want to challenge me? So it's you losers. His disdainful voice sounded. Even your saints and patriarchs are no match for me. How dare you ants be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You're courting death. The primeval life forms of the nest of 10,000 dragons were furious. The God Empress and the other primeval life forms were also furious. The other party's indifferent attitude made their lungs about to explode. Damn it, I want to see what right you have to be arrogant today. The two dragons stood out. On the other side, the Silver Race, Blue Ghoul Race, and Yaksha Race all came out and surrounded Lin Xian. Chapter 2894. Terrifying phantoms surrounded them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, suppressing the humans until their faces turned pale. Even the invincible king swallowed his saliva, unable to resist at all. So powerful, too powerful. These primordial geniuses were too terrifying. They could already kill invincible kings. Indeed, the older generation of the human race sighed. They had to admit that their bloodlines were heaven-defying and their strength was terrifying. I'm afraid there aren't many in the younger generation of the human race who can compete with them. These human powerhouses trembled in fear, but Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the primordial geniuses in front of him calmly. You want to challenge me? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But think carefully. The outcome of challenging me is death. As he finished speaking, a biting cold aura erupted from his body and shot into the clouds. Do you think you can kill us? Without a greater success divine body, you're nothing. One of the dragons stood out. He had a ferocious dragon head and his body was covered in scales. Behind him, there was a huge tail that was incomparably ferocious. I can kill you in 3 moves. This dragon's prodigy was incomparably domineering. Watch carefully. My first move is to die. The dragon's prodigy roared as the blood in his body rumbled. Dragon blood surged. Streams of dragon blood appeared and formed swords of killing intent. Together with the fists of the dragon race prodigy, the swords of killing intent continued to smash forward. So terrifying. Each killing sword could easily kill an invincible king. The dragon's prodigy was too terrifying. Heavens, his cultivation realm is only that of a peerless almighty, but he can actually release such terrifying combat strength. The human cultivators were terrified. The 10,000 ancient races sneered. As expected of the dragon's prodigy. He was indeed powerful. That brat was definitely dead. This time, there was at least 29,000 points of ancient power. Die, brat. The dragon's prodigy revealed a sinister smile as his cold eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. He realized that he had overestimated his opponent. Perhaps this attack could kill him. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't move at all. He only attacked when the other party was 10 meters away from him. He was very fast. In an instant, he retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. So much so that no one could see clearly how he had made his move. Boom, boom. In the sky, the killing swords formed from dragon blood exploded, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sky. The dragon's prodigy's body split into 2 from the middle. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Everyone's expressions stiffened in disbelief. He was dead. An incomparably terrifying genius of the dragon race, an attack that could easily pierce through an invincible king, had been neutralized just like that? Moreover, even the prodigy's prodigy. How was this possible? Damn it, did Lin to the prodigy too? It was too fast. He didn't see clearly what kind of divine ability he had used. He didn't know. It seemed like a casual attack, but these people went crazy. The human experts widened their eyes in disbelief. The primordial creatures were even more shocked.
Especially the primordial prodigies, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. That was a prodigy of the dragons. He was so powerful that even the older primordial kings might not be his match. However, he was killed in a single move. What was going on? Damn it, what trick did this brat play? Sneak attack, he must have sneak attacked. Damn it, he couldn't have used a sacred weapon, right? These people's faces were also full of shock, because they also didn't see clearly what had happened. Lin Xian stood with his hands crossed. He looked at the corpse of the dragon's prodigy below with a cold smile. Then, he looked up and swept his gaze forward. Who else wants to challenge me? Hurry up and come. Everyone fell silent when he said that. No one from the 10,000 Archean races made a sound. No one stepped forward. Many primordial creatures retreated. They had no choice. The other party was too powerful. They originally thought that the other party was an ant without a greater success divine body that they could easily kill. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. Even if the other party didn't have a greater success divine body to rely on, his true strength was still very terrifying. Damn it, I don't believe it. He can't be so strong. He must have used some kind of forbidden technique. A prodigy of the Yaksha race snorted. I'll kill you. The moment he came up, he unleashed his fiendish night realm and enveloped the entire space. No matter how strong the other party's attack was, he would first use his strongest defense. Then, he waved the long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Die, brat. The power of the spear was terrifying. It wasn't any weaker than the previous prodigy of the dragon's prodigy. The Yaksha race was also a very terrifying race. They were extremely cruel and violent, and they were very powerful. Seeing this scene, the human warriors held their breaths again. Meanwhile, the primordial prodigies all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see clearly what kind of ultimate move the other party was using. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. When the Yaksha prodigy arrived, he threw out a punch. This punch was extremely violent. It was like the fist of the god of war. It engulfed the sky and swept up the divine flames. Boom! One punch was enough to shatter heaven and earth. The Yaksha's fiendish night realm suddenly shattered. The divine spear was blasted into pieces, and so was the body of the Yaksha prodigy. Dead again. Another primordial prodigy was killed in one move. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The primordial prodigies were the same. They saw clearly that the other party didn't use a forbidden weapon, nor was it a weapon of a sage. Instead, he threw out a punch. Damn it, when did this brat's 9-yang divine body become so powerful? Damn it, don't tell me he still has a greater success divine body? The primordial prodigies were going crazy. They quickly retreated and put a safe distance between them. There was no choice. It was too suspicious. 1 pound. The dark red divine dragon sneered. A bunch of idiots. If he really has a greater success divine body, do you think you can survive? You probably can't even withstand a glance from him. As he said that, he put away the bodies of the dragons and Yaksha prodigies. He could make a good tonic soup later. As soon as he said that, the human warriors' mouths twitched. The primordial prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. What? Is he really going to eat us? Damn it, he's treating us as food. This was intolerable. Chapter 2895. Do you want to die? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can fight against all of us? At most, we'll attack together. Can you fight against us? The archaic sky prides roared crazily. The other party had killed 2 of their companions on the spot. Not only that, he even wanted to stop them. The other party was too arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. You guys are so arrogant. Didn't you think that you went overboard when you wanted to kill me? What's wrong now? Can't take it anymore? I'm just using the same method to return the favor to you. Lin Xian walked forward and stared at the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan. You were the one who said you could take my head with one hand, right? All right, I'll stand here and wait for you. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Damn it. The Sky Pride from the Silver Clan changed his expression. Lin Xian was targeting him. This was not a good thing.
Previously, he had said confidently that the other party was an ant that he could kill with one hand. However, after watching the previous two battles, he changed his mind. The other party was strong and definitely not weaker than him. Even if he went all out, he was not confident that he could kill the other party. Therefore, what he said about taking the other party's head with one hand didn't count at all. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Xian sneered. You don't dare? I heard that the Silver Clan is called the Uncrowned King. Is that all you have? Oh, that's right. Your ancestor was killed by a human with one punch. I guess a junior like you can't do much. Get lost. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. Kid, you're courting death. The Sky Pride from the Silver Clan was enraged when he heard that. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you. The Sky Pride stood out. Silver light bloomed on his body, turning into a terrifying mountain that pressed down on the void. Although the other party was strong, he was very confident in himself. The Silver Clan had a strong physique and terrifying bloodline power. So what if the other party had the 9-yang divine body? He didn't think that his physique would lose to the other party. Kid, I'll let you know that the Silver Clan is not to be trifled with. The Sky Pride of the Silver Race said coldly. Lin Xian waved his hand and stretched out one of his hands while the other remained behind his back. How about this? I'll give you a handicap of one hand. One hand I'll take off your head. The other party had said this before, but Lin Xian was going to do it. He wanted to use his most powerful stance to suppress his opponent. The genius of the Silver Tribe was so angry that he was trembling. How dare the other party look down on him? With a furious roar, his body shone with boundless light. Brat, today is the day you die. With a sway of his body, he tore through the void and charged over. In an instant he rushed in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his palm and slammed it down, causing the void to collapse. The silver light on his body soared into the clouds, forming a silver storm that danced in the sky. The experts of the human race were breathing heavily. They were pressed to the ground, unable to resist. It was too terrifying. This palm strike truly had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Was this the Bain clan? He was too powerful. As expected of the uncrowned king. Even those ancient life forms were trembling in fear. Looking at the palm strike, their faces were full of fear. That brat was dead meat. He had definitely underestimated the Bain clan. The title of uncrowned king was not for nothing. Gee, the archaic Sky Pride snorted coldly. The people of the human race also felt their scalps go numb. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party was very powerful. He had surpassed the Sky Prides of the human race. There were probably not many among the younger generation of the human race who could compete with him. The title of uncrowned king was indeed well-deserved. However, it was a pity that the other party had encountered him. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a grab, he directly pierced through the silver light that filled the sky. On his palm, there was the 9 suns' divine fire and golden runes flickering. It was as if the palm of the golden god of war was grabbing in the air. Boom, boom. The silver light was broken, and the terrifying power was shattered. The golden palm directly grabbed the head of the Bain clan. With a crack, the other party's neck was broken. Silver blood splattered, and the head of the Bain clan prodigy was forcefully torn off. Ah! The Bain clan prodigy roared crazily as blood flowed continuously. His body did not have a head, but he still charged towards Lin Xian. However, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's kick, directly disappearing into the clouds. His head was lifted into the air by Lin Xian, and he let out a miserable cry. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The head of the Bain clan prodigy opened his mouth and spat out a silver stream. It was like a silver sword that flew directly towards Lin Xian's head. He wanted to cut off Lin Xian's head too. With a clang, 2 balls of golden light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes and directly sent the silver flying sword flying. In the next moment, he exerted force in his palm, and the other party's head was covered in cracks. He was on the verge of death, as if he would split open at any time. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. In one move,
The other party had removed the head of the Baiying clan prodigy. Heavens! They originally thought that Lin Xian was just saying that to suppress the other party's arrogance. However, they did not expect that the other party was not just saying that. The other party had used actual actions to prove his words. He had removed the other party's head with one hand. Impossible! Damn it, this is absolutely impossible. How could this brat be so powerful? The other prodigies of the 10,000 Archean races were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. The Archean creatures knelt on the ground, trembling. The experts of the human race were also stunned. Was this the strength of the human race's top prodigy? He was too powerful, far surpassing the other Archean prodigies. The Baiying clan prodigy screamed crazily as his head was lifted into the air. Damn it, I don't believe it. He was really crazy. He was so powerful that he had reached 30,000 Archean power. Among the younger generation of the Archean era, he was an extremely terrifying existence. One had to know that an ordinary holy sun only had 18,000 to 18,000 Archean power. Even the top holy princes only had over 20,000 Archean powers. But he had 30,000 Archean power. He had far surpassed the human race's prodigies. Therefore, he did not take any human prodigies seriously. But now, the other party had removed his head in one move. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party's strength had exceeded 30,000 Archean power? Moreover, it should be far beyond his. How could there be such a terrifying existence among the younger generation of the human race? Lin Xian sneered. Now, do you still dare to challenge me? Damn brat, I was too careless. Let go of me and we will fight to the death again. I will definitely not lose to you. The Baiying clan prodigy roared crazily. He could not accept this fact. Lin Xian sneered. Let you go? You are too naive. I said that you can fight me, but the price is death. Chapter 2896. You want to kill me? The sky pride of the Silver Tribe screamed in horror. You can't kill me. I'm from the Silver Tribe. We're the uncrowned kings. If you kill me, the Silver Tribe won't let me off. Lin Xian sneered. This kind of threat doesn't affect me. You'd better come up with some other reason. Otherwise, I won't let you off. You're courting death. At this moment, there was a roar. In the distance, the headless corpse charged over again. 2 silver spears appeared in his hands and pierced through the void. They turned into silver dragons and descended from the sky, trying to save the head. This was an all-out attack. He had even used the power of his bloodline. However, it was shattered by Lin Xian's punch. The 9 Suns' divine fist directly smashed the headless corpse into pieces. What other tricks do you have? Use them now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. The divine fire on his body spread, and his palm was covered with a terrifying divine light. It was like a sun. No. Damn it. The sky pride of the Silver Tribe was in despair. He didn't have any trump cards to use now. Even if he used them, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Xian. That was because Lin Xian didn't use any superpower pills. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back with just his physical strength. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the 9 Suns' divine fire, a majestic voice came from the sky. Junior, let go of him or die. The voice was like thunder, accompanied by thousands of silver lights that turned into sharp swords that descended from the sky. They shrouded Lin Xian. However, as soon as the silver lights descended, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed the sky pride of the Silver Tribe's sky pride's head, crushing it into pieces. The soul screamed and tried to escape, but Lin Xian flicked out a sword light and destroyed it. The sword light of the great dragon sword's soul could destroy the void, let alone the opponent's soul. What? His soul is destroyed. The archaic sky pride was terrified. The archaic creatures were so scared that they pissed their pants. What kind of technique is this? He directly killed the sky pride of the Silver Tribe. It was too terrifying. In the sky, the expert who suddenly appeared also roared, "You're courting death." Following his fury, the silver sword light that filled the sky transformed into a terrifying rain of swords. It was like a meteor that descended from the sky. Boom, boom. The void cracked open, and the entire ancient city shook. This was too terrifying. Were they going to destroy the entire city? The martial artists inside were terrified. It had been more than a year since something like this had happened. Who would have thought that after Lin Xian came out, such a shocking battle would occur again? If the city was destroyed, all of them would be killed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge, because if he did, the city would be affected. Therefore, he waved his fist and charged forward. Boom! The Nine Suns' divine fist was unleashed with an imposing aura. It was as if thousands of suns were soaring into the sky. It collided with the silver light that filled the sky, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The void turned into nothingness, spreading in all directions. Those who were slightly weaker directly fainted from the shock. Those who were stronger also felt their chi and blood churn. Fortunately, the fist wasn't aimed at them. Just the aftermath of the energy was already too much for them to handle. If they were hit by the energy, no one would be able to stop it. After the attack, the silver light that filled the sky disappeared, and the Nine Suns' divine fist also slowly dissipated in the sky. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes turned into sharp swords that pierced through the void. "Who's that? How dare you attack me?" He frowned. The other party was very powerful, surpassing the sky pride of the Silver Tribe. Could it be that an even more terrifying archaic sky pride has descended? He frowned. The others also looked at the sky. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. An archaic king. That's right. In the sky, the clouds churned, and a figure appeared. It was a silver-white god of war. He was tall and held a silver scythe in his hand. He looked like a god-fiend with a murderous aura. He quickly descended. "Damn brat, how dare you kill the sky pride of the Silver Tribe? I want you dead." He was an archaic king of the Silver Tribe. At this moment, he was emitting a murderous aura. The human powerhouses were filled with fear. Heavens, it's the archaic king of the Silver Tribe. He's a true invincible king. His strength is absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian is probably in danger. Isn't there the archaic treaty of alliance? Archaic powerhouses are not allowed to attack? The human cultivators exclaimed. They were worried for Lin Xian. On the opposite side, a sky pride of the blue ghoul race sneered. "Idiot, the archaic treaty of alliance states that saints are not allowed to attack." However, an archaic king was in existence below the saints. Naturally, he could attack. If there's someone to blame, blame that brat for being too idiotic. He actually dared to kill a sky pride of the Silver Tribe. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. Although the other party was a sky pride of the younger generation, how could he defeat a true archaic king? Seeing that it was the other party's archaic king, Lin Xian also sneered with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Who did I think it was? So it's an archaic king. Hurry up and get lost. I've killed at least 800 people like you." Indeed, when he had fused with the greater success divine body, he could turn countless archaic kings into blood mist with a single glance. Therefore, what he said was true. However, the other party's archaic king was so angry that he vomited blood. His expression was cold. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you still have a greater success divine body? I admit that you were very powerful during the darkness turmoil. You could kill everything with a single glance. But now, you're just an ordinary member of the younger generation. Without a greater success divine body, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. You still want to kill me? Do you have the ability?" Lin Xian shouted coldly and took a step forward. His 9-yang divine body emitted light. The divine fire transformed into fire dragons that intertwined on his body. Not only that, but there were also dragon roars and sword cries in his body. Terrifying sword energy pierced through the clouds. Powerful strength was displayed. How terrifying! Lin Xian actually had such terrifying strength. Everyone was terrified. They discovered that the power Lin Xian displayed now was much stronger than before. Chapter 2897.
Just as the battle was about to break out, a thunderous voice sounded. Stop. In Watermoon City, a few figures quickly rose into the air and arrived nearby in an instant. They arrived in the air and blocked Lin Xian and the Silver Race's primordial king. The three people who came out were the invincible kings of the human race. They were here to stop the battle. Seeing this scene, the human race cultivators heaved a sigh of relief, while the primordial elites snorted coldly. Especially the Silver Race's primordial king. His voice was cold. "You dare to stop me?" He frowned. "You dare to stop me?" It had to be said that the Silver Race's primordial king was too domineering. He didn't put the human invincible kings in his eyes at all. The human invincible kings also had gloomy expressions. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Lin Xian waved his hand. "Everyone, don't worry about me. I'll stand with him." His face was also cold. The other party was too arrogant. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? After the dark turmoil last time, his strength had increased greatly. The 9-yang divine body was now at the small success stage. It was definitely not something that the other party could underestimate. The other party actually dared to provoke him today. He would let the other party know the consequences of provoking him. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to fight the primordial king? Heavens, this was too shocking. One had to know. Lin Xian was no longer in the large success stage divine body, but with his own strength. Fighting the primordial king head-on was definitely not an ordinary battle strength. The primordial king was even stronger than the invincible kings of the human race. Moreover, the other party's bloodline power was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary young geniuses to challenge someone of a higher level. But now Lin Xian was so determined. Could it be that he really had the strength to fight against the primordial king? Even the 10,000 ancient races were dumbfounded. Soon they sneered. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. That's right, he was probably blinded by anger. Who did he think he was? Was he still in the large success stage divine body? These people sneered disdainfully. In the sky, the three invincible kings of the human race frowned. The Silver Race's primordial king sneered. "What a reckless brat. Since you want to challenge me, I'll fulfill your wish." He looked towards the three invincible kings of the human race. "You heard it. He was the one who took the initiative to fight with me. Why aren't you scramming?" He took a step forward, and the murderous aura on his body surged. It was as if it had turned into a vast silver ocean that swept over from all directions. Damn it. The three invincible kings of the human clan also roared furiously and launched terrifying attacks one after another. The attacks of the two sides collided, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. After that attack, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they turned to look at Lin Xian. "You really want to attack?" Lin Xian nodded firmly. However, the three unrivaled kings still frowned. They said, "Since you all want to fight, then we can fight." However, Hall Master Lin was from the younger generation after all. Why not set the time limit of 10 moves? Lin Xian was the benefactor of the entire human race who had stopped the great chaos of the Dark World. These three invincible kings naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. However, given the current situation, they had no choice but to fight. Therefore, they set the time limit of 10 moves. Thinking about it, Lin Xian should be able to resist them. "All right, as you wish." The primordial king of the Silver Race revealed a sinister smile. Not to mention 10 moves, he could kill the other party in one move. Therefore, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian also nodded. In the next moment, the three invincible kings of the human race swayed and quickly retreated to the side. The surrounding immemorial creatures and humans also retreated. The array formation of Watermoon City was activated. Countless runes densely packed together and covered the surroundings. "Kid, you're too reckless. Do you really think you can fight against me?" The primordial king's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Today, I will personally send you to hell." Lin Xian sneered. "I'm afraid you don't have the right. You're courting death." Hearing this, the primordial king of the Silver Race trembled with anger. He roared angrily, and the silver light on his body scattered. A huge hand came crashing down in front of him, covering the sky and covering the earth. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He used the 9-yang divine body and punched out. His arm was like a true dragon, moving freely in the sky. His palm turned into a dragon's head. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! With one strike, 10,000 lightning bolts descended, and Lin Xian took 3 steps back. After removing the force, the array formation under his feet cracked. In the sky, the silver palm was blocked and slowly dissipated. He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of the Silver Pearl Primordial King? Heavens, this kid's strength is too terrifying, right? The 9-yang divine body. His 9-yang divine body must have become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block it. This kid is too abnormal. Exclamations sounded one after another. They didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. One had to know that the Silver Race Group 1 was the uncrowned king. Their primordial king was extremely powerful. Moreover, the physique of the Silver Race was also very terrifying. The silver body was famous. Now, Lin Xian was able to fight against an invincible king with his physical body. This was absolutely shocking. Sure enough, the face of the Silver Race's primordial king was terrifyingly gloomy. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. The silver body was only SOS. Do you dare to compete with me in pure physical strength? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 3 invincible kings of the human race lit up. It seemed that this kid wasn't stupid. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, the Silver Race's primordial king was definitely stronger. However, in terms of pure physical strength, it might not be the case. After all, Lin Xian cultivated the 9-yang divine body, a terrifying physique that had been lost. Perhaps he could really block the attack of the Silver Race's King Taigu. Humph. The Silver Race Group 1's primordial king snorted coldly. Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you think you can compete with me in terms of pure physical strength? To be honest, even if he didn't use his divine ability, so what if he used pure physical strength? He was still confident that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? Next, I'll let you know what it means to have an invincible physical body. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a sneer. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he was very terrifying. Even if his opponent was an invincible king and had a silver body, he might not be able to compete with him. In the next moment, his arm was like a dragon as he attacked again. 5 fingers like a mountain, descending from the sky. You're courting death. Seeing that his opponent dared to take the initiative to attack, the Silver Race's king was furious. His white hair fluttered, and silver runes shone around him. Accompanied by his fist, he blasted forward. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the sound of an intense collision rang out. The void was torn open one after another. 2 moves, 3 moves, 10 moves. After 3 consecutive punches, the crowd was shocked again and again. Lin Xian's physical strength was indeed comparable to the Silver Race's invincible king. Chapter 2898. On the other hand, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem to withstand 10 moves. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. What Lin Xian wanted was not only to withstand the other party's attack. Buzz. At the 5th move, Lin Xian roared, and the 9-yang divine body emitted an even more resplendent light. With a wave of his palm, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could withstand it. Bang! This palm slapped towards the other party's head. A terrifying golden light shot into the sky, vast and mighty, pressing down on those people until they couldn't breathe. The 9-yang divine palm was incomparably terrifying, as if a peerless god of war had descended from the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Silver Fist. The Silver Clan's primordial king also snorted coldly and waved his fist. How could he lose to the other party in terms of physical strength? However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This collision actually caused cracks to appear on his arm. Silver blood dripped into the void. He was injured.
The Silver King's palm actually cracked. Damn it, how was this possible? Everyone was stupefied. The Silver King even let out a miserable cry. He was stupefied, not daring to believe what he was seeing. Impossible, how could I be injured? With a furious roar, silver light flickered quickly, completely enveloping his arm and recovering. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's attack came again. The golden beast's palm covered the sky and the earth, blasting towards the other party's head. Damn it! The Silver King was completely enraged. He raised his arm again to block. Ding! At this moment, the bones in his arm also cracked, and blood burst out again. Lin Xian sneered. Killing me is easy? Today I'll tear your mouth apart. He was indeed angry, so he didn't hold back at all. The 9-yang divine palm opened and closed, quickly blasting out one palm after another. The other party's arm was broken and deformed. In the end, the palm directly slapped the other party's face. With a crack, the other party's teeth were completely shattered, and half of his face was deformed. His body spun in the sky and blasted on the array formation in the distance. With a bang, the array formation shattered, and the Silver Clan's primordial king fell to the ground, vomiting blood continuously. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. In a contest of pure physical strength, the primeval king of the Argent clan had actually lost. Could it be that the 9-yang divine body was so terrifying? Or could it be that Lin Xian had already reached an extremely high level? He didn't know. The Archean prodigies were all stunned. Even the invincible kings were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Was this the pride of the Silver Clan? You're nothing in front of me. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such little capital? Old bastard, the fact that you can exchange 10 moves with me is the result of your hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation. If you were from the younger generation, I could kill you with one slap. Lin Xian shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. Hearing those words, the archaic king of the Baiyin clan spurted blood once more. He roared at the sky, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. The light on his body soared into the sky. Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you. With a roar, a terrifying silver phantom appeared on his body. The entire ground was cracking, and the formation couldn't be controlled and would shatter at any time. Divine ability! At this moment, the primeval king of the Baiyin clan finally used his divine ability. He wanted to kill the other party at all costs. Seeing this scene, the 3 invincible kings of the human race had a change of expression. The 3 of them quickly attacked and landed. You said that you won't use your divine ability. Moreover, 10 moves have passed, you can't attack anymore. Kid, you're arrogant, but you'll regret it. My strength is not something that my stupid brother can compare to. You can fight me if you want, but not now. 1 month. 1 month later, we'll have a fair fight. I'll kill you with my own hands. After talking for so long, you still can't come out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll wait for you for a month then. 1 month later, I'll take your head in front of the whole world. At the end of his words, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and turned into a golden dragon that shot up into the sky. The silver figure was smashed into pieces. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the person who came out was an even more terrifying genius of the Silver Clan. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In fact, he smashed the other party's phantom directly. After doing all this, Lin Xian stared at the primordial king of the Silver Clan and said coldly, "Old thing, be more polite when you see me in the future." Chapter 2899. Kid, keep being stubborn. The primordial king of the Baiyin tribe was trembling with anger. However, since the prodigy of their tribe had decided to make a move on him a month later, no matter what, he would not make a move. Kid, I'll let you jump around for another month. After a month, you'll die a horrible death. After saying that, the primordial king of the Baiyin tribe left quickly. Light flickered on his face as his broken face and missing teeth grew back. He did not dare to stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would go crazy from anger. Phew! He was finally gone.
The humans heaved a sigh of relief. A terrifying primordial king had left just like that. Lin Xian was really strong. Yes, he dared to fight the primordial king head-on without being at a disadvantage. He even slapped the king of Thailand. How domineering! Do you still want to continue fighting? After seeing the primordial king of the Bayin tribe leave, Lin Xian looked at the surrounding prodigies. Those prodigies froze. What kind of joke is this? Continue fighting? The other party was so strong that they would not dare to make a move even if they were beaten to death. Therefore, those prodigies snorted. Kid, I'll see how you die in a month's time. That's right. Just you wait. You'll definitely be killed. Those prodigies also said a few words and left quickly. You're leaving just like that? Do you want to stew all of you? Bring more companions next time. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat. The dark red divine dragon stood behind them and waved its dragon claws as it spoke. Hearing that, those primordial creatures almost fell from the sky. They hurriedly fled. Damn, he's a terrifying glutton. He even dared to eat the corpses of dragons, let alone theirs. After seeing all the primordial creatures leave, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them cheered. God Lin Xian, you're amazing. God is mighty. God Lin Xian, I have some questions about cultivation. Can I ask you? Many people were envious. She was very nervous, and the light on her body flickered, showing her uneasiness. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Sure, if you have any problems, as long as I can help you, I will. That's great. The woman hurriedly asked some questions about the sword technique. She said that from the 13th sword to the 14th sword, I couldn't turn it well. Guru Lin Xian, can you help me take a look? After going through the selection process, he began to give pointers. The route was a little slow, and the timing was also not right. You can change your route 2 seconds in advance. After hearing this, the pretty girl gave it a try. Sure enough, he found that his speed and strength had increased. This is great. Guru Lin Xian, thank you. The girl was very excited. It was the same for the others. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They screamed crazily, seeking guidance. After about 2 hours, Lin Xian and the others left. Which martial artists liked it very much. Great God Lin Xian was so approachable. That's right. As one of the top 5 geniuses, he actually gave us pointers. The guru was too powerful. He could see through our problems at a glance. From now on, I will be a firm follower of Guru Lin Xian. These people were all influenced by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was powerful, protected the human race, and had a good personality. He was even willing to give them pointers. He was simply a perfect top genius. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and said, we can walk around Water Moon City. I remember that there are a few ancient stone workshops in Water Moon City. We can go and cut a few stones. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was interested. The followers behind him were also very excited. I heard that apart from being powerful, Guru Lin Xian is also an expert in spirit seeking. I remember that the people of the Mophead family were all defeated by Guru Lin Xian. These people were discussing animatedly. The 2 elders also exclaimed, "What's that?" The vermilion bird stone. Indeed, there was a fist-sized stone inside. It was as red as blood and had a scorching temperature. The vermilion bird stone was a stone that contained a strange flame. It was said to be related to the vermilion bird and was very rare. It could be said that even invincible kings would be jealous of it. Chapter 2900. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to cut out such a precious item from the stone. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. Vermilion bird stone? Not bad, not bad. I just happen to need this kind of fire attribute item. If he wanted to cultivate the 9 yang divine body, he would probably have to find a few kinds of strange flames in the world to refine it. Only then would he be able to continue cultivating the 9 yang divine body. This vermilion bird stone contained a kind of flame. Perhaps it could be refined into vermilion bird fire. It was indeed beneficial for him to cultivate the 9 yang divine body. Not only the 9 yang divine body, but the power inside could also improve the great dragon sword soul.
Therefore, Lin Xian flipped his palm and accepted it without hesitation. However, after thinking about it, he raised his head and said to the two elders, "The third stone in the row in front, the round stone over there, and the stone with 9 holes under my feet. Be careful. There might be something incredible inside." What? Incredible? The two elders were shocked. Then, their faces were filled with gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Hall Master Lin." They were simply too excited. After all, they had already witnessed Lin Xian's capabilities. He could cut out the vermilion bird stone with a casual glance. The 3 stones that he reminded them of must be very precious. It was definitely not inferior to the vermilion bird stone. It seemed that they had done the right thing by giving Lin Xian a stone. Next, Lin Xian didn't make any more moves. Instead, he left the Mystic Stone Pavilion and walked towards another place. Along the way, he encountered elixir shops and weapon shops. In short, everyone wanted to invite him over. Some people even gave him elixirs and weapons to thank him. After all, Lin Xian had saved the entire human race. Awesome, this feeling was just too awesome. The dark red divine dragon was also very excited. Because he followed Lin Xian, he was also treated very well. Lin Xian was very humble. This was because he was originally a member of the human race. Therefore, it was his duty to protect the human race. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who stopped the Darkness faction's chaos that day. His father Lin Zhan, Xia Zhiyo, Wine Lord, Demon Lord, Life Saintess, and the Blue Sword Sage. All of them were involved. Even the saints of the great sage's sects had put in some effort. Therefore, he could not take all the credit for himself. However, he had indeed made a great contribution. The gratitude of the humans towards him made him feel very warm. Lin Xian glanced at Ruffian Dragon. Ruffian Dragon was extremely excited. What? Did it feel good to be respected by others? Do you want to have this feeling forever? Of course, he wanted to. But he probably wouldn't have the chance in the future. The 10,000 ancient races weren't fools. They definitely wouldn't allow another dark upheaval to occur in the near future. The dark red divine dragon asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian laughed. "What do you mean by instigating a dark upheaval? You're a mystical dragon after all. The dragon blood flowing in your body isn't any weaker than that of a true dragon. I reckon that you can at least compete with that dragon crown prince. Should he kill the dragon prince? We will unify the dragons and then lead the dragons to unify the 10,000 ancient races." Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have such ambitions and ideas. Although I like it, it's definitely impossible. If we kill the dragon prince, the entire nest of 10,000 dragons would probably go crazy. At that time, they would probably carry extreme weapons and hunt us down all over the world. The dark red divine dragon didn't want to do such a foolish thing. I was just suggesting an idea, but there's actually something that you're afraid of." Lin Xian laughed. At the same time, he said doubtfully, "I'm very curious. Logically speaking, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be the gathering place of all dragons, but you don't belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, you're not sealed. Then, where did you come from? What about the people of the mystical dragon bloodline? Don't tell me you're the only one left? Also, what's the relationship between the mystical dragon bloodline and the nest of 10,000 dragons? Haven't you thought about these?" Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon sighed. "I don't know. I don't have any memories of this." The dark red divine dragon really didn't know. He also didn't know what relationship he had with the nest of 10,000 dragons. As for the mystical dragon bloodline, it seemed that he was the only one who knew. Lin Xian continued to ask, "Then, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons and the mystical dragons, are there any other dragons? How did you guys split them?" He wasn't very clear about the branches of the dragons. The dark red divine dragon said, "There must be many, but most of them belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Maybe my mystical dragon bloodline used to belong to the nest of 10,000 dragons. But I don't know why we came out." The dark red divine dragon wasn't too clear about this. Lin Xian said, "It's not a big deal. Don't worry, we can still kill the dragon prince if there's a chance. His eyes shone brightly, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. However, Lin Xian didn't explain anything. He knew that he wanted to march towards the path of the great emperor, and the other party's dragon prince would definitely take this path too. Both sides would definitely have a fight in the future. Only one person could survive, so to him, killing the dragon crown prince was imperative. More importantly, the dark red divine dragon wasn't weaker than the dragon prince. The great dragon sword soul in his body was also related to the dragons. Moreover, it was rumored that the great dragon sword soul was transformed from an ancestral dragon, and its level was probably much higher than the dragon prince. It might even be stronger than the dragon emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian's idea of attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons, or even the entire dragons, wasn't just wishful thinking. However, this matter would have to be done slowly. At least, with his current strength, it wasn't enough to fight against the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. While Lin Xian was strolling around Watermoon City, in another place. This was a clean land with fiery red mountain peaks densely packed together. There were many volcanoes erupting, and the magma was very terrifying. It could even turn an invincible king into ashes. This was the place where the Fire Qilin Cave existed. At this moment, the ancient kings and sages in the Fire Qilin Cave were extremely nervous. In front of them stood a young man in a flame robe. The young man had a handsome face and fair skin like a woman. Flames burned on his body. On his body, there was the mark of a fire Qilin that covered half of his body. He was very mighty and extraordinary. His identity was shocking because he was the son of the Qilin Emperor, the Qilin Crown Prince. His status and bloodline weren't any weaker than the Dragon Prince of the Dragons. Beside him, divine crystal fragments were scattered all over the ground. Obviously, this Qilin Crown Prince had just broken out of the seal of the divine crystal. Sure enough, countless ancient creatures knelt in front of him, greeting the Qilin Crown Prince. Get up. The Qilin Crown Prince was expressionless. The Qilin pattern on his body was swaying and shining. It was as if he had come to life. With a wave of his hand, all the ancient creatures were dragged up. Crown Prince, you have just recovered and are still very weak. We have already prepared the three-colored divine fire. You can recuperate inside. Could it be the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate and Heavenly Court? That was something from myths and legends. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, amidst the endless dragon aura, the dragon prince opened his eyes. His body was stronger than before. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. He was growing rapidly. At this moment, a hint of shock appeared in his golden eyes. Sky Flame City, it actually appeared. What? Sky Flame City appeared. The primeval sages were extremely shocked. They had heard that Sky Flame City was incomparably mysterious. Even their dragon emperor couldn't see through it. One could imagine how mysterious it was. There were many terrifying treasures inside, and it was said that Sky Flame City had an incomparably strange sky flame. This kind of flame was an incomparably mysterious energy. If one could refine it, it would definitely increase one's strength. One had to know that they had many fire dragons on their side. Even if they were useless, it was very good for tempering one's physique. Therefore, the primeval creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons were excited. Not only that, but the divine phoenix ridge was the same. A beautiful woman opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Beside her was a strange five-colored flame that formed a pair of wings that wrapped around her body. Only a hazy figure was left behind. She was the princess of the divine phoenix ridge, the daughter left behind by the immortal phoenix. Sky Flame City, it was actually Sky Flame City. They must obtain the sky flame inside. Princess, don't worry, we will do our best to obtain it. In addition, the people in the Fire Qilin Cave were even more excited. The ancient emperor's speculation was right. After their Qilin Crown Prince broke the seal, Sky Flame City descended. It seemed that that thing was destined to belong to them. In addition to the three royal families, the other primeval royal families and other primeval races were also extremely excited. As long as they could enter the legendary and mysterious Sky Flame City, they would definitely be able to obtain heaven-defying treasures. For a time, the 10,000 ancient races were ready to make a move. The humans were also in an uproar. The Yi family, Gu family, Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also flipping through ancient books and asking the saints and elders in the group. Finally, they also learned. This was the legendary Sky Flame City. There might be a strange treasure inside. For a time, the humans were also excited. In Watermoon City, Lin Xian activated the array formation and transmitted his voice to Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. He was asking about this matter. Soon he narrowed his eyes. From the array formation, he learned that this city was called Sky Flame City. It was an incomparably mysterious existence. Rumor had it that there was an incomparably terrifying sky flame inside. Its power was boundless. Sky Flame. Chapter 2902. The dark red divine dragon began to set up in array formation. The two of them tore through the void and teleported away from Watermoon City. They returned to Immortal Palace. At the same time, the sages of Fire Qilin Cave also began to work together to spread the news. After all, the ancient emperor had already deduced this matter, so they knew a little more. They first contacted the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge, and the three ancient royal families joined forces to advance together. Of course, this time, Fire Qilin Cave also contacted the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and other top sacred grounds of the human race. They joined forces with them. This scene surprised the Gu family and the Yi family. When did these 10,000 ancient races become so kind? Could it be that there was a trap? Who cares? They would make contact with the other party first. The Yi family, Gu family, and the Queen Mother of the West discussed and decided to take a look. Not only these sacred grounds, but all the sacred grounds and sects were alarmed. Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, Middle Ground, and all the major factions came out together to explore. Immortal Palace was no exception. However, this matter was left to Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. Lin Xian decided to absorb the energy in the Vermilion Bird Stone first. After all, entering Heavenly Flame City would definitely be unavoidable. At that time, there would be a shocking battle. It was more important to increase his strength first. Moreover, he did not forget that he still had a battle with the top prodigy of the Silver Race in a month. Lin Xian currently had 35,000 Archean power in his normal state. If he fully unleashed his 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul, he could reach 40,000 Archean power. Lin Xian formed a hand seal and channeled the flames in the Vermilion Bird Stone, turning it into a vermilion bird phantom that devoured him. As for him, he used the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body and began to cultivate. At the same time, a mysterious dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out of his body and stood in the void, absorbing the energy as well. After 10 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The fist-sized vermilion bird stone was dim and covered in cracks. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the vermilion bird stone turned into a useless rock with a bang and water fell to the ground. Lin Xian ignored him and opened his eyes. He felt his power and a smile appeared on his face. This was great. His power of the ancient era had increased by 1,000 strands. Even though it was only 1,000 units of Archean power, even the top geniuses would have to spend a lot of time and effort to increase their Archean power. He might even have to go into seclusion for a year, consume some heavenly treasures, or make a breakthrough in a top-notch divine ability. It could be said that this was not a simple matter. Now that Lin Xian had absorbed the Vermilion Bird Stone, the power of his great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body had increased. In a mere 10 days, his power of the Archean era had increased by 1,000, and his strength had become tyrannical once again. What's going on outside? Lin Xian asked after coming out of seclusion. The Fire Qilin Cave has joined forces with the Divine Phoenix Ridge, the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the royal clan to join forces with the great sects of the sacred lands on our side to investigate Heaven Flame City.
one of the elders quickly reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Explore the 10,000 ancient races together? Since when did the other party become so kind? Why did he not dare to think about it? There couldn't be a trap, right? The dark red divine dragon beside him also said that it was probably a trap to kill us. We were also very suspicious, but we still went forward. At present, it seemed that there were no traps. The elder quickly said, "How long would it take to open?" Lin Xian asked. Even if there was a trap, he had to go in and obtain the legendary Heaven Flame. It would take about a month or two. According to the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin Cave, the descent of Heaven Flame City was unstable, and they had to wait until it stabilized before they could enter. It seemed that the Fire Qilin Cave knew more. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge did not know as much as them. The elder also nodded. This news came from Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others. Interesting. I want to see what this Fire Qilin Cave is up to, Lin Xian said. Continue to pay attention. When it opens, let me know. The elder nodded respectfully and then turned to leave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There were still more than 10 days before the battle with the guy from the Silver Clan. Pika! He shouted coldly again. The void in front of him broke open, and a beautiful woman knelt on the ground with one knee. Palace Master. How was the investigation of Bai Qianshan? How was his strength? It had been investigated. He was a peerless genius of the Silver Clan. He was very powerful, and it was said that he was the 10th generation grandson. The power of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. 10th generation grandson? What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. He had only been in seclusion for 10 days, and there was a new title? Peacock quickly explained that Bai Qianshan was the 10th generation grandson of the Silver Clan's old ancestor. In short, he was the 10th generation grandson. This old ancestor was an extremely terrifying existence in the Sage realm, so his 10th generation grandson had terrifying bloodline power. So that was it. Seeing that Peacock was hesitating, Lin Xian asked, "Is there anything else?" "Say it." Peacock nodded and said quickly, "It was like this. 3 days ago, Bai Qianshan came out of seclusion. He challenged an invincible king of the human race, who was a swordsman. He was called the Wild Swordsman King, and his strength was extremely terrifying. His Wild Swordsman King's Wild Swordsman King could destroy heaven and earth. He was also very famous among the invincible kings. However, he was easily defeated by Bai Qianshan. That battle could be said to be very tragic. The Wild Swordsman King was almost beaten up." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "What was the strength of the Wild Swordsman King?" "About 30,000 Archean force." 30,000 Archean force was indeed quite impressive. However, what surprised him was that Bai Qianshan was able to beat up an invincible king with 30,000 Archean force. This meant that his strength was at least 33,000 Archean force. At least, it was higher. Lin Xian nodded slightly. "I hope he won't disappoint me. Palace Master, there is one more thing." Peacock continued. Lin Xian was surprised. "What is it?" "Say it." "It's like this. Today, Bai Qianshan challenged an eminent monk of the Western Desert. It was said that this eminent monk was stronger than the Wild Swordsman King. According to calculations, his strength had reached 35,000 Archean force. 35,000 Archean force. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a piercing sword light bloomed in his eyes. Currently, in his normal state, he only had 36,000 Archean force. In other words, this eminent monk of the Western Desert was about the same as him in his normal state. Did he go to the Western Desert to fight? Can you use a formation to teleport the battle here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes, Palace Master. I'll send someone to prepare it. Peacock's figure flashed, and like a ghost, she disappeared into the void. Not long after, a light screen appeared above the starry hall. It was very large and it covered the entire space. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked up at the sky. On the light screen, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and countless Buddhist lights were shining.
There were also temples standing tall. The two of them exploded with destructive energy. Not good. Pu Shan's pupils shrank. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. This spear was too terrifying. It actually shook his golden flower. The golden flower was condensed by his king domain, and it was a super grand magic of the Buddhist sect. When all 6 petals bloomed, it could definitely destroy everything. However, he had only bloomed the 4th flower. There were still 2 more. With a roar, he continued to use the Buddhist Dharma to make the 5th petal bloom. An even more terrifying power came from the golden flower, causing everyone to be terrified. Do you think that with so many ants, you can shake a dragon? How laughable! Bai Qianshan snorted coldly, and the silver giant returned to his body. The spears that filled the sky also turned into a king's domain and were put away by him. In this life, you will be trampled under my feet, and you won't be able to raise your heads. I won't kill you because the taste of defeat is worse than death. Bai Qianshan sneered, turned around, and stepped into the air. Let's go and find the next opponent. When the archaic creatures heard this, they hurriedly followed. The last Archean creature turned his head and sneered at the human race ancient martial art practitioner who was in a daze. Humans, get ready to crawl under our feet. Ha! At this moment, everyone fell silent. He was too strong. Even a powerful monk like Pushun had been defeated. How many people could be a match for him? Most likely, only a peak-level genius like Leaf Dao Denier would be able to stand up to him. As for the older generation, perhaps only the most terrifying elders could subdue him. Damn it, the 10,000 archaic races were really sick. The Silver Clan was not a royal family, but a royal family. How could they produce such a terrifying figure? Many people gritted their teeth, unable to accept this. Some people sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. Bai Qianshan had a good life. After all, he had a powerful bloodline and was a 10th-generation grandchild. With such a bloodline inheritance, even if he did not cultivate it, he would probably be a peerless powerhouse in the future. Moreover, he was only a 10th-generation grandchild. Who knew how terrifying the 1st-generation grandchild would be? Don't say any more. I'm about to despair. Don't forget that there are still princes and princesses among the 3 royal families. Those are the descendants of the great emperors. Their bloodlines are even more terrifying. They will probably become saints as soon as they are born. These people shook their heads and sighed, their faces filled with despair. Facing the 10,000 archaic races, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Some people exclaimed, "If I remember correctly, Bai Qianshan will probably fight with Lin Xian in a few days." Now that you mention it, I really do remember. Back then, Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan's younger brother in a domineering manner. Bai Qianshan would definitely not let the matter rest. I wonder if Lin Xian will be able to contend against him. Definitely. He is our middle emperor, one of the top geniuses. He will definitely be able to contend against him. Not necessarily. Many people were pessimistic. Even Pushun's 35,000 archaic power couldn't defeat Bai Qianshan. They estimated that Bai Qianshan's archaic power should be 38,000 or higher. Lin Xian might not be able to contend against him. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to be defeated? These people's faces were filled with terror. If Lin Xian was defeated, the human race would probably not be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian was their hope now. He was given the title of Middle Emperor and was one of the top geniuses of the human race. Moreover, during the Darkness Era he had displayed unlimited combat strength and fused with his greater success divine body to suppress the chaos. To them, Lin Xian had become their pride. If Lin Xian was defeated, the impact they would receive would probably be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. I can't help but want to fight them. In the Starry Hall, the dark red divine dragon looked at the light screen and gritted its teeth. What are you so arrogant for? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel.
We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.